right. Good morning, everyone. Well, I was going to sleep in today, but just couldn't do it. Good morning, everyone. Little surprise for you this morning. All right. Interestingly enough, the hold on here. The S&P futures, the Dow futures, NASDAQ futures, Russell were all green this morning until about 5 minutes ago. All green until 5 minutes ago. Now we're going to go over here. News this morning, Intel is getting into the CPU server market. Could be trouble for Intel and AMD. Okay? NVIDIA and OpenAI dump unfinished $100 billion deal for $30 billion investment. Okay. Treasury dips before PCE as Fed hawks, as the Fed hawks, Iran put traders on edge. Okay. Terrible headline. Top of the morning. My voice is not here yet. My voice is not here yet. I might have overdone it singing so much last night. At long last, being underweight tech is a winner strategy, okay? Trump tariffs push Novartis to expand operations into the U.S. All right? Got it. Well, we're not going to try to push our voice today. It's going to be very golf voice today, everyone. Very golf. EVTV. All right? Thank you for calling that out. I hope that's a good wow. Ah, nice. Well, in one of my accounts, I'm still holding 400 shares of that. All right, good. That's the only one I decided to hold. Hold on a second here. Just go, hold on just 1 minute here. If you'll just give me a minute, I'll be right back. EVTV up 12% now. IVF, IVF. Hold on, hold on, hold on. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back, guys. Hopefully. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second, guys. And if they cut my stream off, I'll start another one in a minute. All right. All right. Finally. Well, it's been 6 days. Up nicely on RXT this morning, too. So let's go over here and sell this. EVT. Oh, 202. I'm going to sell it right now and start selling it. Market. I've only got 400. I'm out right now. Limit order. Pre-market, though. Good till cancel plus extended hours. It's already dropped back down below 2. Let's watch this closely. I've got 1,000 to invest. Well, I'm gonna go by my I'm gonna go by my buy sell sheet. $2 is it's past it now, so I'm gonna go 206, 207, and 208 right now. There we go. Sold right there. 206 is gone. And now we might want to come in underneath it. Yep, 206 is gone. Up 137.95 right now today. Good to cancel plus extended. Place that. Going in at 209. Going out at 209. Going out at 209. And 211. There we go. Out at 207. Out at 208. Yes. I've only got 100 left. Looking for 211 and 213. 50 at each number. 211 and 213. Folks, it's almost 20% up. And that could trigger some 20% stop losses. And it could go as high as 220 here. Yeah, finally. Folks, even if you're down here, you still need to know where to sell and where to buy back in. Even if you're down on this, you still need to know where to sell and where to come back in on each dip as it breathes and as it breathes and as it breathes, as it breathes, as it breathes. You still got to sell those numbers on the buy-sell sheet. 206, 207, 208. Boom, I'm out. We've only got 100 shares left. And now I can buy it back, maybe 188 even. 177 could come our way. Oh, yeah. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how to do it right here. This morning, hopefully, I'm going into, right now I'm going to go in 197. Now I'm going to go in 198. Good till cancel plus extended. Don't forget that. Just sold 211 and just sold 213. Well, I'm out. I'm out right now. Now on this other account, let's try to buy it at 208 now. Okay, I'm going to come down 208. I'm going to try here. Come on down now. Come on. What's the news? AZO AI receives its first ASIC purchase order and advances infrastructure validation. Well, as the big dogs get the news, they don't want to buy it at this price, at the premium high price. They want to work it down. So I'm coming in at 208. And I've also got an order at 197 and 198. 197 and 198. I just filled at 207.98. 40 shares at 207.98. Folks, as it runs up, it's going to come back to the check numbers on my buy-sell sheet. We're going to have a good time with this one today. Coming in for 10 more right now. $206. And I got 205.85. Not going to buy any more now, for now. Sold 206, 7, and 8. So 211, 213. Here we come for 197 buys now. I got 197 and 198 in here. $203's 10 cents down from the high, folks. $0.10 down, 10-cent pullback right here. That's a common amount when a stock is hot and moving. 10-cent breathers is very common. And sometimes 13-cent breathers. So $2 even would probably be a good buy as well. There it is. $0.13 down. I'm buying it there. 200.99. Now she's bouncing off that just like she should. 13-cent pullback, folks. Not going to get to 197, it doesn't look like. I thought maybe we'd get to 197, 198, maybe even 188, folks. Just wait here with me now. I've got 700 more to invest. Watch this with me, guys. We're trading EVTV. EVTV. Big news of their first purchase order with the new company that they're combining with. Watch that percentage gain, folks, and put your buy order in. There it is, 199. There's the 197 I called out. Now come on down to 193. $188. Put it in there, 188. I'm telling you, the big dogs, they don't want to pay the premium price. That's what I told you. I just filled 197 and 198 and $2. This is EVTV. I just sold it at 207, 208, 211, 213, and I'm buying it back here. Looking for 193 buy and 188 next. Watch that percentage gain. It just dropped 6% from where I sold it. Oh boy. Come on down. Come on down. Ah, she's gone. I just got 198. I just got 199. Look at the percentage gain, folks. I've got my order in for a limit of $2, but I'm watching that percentage gain. Good news, AUUD announced that its publicly traded warrants expired on Friday. Their original terms have now been voided and are worthless and will not convert into stock or cash. Nice. Then why is it down 7% in the pre-market? Market manipulators wanting in. Next buy numbers on this stock are 193, maybe 192, 188, 186, 87. Those are buy numbers on this. EVTV, I already sold it at 207, 208, 211, and 213. I sold all my shares, and now I'm buying back at lower. Watching that percentage gain. Watch that percentage gain. That is correct, 28 trader. You're completely correct. And I'm sitting on 509 shares of it. And I like what I see with EVTV, so I'm going in again. I did fill at 198, so I went in another number at 198 now. I've also got an order in at 193 and 188 on EVTV. Jack CW, watching you from Thailand. My portfolio up 21% year to date. All right. Nice. I got a picture of that. I'm taking a picture of that. Nice. So I'm sitting here with a bid at 193 and 188 on this EVTV. They could go as low as 177 on it, believe it or not. Oh, yeah. The big dogs hear this news. They can call up their buddies that own a bunch of shares. All right, so let's dig a little deeper into this company, AUUD. This is what they do, ladies and gentlemen. AUUD, through its proprietary AI platform for audio, is reinventing not only how consumers engage with AM, FM radio, podcasts, and other audio content, but also how artists and labels promote their music and gain access to mainstream audio audiences. Radio audiences, I should say. Audia's Discover Radio is the first music promotion platform to deliver artists guaranteed exposure to radio listeners. Audia's flagship audio super app called Fair DR, Fay Doctor or something, Fader, is free to listeners and delivers multiple industry first listening experiences, including AI enabled ad free listening on any AM FM music station, content skipping across any AM FM music station. Wow. One touch skipping of entire podcasts and breaks, integrated artist discovery experiences. Cool. So they're announcing today that all of their warrants were removed. Trading in the warrants ceased at the close of market on February 18, 2026. Any warrants that remained unexercised at expiration were voided and are of no further value. This expiration occurs automatically under the warrant agreement, does not require any action from warrant holders, and has no impact on the company's common stock, which will continue to trade on NASDAQ under the symbol AUUD. All right. And on that news, down 7% in the pre-market. Now down 9% in the pre-market. Nice. Maybe that's the one I ought to be buying here. Hey, I just filled it 193 on EVTV. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am done with LIMN. I'm going to sell all I have left right now. $250 shares is out of here. And let's get over here. Let's get over here right now. And let's look at these stocks that I've got italics beside for buy opportunities. DRMA. And kissing the ET on that one, folks. DRMA kissed it twice. That sure was nice. It closed at 193 and it's at 158 now. Let's see if we can buy any of that. Limit. Let's come in on that at 159. Or better yet, let's see if they can get it down to 155, which is one of their favorite numbers, which is probably where they just hit. But I'm going to try 159. Good till cancel plus extended hours. And the stock I'm buying here is DRMA. DRMA. And I'm open at 159. Now I'm going to try to buy. It was at 193 close, folks. It's down 16%. 20 shares. Limit 160. And I cannot get that. I'm going to try and buy it now. Buy. $50 shares. 161. All right. And I cannot fill at 59, 60, or 61. Changing the 59 now to 62. And I cannot fill at 159, 61, or 62. And I should have just filled 62 because it says the last was 162. And I did get 161.98. And this is the stock I'm purchasing right here. And I'm buying it on the double dip. Once, twice, and we could see 3 times. They could try to make this 50-day kiss this 200. They could. They'd love to do that, to run that on down, right down and kiss the 200-day, which would mean right here, they'll stop it at the 50 and pull it back down here before and let this 50 get down here to this 200. That's what true hedge fund people will do. So notice I'm only buying very small share amounts, 20 at a time, $20 a time, folks. But I like this rising 200. I like this rising 50. And I usually see a kiss off that. I've shown you this before many times, folks. I call this kissing ET. Kissing ET. And now ET is going home. Kissing goodbye. And I've got my orders waiting down below. And I just filled all of them except, yep. I just filled 160. And now I'm going to go for 155. DRMA. This is the long-term chart on it, the 5-day, 15-minute. Look at the 1-day chart on it. There's the 1-day chart, and I just got through buying it right here. It's got a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average. That's why the first time it broke over, they hit it so hard with a big veggie drop and then a little satchel, and then boom, off she goes. Adios, amigos. And all those shares of EVTV that I just bought at 193 that just filled. It's 198 now. So I called the bottom on that one. Yes, I did. And I've still got an order at 198 waiting. 188 waiting. But that's not going to happen. 188's not going to happen on EVTV. So I'm going to change that order. And I'm going to come up underneath it. I'm at 180. They're at 198 right now, so I'll try that. And here comes the pinch on DRMA. Look at him. Told you. Kiss that 50-day. Kiss the 50. I told you so. That's what they want to do. Well, I'm waiting at 155 for that kiss to be completed. I got my buy order at 155 now. Because I know market makers love that number to buy. DRMA. Ask is 162. Bid is 158, so I'm going to come in at 159. And I cannot fill 159. DRMA. DRMA is the ticket. And right now, I cannot fill 159. I'm trying for 155 as well. I've already bought it at 160, 161. The ask right now is at 162. The bid is 158, so there's a 4-cent spread. The bid is actually 159 because I am bidding 159. But they don't reflect that on Charles Schwab because I think it has to update every couple of minutes. I'm not sure. But kiss it, baby. So this is the chart, DRMA. In the midst of a current price going over, the 10-day going over, and then they tried to shun it down. Then it broke over. Now the 50-day going over, and they try to shun it down, and it too could then break over. And then you'll have a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average. That's the current price going over, the orange 10-day going over, and the red 50-day going over. And it's about to right now, it looks to me like. Yep. Riding right on the 200 right there now. It's moving up, folks. And if it goes up over that 200, then this 10 is going to come up and push the 5, and they're all going to rise. It's all going to rise. But we got to get this 50-day up over this green 200. And you can see the blue 45-day, the dark blue, it's already crossed over. It just crossed over the 200. So bid is 158, ask is 162. DRMA. Let's look now at AUUD. Big news this morning. spiked it up. Here's a double quick tot. I'm up very nicely today on my RXT, by the way. If you happen to still own RXT, you might be happy to see what it's doing. This is RXT up this morning. It was at 146 a share. Currently sitting at 133. And folks, you can already see on my buy sell sheet, this is a buy, folks. This is a buy, 133. And this is a sell, 142. And this is a sell, 144. This is a sell right here, 144, folks. RXT, sell it, folks, 144, which you should have. And then the buyback comes in here. They ran it down from 144 to 130. 130. That is such a typical rundown, such a typical amount. 14 cents to 130. Now she's bouncing again. There she goes. RXT. Since I own it, I'm going to reinforce that position now. I'm going to go into RXT. I'm going to help it rise. Okay, that's what I'm buying. And I'm buying it here. Coming in for 20 shares. Limit 133. Good till cancel plus extended. Now I'm going to buy RXT, 20 shares. Limit order 134. Good till cancel plus extended. View order and place it. Now I'm going to buy 40 shares. Limit order 135. Good till cancel plus extended. And now we're going to go to order status. We did fill on EVTV at 198 again. The lowest I could get EVTV was right here this morning at 193. That was the lowest I could get it, was 193. Now I bought 40 shares right there. I said, yep, I'll take that. 40 shares, 193. But before that, folks, I'd already sold it at 207, 208, 211, and 213. I sold it all. I sold every share I had, which happened to be not a lot. I only had left of it. I've been whittling it down, and I only had, how many left? 400. I've been whittling it down and whittling it down, whittling it down. Now, we've had some other stocks called out this morning. So let's go look at besides DRMA. And by the way, that DRMA that I just bought there at 161 yesterday, the high on that stock, DRMA, it was at 105 when it was called out, and its low was 84. Okay? So on this stock, DRMA, the low was 84 cents yesterday, and its high was 105. So don't buy very much of this right now. It's very, very radical right now, I'd say. I'm trying to buy it now at 155 a share. And each one of these buys I went in for was $50. And I'm trying right now for 155. The last traded at 157 on it. And it's DRMA. And right now the bid is 157 and the ask is 158. And if you go over and you click on it to monitor it, and you click buy here, and you come over here and you put in a small order for 10 shares or whatever, then you put in a limit, and it's picking 160 now. Well, I don't want to do that. Good till cancel plus extended hours is what I'm going to buy it here. But I'm going to put in 161 as my bid because I've got to give a little leeway if it starts to move up, but I'm not going to buy it until it starts to move up. So I go ahead here and watch now. And what I'm looking at for is the deepest drop that it can get. That's what I'm looking for, folks. Now, let me make sure you understand something. I am not a financial advisor, and I'm only going to share with you information I've learned over 26 years of trading. So if you'll just be patient with me, I'm going to show you many, many ways to make a determination when to get in on a stock. And I have a lot of specific numbers that are good numbers to make entries and or exits, depending on whether the price is rising or the price is falling. And my technique is to buy very small quantities of shares at a time. I don't ever dive into a stock, and when I go to sell it, I don't ever dive out, okay? I meter myself in as it's rising, and when it gets to the numbers on my sell sheet, I start metering my way out. If it really then starts to plummet, I'll just pull the trigger on a bunch at once. But RXT right here is getting some attention this morning, and it's up nicely, RXT. And I'm looking to buy any good pullbacks on stocks today. So, for example, I'm looking right now to try to buy this DRMA on a pullback. I've got my order in on it at 155. And I'm going to edit this order I'm about to put in because I see the bid is 158 and the ask is 160. So I'm going to go ahead and review this order. And then I'm going to monitor the percentage rise or drop on this stock. DRMA. And also this morning, EVTV has been very interesting. Take a look at it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a great place to buy a stock. Right here, I call this kissing the ET. Okay? This is the formation that I've started calling recently, kissing the ET. And this is ET right here. He's got some big old eyes on his head. He's looking this way. He's looking that way. He's looking that way. And he wants to go home. And right now, his rocket ship is fueling up. And there's his rocket ship there. And he's sitting right there getting ready to climb on. And he's going to go up here, okay? Kiss ET goodbye here, folks. Kiss ET goodbye. With a rising 45 and 50 at that angle, and you can see that they were rising so fast that when it got down to it, bam, it just went right off. No nut sacking at all, just a deep vaggie there. Then she comes over here, and she's going to hit this again, and she's going to bounce because the 200 and the weight and gravity of a rising. And there it is, kissing right now. And I'm going to buy EVTV here. Okay, EVTV. There it is. Going to buy it right here. And I've got 280 shares now. I'm coming in for 20 shares. Limit order. Review order. Uh-oh, I got to change this. I got to go back and change this to good till cancel plus extended. And then we're going to hit review order. And we got to make sure and check these two little boxes or one. And then watch what I'm going to do here, folks. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch this percentage gain like a hawk. EVTV. And I'm going to watch it like a hawk. And I'm not going to place this order until I'm sure that it's on the rebound, okay? Or at least on a rebound. I'm not going to guarantee it's going all the way back up from here because they could triple ta-ta this. But right now, I'm going to buy it only when I see for sure it's rising, okay? That's the bottom line. They already had a fill order for me this morning at 193. So I've already filled for less than this. But I'm not here to waste my money and throw my money out, okay? Lulu Jane, why can't you buy after hours? Or you should say in this case, pre-market. But interestingly enough, this EVTV ticker is not moving at all. It's not moving, folks. It's had a lot of movement on it this morning. Why the freeze here? Huh. I'm watching this very close, folks. By the way, just so you're aware of this, the pre-market low on EVTV this morning was 186. Okay, show it to you here. The pre-market low was 186. There have already been a lot of shares accumulated here. And you can see this is a triple ta-ta, okay? But at the lowest price of the day, 186, and it looks like very interesting here. If you'll look, right there, this is interesting, just so you can see this, at 40 and 6, 4060 is the number of shares that were available, 4,060 at 186. And there were none here, none there, none here, none here, none here, none here. Yeah, there was right there, 150 shares. So there were no shares traded through here at all as it dropped this morning. Right here, 4,060. Right here, none, 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 none. Then 104 there. Then 11,000 right there at 178. And 6,000 at 177. 2,000 at 176. 175 had 6,773. And up here, it was 6,552, 6,773. Here, 638 at 174 a share. And then on my buy-sell sheet, 173, there was none. There were actually, I don't see any. And so I have to question this number for the low of 173 on EVTV. But ladies and gentlemen, what a coincidence that the low is showing at 173, and on my buy-sell sheet, it says buy back right there at 73. Buy back 73 right there. So these numbers that I give you on the buy-sell sheet, there's a reason that I picked those numbers out. There's a reason. And 173 is a buy. And I also happen to think that 188 would be a good buy here, a good play. So I'm going to come for 188 right there. I'm going to put my buy order in right there at 188. All right? And I'm not buying a lot. And I'm going to come in here at 189. And I'm going to come in here at 190 on EVTV. And I'm not going to go any more than that. Because I can see here, for one, 11,000 that want to buy, 18, now 10,000 that want to sell here. So this thing is being kept very tight. And let's move this up now. We got to try to raise the bid. Oh, yeah, she's running from Catfish now. Look at him run. Well, I just put an order in over here on this one right here. And I just filled right there at 194.85. 194.85 I just filled. Now I've already bought some here at 198. 20 shares at 198 I bought. I'm still waiting for DRMA to come in at 155. And there's no movement on that stock right now at all. But EVTV is cranking, folks. EVTV is just clicking away. Look at that right there. See, that's what you want to see right here when you get in on a stock. This is what you want to see here. You want to see that thing just churning, 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 churning. This one's churning too. You want to see, but EVTV is the real churn right now. And I just bought it, 194.85. And I'm going to come in again on it. Coming in at 195. And just so you're aware of this, on EVTV, you might want to take a look. There has been an overselling here. But look at this. I want you to understand something, everybody, about Charles Schwab and their Thinkorswim. Every one of these candlesticks has indicators on it. The dark areas of these candlesticks are the number of shares sold at the bid price. The light areas are the number of shares sold at the ask price. Okay? I'm going to turn my screen resolution up some. Screen brightness. So now you can see this more definitively. The dark areas are areas that were sold on the bid. The light areas are bought on the ask. So here, while we're down below this number, when we get up here, there's already been way more buyers than sellers at that price. And there's been more buyers than sellers at this price. And there's been way more buyers than sellers at that price. So when it gets back up here, it should go right over that, okay? There should be nothing to stop us from jumping right over that to come up here, okay? So my call is we're going to end up here very soon at $2. We're going to be there again. This is bald, folks. This is bald. It's all been shaven bald. And this is going to run right up past through that now. All right? Watch it, folks. Did you see that 11,000 share order go to nothing, now 4? And look at them move them up. Watch them start moving these up. Watch the sellers start pulling their sell orders here and moving them up. Watch. And look here, 45, look at that. And as I've said to you, folks, this is already all sold out. These seats are taken, man. You're going to have to go to the back of the train, people. Sorry. That we won't stay here long, folks. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It should go right through this now and right on up over. Totally oversold right there and then overbought. I mean, look at that. There's way more buyers at that price, 198, than there were sellers. Way more, way more. And then just a handful of executed, timely sellers that time their sells all at once can run it down to here. And I already showed you how it gapped through here without any shares being sold. Gapped through there and went down here. Well, that's why when it got back to this number, it shot right back up to here because there was a gap there. And so when it got to 175, it shot right back up here to 181, 182, 183, went right through that. Whoosh, went right back up. See, the same way it falls will be the same way it rises, people. Understand? And right now, as you're going to bear witness too, there's going to be, these candlesticks are going to be growing, but the lighter areas of them is what's going to be growing, not the dark sections. The buying of it, the buying. You can already see there's way more interest to buy here than to sell here. More interest to buy than to sell. More to buy than to sell. More to buy, well, about equal there, at that number where it is there. Equal. But folks, if you've just got more demand than you do supply, eventually it just overtakes it, folks. And right here, I'm telling you, there's more demand than there was supply in every one of these numbers so far. So it should not stay here. It should go, and it is going right back over, just like I said. And watch the effort to try to hold $2 here. But man, now watch, just watch, and put your cursor right there and determine, is the dark area growing or is the light area growing? Okay, so just put it right there and leave it and just watch. Are there more sellers here, or is there more buyers? Thank you, Marty. John Connor, I have $5,000 on RIME open. I've got a fair amount of RIME in one of my accounts too. Not a huge amount, but some. Is it moving up this morning? Yep. RIME building a big shoulder right here. 266. Savannah, do you see that? 266, 265, 264. Just look at them hoarding all those shares there. I don't know what you mean by the numbers are different than mine. I don't know what's different. And here's EVTV, folks. So I got some good buys on that one just then. See, I told you. Kiss an ET, baby. Kiss it goodbye. Boing. Kiss it goodbye. Kiss that ET. Take it even a little deeper. I think they went past the lips way down here. Kissing down in the happy trail. But this thing looks good, folks. EVTV. All right. I feel good about my buys at 194. Yes. I want to start a question right now, and I want to know, did you just buy EVTV with me at 194? That's what I want to know. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to start a poll right now. Create a poll. All right, we got to take caps lock off. Did you buy any EVTV? Dadgummit. Okay. When it touched the 194 range. That's it. I want to see. Did you buy any EVT with me when it touched the 194 range? And I should have asked first, did you sell it with me when it was in the 113 price? Because I sold it all 400 shares at 113. Well, I sold 108, 107, 108, 111, 113. Yes, Mrs. Somebody. I'm going to exit again at 113. Or I'm going to exit again at 213. I'm sorry. This is EVTV this morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, it's churning away. EVTV. Here it is on the chart. And right now, what you should be looking for on pullbacks is going to be equal to this pullback right here, which was from 199 to 188. So 11 or 10 cent pullbacks every time is where we're going to buy it, all right? Look for it to come up here, then drop down and kiss the 50-day, then come up here, then drop down and kiss the rising 50, then come up here, then drop down and kiss the 50 again, and then come up here and drop down and kiss the 50, and we're going to kiss it every time. Mwah. We kissed it there. Mwah. By the way, I sold it this morning up here, right there. I sold it at 213 was the highest I got out, 213. I like to get out where the 10-day moving average is, the 5-day moving average stops, that turquoise line. So right there is where I started getting out, folks, this morning, and I sold 211. I did sell 211 this morning and 213. And I was out. I sold all 400 shares, and then I waited, and I bought some just then, and I bought some just then. And then I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to buy some right here. And then they're going to bring it up here, and I'll buy some there, and I'll bring it up here, and I'll buy some here, and then I'll sell it here, and then I'll buy some here. All right? That's the process. That's what I'm looking to do. I don't know whether I can get it done or not, but that's what I want to do. I want to day trade it, baby. And I got a DRMA. I picked up some at 159. It's now going on up, and it's at 161. The last trade, the ask is 161. So I'm glad I got some DRMA at 160, and I got some at 159. And DRMA. And this is the point right here where you want to buy on this 50-day right here, EVTV. Get it on down here to that 50 and try to buy it at 197. 197. And I just filled at 194.85 EVTV. And now it's at 199, going to break $2. I'm going to duplicate the order. And I'm coming in 198. I'm right underneath it at 198 now. I did fill 194.85 and 195. Both of those orders did fill. And the stock that I'm buying is EVTV that I sold this morning for $2.08 to 11 to 13. And now it is at, I just got the filling some at 194 and 195. And the ask is now $2. Last trade, 19999. I love seeing that. I love seeing that. 19999. It's beautiful. And now they're just paying the full ask price, $2. They don't even care. 19999. Oh my. There it is again, folks. The pressure is to the upside, no doubt. It is running, folks. 19999. Now paying the full price. They don't even give a crap. They're just going to pay the ask. They're like, yeah, this is worth that much. I'm buying it, $2. I'll just take it. They don't even squabble about it. They're just, yep, I'll do that. And the lowest I'm seeing achieved now is 1904. 19987 now. 19904. That's the lowest I'm seeing achieved. Now, there we go. 199 finally got it. But now two, paying the whole two. And there's that 19904 again. This is definitely a computer trading here, folks. Here we go. It looks good. And my order's in there at 198, sitting there waiting. 198. EVTV, folks. Already hit a high this morning of 217. Yep, the low this morning was 172. I showed people that, and I showed people that that number is on my buy-sell sheet. When you mentioned that number, I showed everybody, take a look at my buy-sell sheet, and it says buy back, 171, 172, 173. And what do you know? The low today in the pre-market, or yesterday, was 170. 170. EVTV. Now, also, another stock that has done well is this one this morning, RXT. RXT. And remember, this thing, RXT, well, it hit 148 this morning for the high. RXT. And the low, they're not even showing, but it looks like 120. But this is RXT right now. All right. Bought last night, RXT, Arctic adjuster. I'm sorry. Thank you for that comment, and I agree with you 100%. Trading on stocks you don't know about is nuts. You're exactly right. So we know what we're buying. Yesterday, this stock, we bought it, and it closed at 122. And this morning, it's trading at 137, 138. So what is your point? How do you know we don't know about what we're buying? You just waltzed in here into the tank, and then all of a sudden you're the genius that going to tell us we don't know what we're doing? How about this one? You don't think I know what I'm doing there when I told everybody to buy it right there this morning? You should have been here 20, 30 minutes ago. You could have bought this stock right there where I told everyone I thought it was the bottom. And you'll see that I bought it there, as a matter of fact. If you don't believe me, I'll show you right now. There's EVTV, filled buys. And you can see where I bought at 193, folks. The morning's low was 193, and I bought it at 193 right there. And I went in there at that number, 193. I went in there for just 40 shares at 193. I bought 40 shares at 193. And I also bought shares recently at 194.85, and I also bought 195 EVTV. And as you can see now, it's trading at $2. So here you go. These are the charts. This is EVTV. Currently, this morning, it experiences a crossover, a triple crossover of the 200-day average right there. And as you can see, then it consolidated. I sold it up here this morning already. I sold every one of my shares right up here from 208, 29, 211, 213. I sold all of them. Then it dropped here and capitulated on the 50. And I call this configuration kissing ET. And I told my folks to buy it this morning, or suggested. I never tell anybody what to do. They can do whatever they want here on this channel. Anything they want. Yep. So I don't tell people what to do. I'm just showing them the data. They can do with it what they want. It's their decision what they want to do with what I show. If they want to use their money, if they want to paper trade to get good, I tell people to learn on paper trading. And I'm not here to argue with you. No, you're free to do and move about the cabin. The captain, Catfish, says, take off your seatbelt. And on my flight, you can actually lean back in your seats, way back, because there's lots of space between the seat rows. So you can lean back, and you can even kick your legs up. If you pull that little lever on the right side, you'll see that it comes up. That comes up, and now you got a nice leg rest. And we provide free libations here too, if you know what those are. Free libations on Cat Flight today. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and learn. Learn from somebody who's been trading in the stock market for 26 years. Yeah, no, you can't take your socks off, PB. No. Because a lot of people, they don't plan for travel, and they get up and they're on a rush and they're running around and they're sweaty and they sweat and they get, a lot of them are fat and stinky and they sweat and all their feet get all sweaty. So no, 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 there's a limitation. We have to keep things smelling wonderful in the tank here. Yep. Someone says to me, did you get out of TRNR yesterday? I tried to. I waited 1 minute too late. I waited 1 minute too late to get out of it. I tried to sell like 400 shares. Half of my position I tried to sell, and I waited 1 minute too late to get out. And then I thought, maybe that's just God. Yeah, it's God. He's teaching me a lesson. Never hold these day trade stocks overnight. So, yeah, I'm taking a hit on that one. I'm taking a hit on it. But I'm all right. I'm only down $78 today right now. So I'm not hurting too bad. I'll be fine. I'll be green by the end of the day. I feel certain I'll be green by the end of the day. I have a very positive attitude. And regarding TRNR, I'm fine with it at 33 cents. I think it's a great buy. Whoever just manipulated it down and got it at 32, well, all I can say to you is congratulations. And I'm sad for you that you did not get the 31 that you so deeply wanted and desired. So I feel sad that that's the number you had to settle with, 32, because that's not, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a power number, all right? That's not a power manipulator number. That shows weakness to me. So don't be surprised if they don't double ta-ta this down now and try to get that 31, because they really want 31. Now, that being said, they also deeply desire, and they'll settle with 33, which is what they got right here, 33. Where the 10-day average, or the 5-day turquoise stopped, right there is 33, folks. So when they got that, they were happy. And you can see right over here where it ended up being there, 32.85. And so they got that. They got it. They got the 33 at least. They didn't get the 31, which is really another number they love, but they got the 33. And that's probably going to be the bottom on it today. Now, I don't make any guarantees, folks, but I wouldn't doubt it at all if that wouldn't be the bottom, okay? 33 or 32. And let's go over here and go to trade. And let's take a look. Hold on. At TRNR. And let's come down here and see how many shares they stocked up at 32. There we go. So there's the low of the day. There's the low of the day so far on TRNR. And you can see there's still an order. Someone's hoping to get another 200 there. And but at the low of the day, how many shares were traded? 7,287 shares traded at the low of the day at 32 cents. Alexa, what is 7,208?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat your calculation?
What is 7,287 times 0.32?
7,287 times 0.32 is 2,331.84.
Alexa, stop. So at the low of the day on this stock, someone bought $2,300 worth of it, okay? 2,300 was the low of the day. Could be you, could be me, could be anybody that might be watching on this in the tank. But that was the low, okay? And that's how many shares there were there. And now I want to look at how many were at 33. So we know, and then 33 saw 34,000 shares, 3 times as many, because there were 7,007, 5 times, 34,451. So 5 times as many shares were bought at 33 cents. Got it. And what a coincidence now that the price would try to be got at, this is one of their numbers, 33.31. See, I told you already about the 31. The 31. And right now, it looks like the bid is at 33.31. And that doesn't surprise me, okay? The bid is 33.31, and the ask is 33.5. And anyway, I'm just showing this to you in case you find any interest in it. And what I like to do on these penny stocks is back out on them and look at this like this. And now you can see on these penny stock where all the massive selling was to make it run down to 32 cents. Okay. And most of the massive selling was right up here, folks. Heavy, 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 heavy selling here. Heavy selling here. First, there was excited, the way to read this, first there was excited buying early. Then there was heavy selling, okay? Heavy, heavy selling. All the dark areas is selling on the bid. All the light areas is buying on the ask. Right there, buying on the ask. And down here, the thing to be interested and take to note, is down here, there's not any heavy selling at all. All this is just freaking buyers buying on the ask. When they got it down into that range in the 32, 33, 33, everybody was buying it, folks. There was all buying on the ask. All that volume is bought on the ask right there. And all of this right now, there's more buyers than there are sellers right there at that price. Right there, there's more buyers than there is sellers. And there's way more buyers than sellers there. So I'm just showing you this. You can do with this information whatever you want. I took a poll this morning. It says, did you buy any EVT with me when it touched the 194 range? And by the way, this is TRNR right now. And there it goes. It's gone. In my opinion, this could be the beginning of it moving, okay? Now, I'm not telling you to buy in and buy hundreds of shares of this stock unless you want to spend that much. It's your decision. I would suggest you go in lightly and pick up 50 shares, spend $25, or maybe just pick up less, maybe pick up 10. It depends on your budget, people. But right now, this chart looks good, and I see others buying here. There's others buying. You would not be coming in alone. There's quite a few buyers here versus sellers. In fact, almost everyone is buying. There's hardly any red on those at all. Everyone buying there, hardly any red on that. Everyone buying there. They're buying it, folks. Someone else is. I'm not telling you to buy it, but I'm suggesting this looks good. TRNR. It had great news yesterday, and it shot way, way up. And the volume was unbelievable on this. In case you're not aware of it, I'll show you right now. This is the stock that yesterday morning shot up. I mean, this thing shot up yesterday morning on its news. And yesterday it traded 305 million shares. Now, if you go over to its statistics to determine how many shares are outstanding, there are 5 million shares of this stock available. And one only can only wonder how in the world could a stock that has a float of only 2.39 million shares, that only has a float of 2.39 million shares, and only has 5 million 25 available, 5.25, that's 5,250,000 shares. How in the world that a stock that only has 5,250,000 shares, how in the heck can that stock trade that many shares, 305 million, and fall the whole time? Falling the whole time on 305 million shares. Their high was 78 cents. 78 cents was the high. And it just gets abolished by massive. I mean, again, I ask, how is that possible when there's only 5 million shares available of this stock? All right, DP Barrett up 500 on a very tough week to trade, by the way. That's interesting, Jayhawk. Has anybody else noticed that the normal 8 o'clock a.m. test, or whatever you want to call it, where the price jumps and bounces up and down, all crazy, has not happened today? Well, I'll show you what has happened. This has happened, okay? Everything Dow futures, green, 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 and then suddenly red, 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 red. Gold now jumping to 5,042 per ounce. Just crossed over 5,000 again 2 days ago. Yesterday was down into the 4.9s a couple days back. In case you didn't hear about it this morning, this stock, AUUD, announced that a bunch of its warrants had expired and were no longer available. And there are no more warrants that can be either issued or even cashed in. So it's all over for their warrants. And that's a good thing for them, by the way. And how they're down 7% this morning, I'm not really sure, but that is good news that they had this morning. It says that AUUD announces expiration of publicly traded warrants. And if you didn't know what that is, this company, AUUD, announced today that its publicly traded warrants, AUUDW, expired in accordance with their original terms at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on February 19th, 2026. Says here, trading in the warrants ceased at the close of the market on February 18th, 2026, after which the warrants were removed from listing on NASDAQ. And it says any warrants that remain unexercised at expiration were voided and are of no further value. And folks, that is good. This expiration occurs automatically under the warrant agreement, does not require any action from warrant holders, has no impact on the company's common stock, which will continue to trade on NASDAQ under the symbol AUUD. Well, this news and it says Audia is currently executing on a transformational business combination that upon closing will result in the formation of McCarthy Finney Incorporated, a holding company delivering AI and Web3 shared services to its subsidiaries. Upon closing of the merger transaction, McCarthy Finney will trade under the new ticker symbol MCFN. That's what's going on. And Audia, through its proprietary AI platform for audio, is reinventing not only how consumers engage with AM/FM radio, podcasts, and other audio content, but also how artists and labels promote their music and gain access to mainstream radio audiences. Audia's Discover Radio is the first music promotion program platform to deliver artists guaranteed exposure to radio listeners. Audia's flagship audio super app called Fair Deer is free to listeners and delivers multiple industry-first listening experiences, including AI-enabled ad-free listing on any AM/FM music station, content skipping across any AM/FM music station, one-touch skipping of entire podcast ad breaks, and integrated artist discovery experiences. So this is what they do, and I'm just letting you know that this is what they've done. Today, that's the news for AUUD. And for me, this is not good that it's down 7% this morning, because I have one account that's holding 500 shares of it. But it is nonetheless down this morning in the pre-market, and it was lower already this morning, but it's recovered from when they took it down, and we'll see what happens. Someone asked me about TRNR. Yesterday, I tried to sell this right before 8 o'clock, and interestingly enough, I was engaged with a bunch of people. We were talking and we were sharing and we were having a good time last night. And the next thing you know, I went over to make my sell of the TRNR, and I missed it by like 1 second. And I want to let you know that one of my viewers said to me, "Hey, I tried to warn you, and why did you block my warning about time running out?" And I did not do that, but some moderator did that, folks. Here on YouTube last night, one of my viewers tried to give me a heads up. "Hey, Catfish, it's almost 8 o'clock. And YouTube deleted his warning to me about the time. How do you like that? That's right, folks. Someone tried to warn me last night, "Hey, it's almost 8. You want to get that order in." And he said his comment was removed. His comment was removed. Oh, man. Oh, why? Why, YouTube, would you delete someone's warning to me that it was almost 8 o'clock? And remember, you want to sell. And I saw that. I said, and the guy wrote to me and said, why did you delete my warning? Why did you remove my comment? Hey, Catfish, it's almost 8 o'clock, because I was engaged with everybody. We were singing and we were talking and we were having a good time. And that little deletion that they deleted that comment to remind me cost me 24% on this stock, YouTube. Because I told everybody, we're not going to hold this overnight, folks. We're going to sell this before 8 o'clock. So I'm just saying, I don't know who it was that decided to delete that warning to me about it almost being 8 o'clock, but I hope you're listening now, and I hope you I feel like, I just hope that you just get what you deserve. Because that is karmatic, okay? Karma. I'm going to make up a word, karmatic. And you got some splaining to do. Why would you do that? Remove someone warning me to sell this stock, and now I'm down 25% on it. And I don't like that, and I hope that you'll refrain from people's freedom of speech on this channel and let us work together as a team, okay? That's part of what this channel is all about, is that we inform each other all the time about breaks on stocks and when something's jumping and when something's going on, and we work together as a team. And don't tear our team up. Don't please, YouTube, I know you're listening. Please don't take people's comments off that aren't something that shouldn't be said. If there's no cursing going on and there's nothing condescending, or if there's nothing that's out of line with your rules, but to take someone's comment off to let me know that the 8 o'clock hour was almost there and I better execute my sell orders, which I had sitting there. I had them just sitting there waiting because I didn't want to wait until I wanted to see where we were at the last minute, because stocks like this can all of a sudden sometimes spring up 10% in 10 seconds, folks. I'm not kidding. You never know what the real heavy-duty people are doing, and how they're going to manipulate. And you never know what the whales are going to do. They make actions. They don't want to show their cards till the last second, see? But at any rate, so there I was with my order waiting to be sold, and I put it in and looked over, and it was 8 o'clock, and it was 8 o'clock. And someone said, well, why did you delete my notification to you that it was almost 8 o'clock? Remember, you got to sell. But I was just talking away, and I was having a good time, and we were sharing in a great time, and some YouTube moderator decided to remove someone's warning to me that it was almost 8 o'clock. What a freaking world. What a world. But I tell you what, that's all right. You'll get what you deserve. And that's all I'm going to say about it. That's a bad thing to do, to create that kind of karma. And you're doing it against a whole mass of people, not just me. Because that person's warning about it being almost 8 o'clock could go out to anyone else on this channel that intended to do the same thing I did, wanted to sell. And maybe I shouldn't put any blame there at all. It should just be all my fault. I should have just gone ahead and sold way before the 8 o'clock hour. I shouldn't have waited till the last minute. But still, what your actions do are going to affect a lot of people, and that's a lot of negative karma coming on you. That's right, Buster Brown. What goes around comes around. Yep, my 2 cents. Hello. What we're discussing here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, is that last night I told everyone we're not going to hold this stock. We are not going to hold TRNR. If we lost some money on it today, and I was down a little bit on it, I was down like $28 on it. But I haven't even looked at my account this morning on this one that holds this one and I don't want to look at it right now, to be honest with you. But I'm certainly not very happy to be down 25% on this thing. But shit happens, people, so you just have to go on and keep moving forward. I'm up this morning very nicely on RXT, and I'm up very nicely on my DRMA that I bought this morning. Very good. All right. So we're going to start turning things around right now. And but I'm going to log out of this right here, and I am going to get into another account here. Just give me a second here. And as you know, those of you that are listening to me, I've been trying to tell you as of late that we need to be very cautious and not hold on to these very volatile day trade stocks overnight. And if you guys will give me a minute, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get this passcode here. I'll be right back. Hopefully they don't shut my stream off and update my software while I go on this break. If they do that, I'll start another stream with the same headline, the same thumbnail, and I'll start it in about 5 minutes if they shut my stream off. Well, I'm only down $69. And this is not the right account though. Okay, let me get on another account here. So these numbers I have right here, RXT, very nice this morning. So I'm glad to see that RXT running up this morning. And I'm going to sell some of it here now. And the stock I'm selling is RXT, ladies and gentlemen. And let me see where it was earlier this morning. $134, and the high was $144 this morning. I should have sold it earlier. Well, I couldn't. That was at 2 in the morning. $144 at 2 in the morning. And you know what? I'm going to hold on to this right now. I like what it's doing here. RXT lowest this morning was way down here. Next low was here. Next low was here. And folks, there's a massive gap right there. Then the next low was here. Next low was here. Nothing stopped it from here up to there this morning. So there may be a nice move coming this morning to the upside. if the volume stays in it. So I think seeing this enthusiasm down here to buy big candlesticks every once in a while, and then them to drive it down here. I'm not going to sell on this barcode because I like the 200 and the 50-day up here. That looks like pure manipulation to barcode it at a higher level than they had it already this morning, just to now get it here. And there it goes, right there. Good. I like that. So RXT, I'm not going to sell it. I'm going to buy it. Coming in right now. Limit order, 136. Review order. Oh, I got to make sure I make that good till cancel plus extended. And place it. All right. Order status. And I got it at 135.94. Now, AUUD, I see the bid is 102. The ask is 104. Okay, I'm coming in again right now on RXT. Coming in at 137. RXT, folks, I'm trying 137 now. And this looks very good here, folks, crossing the 200 right now. And I'm just going to come on in at 138 because I love to buy that number. And I got 137.85. My last buy was at 135.94, and now 137.85. And this is a stock I'm buying. I'm going to show it to you on the 5-day chart as well. So let's look at the 5-day. There it is right there. This is the stock I'm buying, RXT. I'm buying it on this rising 200 and the momentum and strength of a rising 45 and 50-day line. And I see every time they kiss that 1050 and ride it, then it's going to bounce. Kiss the 50, ride it, and then bounce. Folks, it's very likely this is going to go up at the open. All right? Now, I can't guarantee it, but this is a rising 200 steadily rising and a rising 45 and 50 steadily rising. And you can see here, kiss the ET, kiss the ET. Okay? Kiss the ET, baby. And that's a crocky gate if I ever saw one, people. Oh, I'm telling you right now, you better be looking out, shorty, because I think that thing's coming to get you right there. You know, you can see the features of the crocky gator. And if you didn't know yet what a crocky gator is, I'll tell you what a crocky gator is. A crocky gator has the head of a crocodile like you see right there on one end. And on the other end of him, he's got the head of an alligator. And the crocky gator and the alligator, they just consume and consume. And what makes them damn mean, so mean, is that they can't take a poop. So this is why the crocky gator is one of the meanest creatures out there. And you can clearly see this is a crocky gator if I ever saw one. He's a big lugger too. You don't want to mess around, shorty. I'm telling you, you got the water rising here. You got his eyes right there on you, shorty. And there you are right there shaking in your shoes. And he can smell you shitting in your jeans. Oh, boy, she looks good. Watch that crocky start to open his mouth now. He can smell him right there. He smells the shorty. They're shitting their pants. And I'm coming in for more. Boy, golly, I'm going to try to buy it right now. I just bought it at 135.94. Coming in now, limit 137, 138. Come on, let's get some more of this thing. Let's buy it, folks, if you want to. Don't buy it if you don't want to. It's not my decision, it's yours. I just filled at 137, 137.85, 135. Well, got some there, yeah. RXT. I bought it this morning already. You can see right here, folks. RXT. There's all my buys right there. See my prices? 105, 104, 103, 102, 102, 102, 101, 101, 103. Look at all the buys of RXT right here. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one. 120, 121, because I was buying AUUD as well. Look at that right there. Lots of buys there, 120s, 120s. RXT this morning. Bought it. Or actually, that was yesterday afternoon at 3:45. I bought her yesterday on the drop, 3:45. Nice, eh? All right. We're looking good, people. I hope you're having a good day, every one of you. Today, you're trading with crocodile catfish. That's right. And if you want to see a knife, I've got one to show you. That's right. A big knife. I carry a big knife. MGRX should have a 200% on the testosterone news. The Bass Assassin, hello. CDT at 108. Ty Turner, thank you very much. Well, right now, by Crocky, I've been buying this RXT stock. I got a bid on it right now, waiting at 138. And we got a buy Crocky right here, Crocky Gator showing his head right there. This stock right here, ladies and gentlemen, is called RXT. You want to take a look at the long-term chart right here. RXT, look at that thing right there, baby. Oh, yeah, I bought it when it kissed the AT right there yesterday afternoon. Oh, yeah, I was a buyer right there. Nice. RXT. I also bought a bunch of shares of AUUD at 101, 101, 101, 102. I bought a bunch of shares there. There's my buy at 138, I hope. Waiting at 138. It says the last was 138. They saw my shares there, and they said they're going to go get more. I'm going to go get some Cat Tylers. No, I just filled at 137 on it. And I'm waiting 138 right now. Still sitting there, 138. Won't fail. RXT, folks. There it is right there. RXT. 200 rising, 50 rising, 45 rising. Everything's rising on the horizon. RXT. I got my buy order in now at 138. Trying to fill right now, 138. As a matter of fact, we'll put another buy order right now at 137. That's right. By Crocky, I'm buying it right there. They can take it down to 137. They might even try for 133 right at the open. They might want to try to get 131 as well, or 120. So be cautious, folks. Don't be buying too much here. After they open, they might try to take a deep vaggy on her right there. So we'll be ready with some money there. If we see a deep vaggy, we're going to buy this right here, RXT. If it come out the gate and they try to run it down to 133, 131, you might want to have some orders there. AVTV. Yeah, baby. Look at that on the 20-day chart. Let's take a look at the 1 day now. Oh, yeah, kissing the ET, baby. Come on. Come on. Come on now. Folks, I sold this stock this morning. Someone told me about it, and I sold it very early. Let's go right here. EVTV. Thanks for calling that out. Bye. Good till canceled, but by an extended hours. 194, huh? All right. And I'm going to be trying to buy it right here. 193. That's where you want to kiss it. Coming in now here, another one. Buy. 194. 40 shares. Good till cancel plus extended. Place another order. Buy. 40 shares. Good till cancel plus extended. 195. And I'm not going to place this order yet. You know, I'm always learning something, or at least I'm trying to learn something here, folks. And one of the things I want to do here is I'm not, and I'm going to show a little bit of my naivety here. But every time I see an order here filled, I'm seeing the letters XADF, but there's also another player besides XADF, and that is, and you'll see it in a minute here. And notice that as XADF is coming in on XADF, the price seems to be rising on the XADF orders, but there is also ARCX. See that? And it jumps on ARCX buys. So when you've got a lot of ARCX, they're coming in, the price is rising. And when you have a lot of XADF, the price is falling, folks. So just, I have never really noticed this before until now, but I am looking at upon it now. And I want to know, just my curiosity, what is the difference between XADF and ARCH? We'll see here in a minute. But they're, oh, IEGX. So I'm going to write these down. I'm curious. So we got IEG. What was that? IEGF. And we got XADF. Oh, excellent, DP Barrett. Excellent. XADF. And I think that other one was IEGX or IEGF. ARCX. ARCX. All right. So what I want to do, believe it or not, I want to try to find out what these are. I took CDT 112. All right. XADF, ARCX. I like what I'm seeing here. Well, here's why I'm mentioning this to you. Because I was watching another trader one time who trades online live, and he was going by which one of these symbols was going in on as to whether they were typically shorters or whether they went typically long. And he had an identification as he was trading, and he was saying, I see so and so's getting in here. That means it's going to pull back. I was like, oh wow. So he knew, and I'm going to try to figure this out because I'd love to know this if this is an advantage we can use. And right now we were only seeing two players in here on this, XADF and ARCX, and another one IEG something. I didn't get the last letter on that. I didn't write it down in time, but I want to see if we can get some others coming in besides just this RECX and XADF. Because right now, that's all we've got. And there was another one, IEG something. And hopefully I get to see that letter again soon, too, that they'll come in again and bid again. But I want to know, DeBass says MGRX. MGRX. Thank you. CDIO. Charles Washington called that one out, and Slim Jim called that out. XADF. And I want to find out what these are, these letters. And I'd like to see that other one come back in again. That was IEG something. We saw a brief IEG something. But primarily, these orders are being executed by XADF. And I'd like to know what that is. So if you guys are curious, like me, and ARCX, you want to do a little research and do a little investigating, I'd really like you to see if you can determine what in stocks, what is ARCX, and maybe you could put XADF, and the other one was IEGF, I think. I think it was IEGF. And that might be a cut because IEGF might be for fund. The F might be fund or something. I don't know. Those are exchanges. Yes, and apparently the more exchanges that you have involved on a stock, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or not, but right now I'm seeing that there are 3 exchanges on here, and the other one is just tapped once or twice, IEG something. So there it is, EDGX. EDGX is a new one. So now we have a new source for money coming in. We've got XADF, we've got ARCX, and a new player just came in, EDGX. And there was one other one that was IEG something, but I haven't seen that one come in again yet. So we've got four exchanges now. Thanks for letting me know that, Brunette or Die. I appreciate it, and good morning. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. And but I think it's worth noting, BHAT. Thank you very much. J-Dub, thank you. In case you're not aware of this, I want you to know that is my feeling, and it's my feeling only, but I do believe that this EVTV is at a buy point, because what I call this is kissing ET. And this formation of the once, twice, and then the run down to the lips is almost one of the most common formations you're ever going to see, especially once, twice, and then 3 times, and then give it the kiss. And after it kisses here, it's usually kiss it goodbye, okay? Not always, but it often is. It often is. So my suggestion is get you some right there. Just buy a few. Not telling you to go in very heavily. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not telling you to go in heavy here. But I would pick up some shares here. All right, and I'm doing that right now. And I just filled at 194.99. My previous order filled at 194. And my last order on RXT just filled at 137. And I've got 2 orders now at 137 on that RXT. And I see AUUD is now down to 103, 105. They made an announcement today, a company announcement. They made an announcement, AUUD, that their warrants had expired. And so there's no more executing any of their warrants that were out. So they fulfilled their term, and no more warrants for AUUD. And I just bought some more of it this morning, a little bit more of it. I bought a lot at 102 and 101 yesterday, and right now it's at 105. But I loaded up the boat on this stock yesterday when it was down to 102 and 101. And you can see right here that I started buying this stock yesterday a lot. This is AUUD. AUUD. And I filled quite a few shares there at 102, 102, 102, 101, 101, 102, 102, 102. And right now it's not hugely up, but it is at 105 for the ask. And NAMM and open, okay? All right. So let's start off. And I want you to take a look at CDIO. And that thing looks like it is going to completely bounce like heck out of here. CDIO. It closed yesterday at 224 a share. This stock was called out by Charles Washington and Slim Jim both. And this is the stock, CDIO, called out yesterday. And yesterday's closed 224, this morning 313. Now, the only reason I would suggest a buy at 313 is because the high was already 329. And I bet you that they ran it down just now to 308. I bet you this run here was to 308. Right here just now. And here's where they dropped it to right there. 307. 307 is where they dropped it to. And this is pretty typical, folks. 330 to 307. What a nice drop. And this is CDIO. CDIO. Called out yesterday by two of our viewers, Slim Jim and Charles Washington. And it looks extremely good here to me. All right. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Just look at that 50 and 45 day get flattened out a little while they drove it down. A deep veggie, then run. And now look at the 45 rising off the 50. Look at the 200 change and go up, coming into the opening bell. Now, could they immediately sell all the shares that they bought right here and all the shares they just bought here? And right out of the gate, could they take short positions and sell it back down to the 200? You bet your ass they can. Everybody that bought all these shares and created all this FOMO right here can short this thing out of the gate and make it fall all the way to the 200 day, folks. So I'm telling you, don't be surprised if that happens. Okay? And even if it comes out of the gate and it starts rocketing up here and you can sell it at 344, 347, 49, 350, once it gets there, they're going to bring it down and kiss this 50 day at some point. The 50 day may be about right here, and then they'll come at it and drive it right down to that 50 day right here after the big run up and surge right out of the gate. So I'm telling you, two scenarios. One is that everybody who's been buying and buying these shares and buying them all up and have now hoarded millions of shares right out of the gate can take a short position and they can all together sell those shares that they bought all morning. And they FOMO'd people. They got everybody into thinking, oh my gosh, this thing is just, who knows how high it's going to go. Well, that's what they love to do. So just be aware, two scenarios. Either it comes out of here and then it runs right up here, and then this 50 day gets about there, and then they pinch it down to the 50 and wait for the 200 to get up here and flatline it sideways until the 200 comes on up. Then it bounces. That is one scenario. The other one is they sell it down right out of the gate to the 200 day. Or maybe they can only sell it down to the 50 again, like they did right there, like they did there, like they did there, like they did there, and then like they did there. Maybe they can only get it down to the 50. But I would buy when it comes out of the gate and comes down and touches the 50. That'd be my first place to buy a little bit, just a little, because they may come on down past that and try to kiss the 200. By then, the 200 will be about right here or so. So this might be a good buy at 297. today. 297, 298, 299. They've already been accumulating it here this morning. 3 points of resistance. 1, 2, 3. So that should be a resistance point to the bottom. They already know this is the resistance point right there. Here we go, folks. And here we go. Let's see if they take it out and down here right out of the gate or not. Let's just see what happens here, folks. See what happens. All right, EVTV up 11.27%. This is CDIO right here. Let's look at IVF. IVF was called out this morning by 28 Trader. IVF, there it is out of the gate. Good buying coming in here in the first two candlesticks there. That's some good buying coming in on IVF. But are they buying it just to sell it then? To take a short position and sell it? And it's almost over $1, folks. It's at 98 cents, so that's not a buy point. I would wait and put my order in here at 92, at 88, 93, all right? Don't buy at the dollar. I showed you this the other day on a stock, and I was right. It went from $1 back down to 88 cents, and then it went over $1 and went to $2 almost. But you don't want to buy the dollar, and you don't want to buy anywhere around the dollar. All right, so that one I would not suggest right now. EVTV. I just bought EVTV at 192. I'm going to come over here, buy it. I'm on my other account here now buying it. Limit. Now I want to show you guys something. Yep, I just got 191 on EVTV, so they're bringing it down. Now I want you guys to see something here. I'm ready to buy this, but I want to place this order when things are going up. So right now the deepest drop is 983. Okay, I'm watching it very closely. 983. 983 is the deepest. There it is again. See. And I don't just want the deepest drop. I want to know the highest pop. So 983 and 1040 is the range we're in right now. 983 and 1040. Watch what I'm talking about here. Now 983 and 1012. We want to see that 1040 again here now, or she's dropping. There it is. So now we've got 983 as an established low, and now 994. So 983 just went to 994. Oh my, EVTV, folks, watch it close. Let's see if we can get anything in the nines again. We're watching the percentage only. No, there's no more in the nines. No more 10s, no more 11s apparently. Wait though, wait for pullbacks. Don't go in yet. We're going to be very patient here. Watch a double ta-ta action here on EVTV. I'm not in a hurry. No hurry at all. My. I'll buy there. I just got 196.86. The stock I've decided to day trade today is EVTV. Now down 11. All right, watch it. The deepest drop is in the 11s. Oh, yeah, watch it close. 1205 is the lowest now. 1205 is the lowest. Jeez. Bring it back down here in the 12s for me. Come on. 1205. We're close. 1272 is now the new low. 1272 is the new low. 12.8, 12.72. I'm going to buy it right there. And I got it at 195.5 there. Now, I've already bought it, folks, down here. Earlier this morning, I already bought it at 193. The lowest I could get was 193 this morning. And I just bought some RXT at 137. 137, it's now at 138. RXT. I also bought it at 135.94 was the lowest I could get RXT this morning. 135.94 was the lowest I could get RXT this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what I call kissing ET, folks. Right here, this is what I call this. Kissing ET here. Kissing this rising 200 after they had a high of 217. And ladies and gentlemen, I sold EVT this. I had 400 shares and I sold it at 208, 210, 211, 213 this morning. I sold 207, 208, 211, and 213. I sold all 400 shares. And now I call this kissing ET right off the 200 day. And they're going to try to stay on this 200 until this red 45 and 50 get right down to the 200. Then, boing, off it goes. So they're going to try to ride on here until this red 50-day and the blue 45 touch right there. Then it will go bonker up. All right? But right now, they're holding it here, and they're going to barcode it right here until this red gets down into this range, okay? That's what I think they're going to try right here. They're waiting for this red and this blue to come down to the 200-day and capitulate it. They really love to get that to happen. All right? And in order to get that to happen, this price is going to have to come down a lot more to get this 50-day to come down and hit the 200. But I wouldn't doubt it at all to see them try to do that, okay? EVTV. And the lowest I could buy it already this morning was 193. I'm right now looking at it very closely. Bid is 190. It's up 9.95. And again, here's what I'm watching and focusing on. The gain of it. How much is it up? Now only up 6%. And I just bought EVTV at 189. And here's the 188, folks. Boom. And I just bought 187.65. All right. Folks, I sold this morning at $2.13. It's the absolute typical market manipulation. And they're going to go down to 182 here, folks. So, and one, maybe even 177. So I'm going to try to come in a limit at 182. 182. And I'm going to try it right now. Review order and place it. And they're going to try for 182 or 183 here, folks, for the low, I believe. And they're going to get it right now. Right now. And I'm trying to buy 182. And I also like to buy anything around 182 and 183. So I'm just going to come on in a market order here right now. And I got 184.5. And I did get the 182. Yes. Yes. Nice. We got the 182 buy there, folks. Look at that. 182 filled. Well, I called that, and the reason that I'm using that number to buy in, just so you realize, I don't just do it for no reason. If you look over here, you're going to see after a stock has gone up to 213, 182 is a buyback, 182 and 183. 182 and 183. So it's not just a random number that I'm buying out there, okay? It's on my sheet. All right, it's on my sheet, 182. And that's what they just ran it down to. Perfect. And now she's at 185. All right, this morning I am now up on RXT. It's up 28% RXT. Look at that, folks. Nice. And I'm selling here. I'm going to come out for 20 shares at market, review order, and place it. Congratulations, RXT, folks. Come out, limit order 164. Make sure you get in a sell order at 166. Nice. RXT, baby. Hey there, Cheryl. Welcome. Good morning. Now it's time to put a buy order in it. RXT 155. Put a buy order in right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm not telling you what to do. Trying to buy 155 now. Try and come in underneath it. 156. I'm just going to try 156 for sure. Somebody's going to try and swat this thing back. Somebody's going to try to. Trying 157 now. Bid is 158. Ask is 190, 159. And I've got orders in at 155, 156, 157. I just got them. I just got them. Yep, there you go. They came and got my shares from me there. I told you someone was going to swat it back. I told you they swat it back, and they swatted it back 6 cents. 6 cents. Nice. Come on down to 149. I said they might even try that. So I see AUUD. Somebody again has likes this at 101, where I bought a lot yesterday. They're back there again trying to get AUUD at 101, and they made announcements that their warrants AUUDW no longer available. They have expired, and no one can execute anything on AUUD warrants. They finished out their term. Here comes RXT right back down. I'm up on it right now, 8% right now on RXT. 161's a pretty, I guess, a common number for a high of the day, but more likely we're going to see 166, folks, for the high of the day. And so I got my sell orders in there. And now I want to look at EVTV. Oh, yeah. Kiss it good there. Oh, a deep vaggy, and then off she goes, folks. EVTV. I've got 150 shares of that. And I am green on it today. All right, just give me a second here now. An RXT 230 left. I feel good about EVTV here, folks. It looks good. And they did bring it down, and I said kissing ET, and then they took it even lower. And now she's run back up to where they kissed it the first time. And there she goes. EVTV, folks. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Right on up. Nice. RENX is up 3% today. OLB is up 2.15, but RXT's our big runner today, up 26%. EVTV right there, folks. There it is, EVTV. And look at them try to dump a bunch of shares there to stop that crossover from the crossover, the 50-day right there. Holy cow, look at that thing blowing up over the 200 right now. And look at the 50-day come right down to it. And folks, I told you that this is what they wanted to do. I told you about 30 minutes ago, they wanted this 50-day to come down to the 200 before they come in. I told you that, folks. This is what I told you, that they were going to bring this down to the 200 and then they'd come in. And sure enough, look at them come in there. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice. Very nice. And I'm up also very nicely right now on my RXT buy. RXT buys I bought today, I'm very happy with. RXT. There it is. And baby, look at that thing bounce right there even. Just look at it bounce. Bouncing now. RXT. I told you 161 wasn't going to be the high. And I told you to buy it back at 155. And now she's at 159, up 19.24, up 19.61, up 1891, up 1957, up 1946. Might as well keep riding the rise. I'm going to buy it right here. Market. Oh my gosh, this thing is up 29%. Look at this, folks. RXT. RXT. And I know a lot of people are holding this stock that bought it with me. RXT. Now the highest rise 20, the lowest rise 27, and it was just up 29. So I'm watching this very close. Review order. 27.49 is the least. All right. Now 26.12, 25.12 is the least. It was just 29% up. And I'm looking for the low buy right here. I want to buy back in. 25.71 is the lowest. 26.43, now 25.71. Again, tapping the lowest gain. 25.71 is now the lowest. There it is again. Now 25.80, now 76. 76. I'm in right there. Because I love to buy below $1.55. And I just got 154 and a half. I also got 153.96. I got 153.96 and 154 now. And the bid now 150, the ask is 155. Of course it is, because they love that number to accumulate shares. Now let's go look at several other stocks that have been called out today, all right? You can do whatever you want with this one, but let's look at, this is RXT right here. And let's look at some other stocks that have been called out today, all right? And those stocks are DRMA, which I bought. And it right now is on the 200-day. Now, I bought it in the pre-market down here. I bought this in the pre-market here, and I love this. Buy some of this right here, folks. Right on that 200-day, folks. They just rode the 5 down right to the 200. And I would suggest buy 5 shares of this here. 5, not anymore. All right? And then monitor it and watch it. But I would suggest since the low was much lower than this in the pre-market. And now we're seeing the market drive it down to kiss the ET right there, folks. Kiss the bearded ET right there, kissing goodbye. And this morning, you can see where they did it already. I want you to be aware of this, folks, so you understand. Look where they did this. Kiss it, kiss it, kiss it, kiss it. Then they dropped it. I bought it right there. This is where I bought it this morning. Then they kissed the ET there as they broke the 200 average. As this broke over the 200, they brought it down and kissed it right on the 200 again. And now they bring it down and kiss it off the 50, bring it down and kiss it off the 50. And now they again kiss it off the 200. Just like they did here, folks. Kiss the ET right there. That's the place to buy on the bearded ET right there, folks. That's your buy right there. And could they bring it back down for one more deep double ta-ta? Yes, they could try that. Yes, they could. This could be a cup, a handle, and then a drop and pop. So don't go in heavy. I'm not telling you to buy thousands of shares here. I'm just saying this looks like a good place on DRMA to make a little bit of a commitment. Not much, but a little. Get a little. 15.44% down now. 15.54% down. 15.54 and 15.44. And DRMA. And I'm not saying to buy in a lot. I'm saying very, very lightly. Very lightly. Next one is CDIO. Going to look now at a call out, CDIO. And the same thing applies to this, folks. Kissing the ET right now. Wow. Charles Washington called this out. And Slim Jim also called this out. CDIO. Kissing the ET right there. And now it looks like it's ready to springboard right here. Consolidating right here. Consolidating at 303. And I'm going to guess the high was 333. Well, what do you know? Look at the high today. Look at the high over here. 333, 334. Well, you know to sell there, folks. You know to sell 333, 334, CDIO. All right, now let's look at IVF, called out by 28 Trader this morning. IVF. Oh, there's your dip. Dip, 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 dip. Look how high it was this morning. $1.34 as well. See what I mean by that 133, folks? Well, that is a sell every time. No doubt about it. Sell it there. And then here it hit 130, so you should have sold there too. But right now, there's the buy-in. 92 cents. Folks, look over here at my buy-sell sheet. Look at this buyback number. It says, well, first of all, it says to sell right there, and it says to sell the 92 and 93. So if a price rises up to 92 and 93 and you sell it there, then if it drops to 92 and 93, that's a buy. All right? So that's just my suggestion. And sure enough, the price went up to $1.34 and came down to 90. And they did it again just now. The same price that they tested this morning. At what time was that? 6:22 a.m. They tested this price as the low. 6:22 while you were asleep. They knew how low they could make it go today. And so sure enough, they took it right there to that same number. Boom. And off she goes. Just like it did this morning. Whoop, and then boing, and whoop, and then boing. IVF, okay, that one was called out by 28 Trader. And 28 Trader also called out EVTV, thank goodness, because I went over there and then sold it. Yep, as soon as he called it out this morning, I jumped over there and sold it at $2.08 to 11 to 13. I sold every share I had there this morning. EVTV. I sold every share I had when it was at 206, 207, 208, 211, and 213. That's where I sold this morning. EVTV. I had 400 shares of it. And to me, this looks like a good spot right here to pick up maybe just a few more of this, because they're just trying to defy it from breaking that 200-day average. There it is right there now. And there is a flatlining 50-day and 45-day and 200-day. And all they can do is pull this down to there. I'm surprised they can even get it there with the 50-day up here and the 200 up here. I'm surprised right now they can even get it there right now. EVTV. Looks like a buy to me. Well, I mean, the reason I say that is because I bought it this morning at 9:39 at 182. All right? So I bought it right there. 182. That's me. See that right there? See that low right there? Well, that's me. I'm the one that bought it there. You'll see it right there in gray. I'm the one that bought it at 182 right there. This morning, filled EVTV. I bought it at 182. And you know why I bought it at that price right there? The reason I bought it at 182 and 184, but the reason I bought that 182, folks, I had to because it's on my buy-sell sheet. 182 is on my buy-sell sheet. And when I bought it, I showed everybody. I said, hey, look over here. Here's why I'm buying 182. Because it says right here, buyback, right there, 182. 182, 183. Those are buyback numbers, folks. 182, 183. So that's why I bought EVTV when it got right there to 182. That was my buy that bought it there, right there. That's me, Catfish. It's got my signature right there. Because I buy the low, people. I'm here to buy the low every day. And then I'm going to sell the high. And this morning, like I said, I already sold it at the high. Right there. I sold it right there. I sold it there this morning for those of you that got up early and watched me sell it this morning, very early. And then I bought it back here just now, 182. Because it's on my buy-sell sheet, folks. That's a good little move right there to sell at the 113 and buy back 182. Hey, Alexa, what is 1.13 minus 0.82?
1.13 minus 0.82 is 0.31.
31-cent drop.
I'm not quite sure.
Alexa, stop. I did that wrong, but 31-cent drop. That's nice. That's a typical number, too. 31, 32, or 33-cent drop. So that's why I bought that there this morning. And now all you've got to do going on here is a nice consolidation period. Consolidating very nicely. And it won't stay here because the 50-day and 45 are up above this number, folks. So is the 200. So this is very strong market manipulators working against a very strong rising 50 and 45 and a strong rising 200. Very hard to keep it here in this zone for long. It won't stay there, folks. I don't believe it will. I don't believe EVTV is going to stay there long. And the buys I had this morning and the ones I just made at 9:53, so 10 minutes ago, I just bought RXT at 154 and it's now at 170. RXT, people. All right. RXT, congratulations, everyone. And we're finally having a great day, everyone. Look at that. 172 is a sell. Always 172 is a sell. And I already sold some at 166. Nice, up 34% right now. I think I just sold 166. I'm pretty sure I did. I had to have. Oh, yeah, I sold 166, 164, and 166. Now I'm going to do an opposite order. I'm going to buy here. I'm going to try to buy 159 because I think they'll try to do that to do a little morale buster after 166. Sell. And I'm going to duplicate this sell now for 166 again. I'm going to sell that again. Trying to buy 159. And now I'm going to try to buy 160. All right, get ready to sell 166 again now. I'm trying to buy 160 and 159. And the stock I'm on here is RXT. I've also got some other stocks. I am green today, I'm glad to say. And AUUD that was down again down to 102 is now 105, folks. So AUUD, they've tried again to get it down at 101 today, and now it's up to 105. AUUD. And EVTV is now at 192 and a half. There may be a buy opportunity at lunchtime at 188 on that still. RXT, I'm now up very nicely on, and I'm up very nicely on that one. I'm up $60 on it right now. RXT. And as I said, folks, you remember what I said about this. I said it could take off out of the gate, and then they'll pull it back and kiss the 50-day. I said that to you guys. So that's exactly what they did. I said it could run out of the gate and go up here, and then it could fall. We're going to sell it there, and then we're going to buy it when it gets to the 50-day. Then it's going to rise up again, and then I said we're going to buy it when it gets to the 50-day. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep doing this all day on RXT, folks. And I just picked up 159, I believe. And now I say about AUUD that it's at 105, and then I look at it again right now, and it's back to 102. So somebody really, 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 really wants to try to keep this AUUD down around the 102, 101. They were the same way about it yesterday, too. They really, really wanted to keep getting a lot of shares at that 102 and 101 price. So just now I looked at it and it was at 105, and now I see it's back at 102. And And RXT, I'm getting ready to sell 166 again. And let's take a look at SIDU. Trying to hold that thing down today. Down 2%, 2.4%. I sold that yesterday at 230 a share, 230, 231. Let's look at some of the call outs today. We got another one called out, MGRX. MGRX called out. And boy, have they knocked that thing down. MGRX, the base assassin, said, watch this one. And there it is, approaching the bottom. MGRX. Next, BHAT. BHAT. I don't see anything about that appeals that's appealing. J Dub, that's not going to go anywhere. It doesn't look very strong. It doesn't look very strong there. Oh man, look at that massacre down. Price was 34 cents. Now it's at 11, down 72%, folks. Down 72%. Good call out for a bottom feeder there. But man, that's oh gosh, scary. I wonder what the news was that made them fall so much. Let's look at their 20-day chart. Holy cow. But hey, listen, there's a rule. Don't try to catch a falling knife, okay? Don't try to catch a falling knife. And look at that 200 drop and look at the 50-day drop. No, sir. That's not a good one there, Jay. Now, NAMM. NAMM. And it's getting slaughtered out of the gate. Wow. Heavy selling over the last 2 hours. Heavy selling. Those are 1 hour candlesticks on this chart. The 1 day, oh, horrendous. NAMM, horrendous. I think J-Dub called that one out too. Now I'm going to look at OPEN. Dang, I'm telling you, man. Look at that. Kiss the ET right there. Mwah. Boom. Kiss the ET again. Mwah. Boom. Kiss the ET again. Mwah. Boom. Then break it through the ET in the pre-market, smash it down, and then kill it way down at the open to $5.15 a share after it had been $5.55. So 35-cent drop. And then here, from $5.43, they dropped it to $5.28. Yeah, $5.43. They dropped it 15 cents. Then they dropped it 15 cents. Then they raised it. Then they dropped it from, hold on here, $5.46. They dropped it to $5.41. 5-cent drop, 5-cent drop. Man, oh man, all over the place. OPEN up 16% right now. OPEN. And could see this rising 50-day cross over the 200. All right? Could see it. Now, there's going to be a lot of effort to stop that from happening. But ladies and gentlemen, down here, this is a friggin' sea of green. This is a friggin' sea of green here, a sea of green buying. Now, the number of shares being bought is reducing and reducing and reducing. So it's getting smaller and smaller in volume as the price approaches complete and utter consolidation and convergence, okay? When everything comes together here on this 50, might be a good place to buy at 540, where it is right now. OPEN. Now, I don't guarantee you anything, but every rise above this 50 days so far has been nice. A nice rise above the 50, a nice rise above it, a small amount below it, a nice rise above it. Right on it again, a nice rise above it. Again on it, nice rise above it. And here, a small drop below it, just like you saw there and just like you saw there. So this could be a spot to get you a nibble on this OPEN. Just nibble, though, folks, just nibbling on it. All right, but it is going to be fought hard to break that 200. I told you it would be, and they're doing it now. See, they don't want to have a triple upside crossover on this chart because that would eat them alive. So their effort is to drive it now away from it, get everyone away from it. Don't look here. Don't watch this. Don't get in this. We're going to beat it up now. We're going to beat it up good as the 50 tried to cross the 200 day. And I told you there'd be a lot of adversity to that. And now the thing I like about it is that the 5-day turquoise just bounced off of the 50-day. So by design, they worked it down and herked and jerked it right down to there. And then there's the buyers coming in. So I like it, OPEN, just so you know. I do like an entry here. Okay, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Especially at a price of $5.38 that they just drove it down to. 538 is a buy number, folks. That number right there, the 38. If you look on my buy-sell sheet, there it is, a buyback in the center of the screen there, right in the middle of it. 38, 37, and 38. 37, 38. So that's a buyback zone, and that might be a good place to get it. That might be a good place to get it at that 38. That might have been very good. And they got the 38 there and 38 there and 38 here. They tried to stop it. So if it became a stop to the rise there at 38, then that could become a stop to the fall here. Understand? See how nicely it was running up, and then they stopped that 5-day right there? Well, now they came down, and they stopped the 5-day right there. Now they're trying the little double sack here, and then probably going to run because this 50's rising, folks. And it's very hard to get a barcode to stay in a range with a 50 that's rising up through it. It's impossible. If the 50 comes up through that, it's done. It's going to bounce. All right? And they're trying to consolidate this right now and convergence. And let me tell you something, folks. There's 3 words here: consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. And all 3 of those words favor longs, okay? All 3 of those words favor longs. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. All 3 of those words favor longs. And so I'm going to buy this here. And not a lot of shares, not a lot. Hang on a second here. And AUUD has now gone back up to 105. All right. And that looks very good, folks, right there. I like what I'm seeing here. I like what I'm seeing. The 5-day now separating off the 10-day. We need to see it go over this line right here. OPEN. All right. These have all been called out this morning already. DRMA, I want to look at. Oh, maxed out bottom right there, folks. And this is the equal bottom that they tried for this morning in the pre-market right there. They tried for the bottom right there, and this is the bottom again. So you're seeing now once, twice, three, fourth time at this number, folks. Testing it 4 times, and it's bouncing off of it again. All right? So I like it. I did buy it this morning. I bought it down here when it got to 153. And I told people I love to buy 153, 154, 155. And I showed people over here on my buyback sheet, you can see the numbers. I like to buy back at 155. All right, that's one of my numbers. So when they drove it down below that, well, I first bought 155, and then as they drove it below that, I bought more. And so I am sitting on some DRMA, and I started buying it right there where it is now this morning. I bought it there in the pre-market. I even bought it as low as this. I got the lowest price of the day on it, as a matter of fact, 151. I've gotten 2 stocks at the very low of the day. Oh, yeah. Let's sell some of this. Folks, you need to sell right here 40 shares. Well, I'm going to sell 40 at 182, folks. Limit 182. Please come out here 182 and 183. $182 and $183 are sells, folks. And folks, you can clearly see right over here that I've got here sells right here on my sell sheet. Look right there in the green down near the bottom. Look at that. 182, 183. Those are sells, people, always. And then you can buy back afterwards at as low as 167 or 177, 178. And what do you know? Look at it now. After it just hit 182, the bid is 177 and the ask is 188, 178. See, it's not luck, folks. It's not just luck. There's a process to this. There's a process to this, people. There is a process. So I'm going to buy right now, coming in at one limit 179. And I'm going to buy limit 178. This is RXT. It's the stock I'm trading. RXT. And now I'm going to sell it. $40 shares. Limit 185. I'm not worried about 184 at all being the stop. It won't. It's going to be 186, 187, 88. And I'm going to sell now. 40 shares. Limit 186. Putting in a sell now. 30 shares at 187. These are where I'm putting in my sell orders, folks, on Charles Schwab. Sell. $40 shares. Limit 188. And place it. Go over here to my order status now. And I just bought it at, I just sold it at 182, folks. Sold it at 182 and bought it back at 178. And now we're going to try to come in at 179. Trying to buy 179 on it now. And the stock that I'm trading here, ladies and gentlemen, is RXT. RXT. That's the stock I'm on. I'm also trading EVTV. And I got it today at that price right there. I bought this stock today at the lowest price of the day, 182. I bought it about 30 minutes ago at 182. EVTV. And I just bought some more RXT at 178, and now the price is 181. All right. Looks to me like EVTV, they may be trying, it's up 10% right now, and they may try to get people out at 188. They might be some eager buyers at 188 here on it soon. So we'll see what they do, but I think 188 will be it. But I'm glad I bought it this morning at the low of 182. I feel good about that. It's 10 cents up from where I got in. So I'm pretty good about that. I feel good about that. And we're also looking at some other stocks here this morning. AUUD. Oh, man, herking and jerking the crap out of that thing. Look at that. AUUD. Up to 108, Savannah, and then down to 97, then up to 108 and down to 97, then up to 105 and then down to 102 and up to 105 and down to 102, up to 104, down to 103, now up to 106, down to 104. And I like it right there, folks. Look at this. Look at that. I like it here, folks. This is a good spot on this AUUD. AUUD. Bid is 102. Ask is 106. And you can see it's a crossover has happened. The crossover has happened. Now, listen, folks. The crossover of the 200 started here this morning in the pre-market, and it went over. Then they tried to double nutsack it. Then it went over the 200. Then they tried to double Madonna, and then it went over the 200. And now they're just trying to nutsack and a little vaggie, and it's going to bounce off this, folks, most likely. This thing's going to bounce off here. There it goes. There it goes. AUUD. And I'm not telling you to buy thousands of shares of this stock here. Do not underestimate the power of the market makers to make it fall again. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, this thing is merely getting hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and all over the 200-day, crossing over the 200-day average as we speak. Now, I want you to look at this on the 180-day chart. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing is kissing the ET right now. I'm telling you, yesterday was the day to get in on this. Yesterday was the day to get in, and now they're trying to kiss the ET at a point where there was all this accumulation over here earlier, all this accumulation. And then the market makers ran it down for 13 days in a row, 13 days, bam, to the low. And now it rises, and now they're trying to kiss the ET right here. You can kiss it goodbye. The breakover of the 200 is about to occur. The 50's coming over, so of course they're going to try to kiss the 50 and the 200. Everything converged there. Everything converged. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. The 50's about to cross the 200, folks. On the 1-year chart, the 50 is about to break over the 200. No wonder they came at it so hard right out of the gate this morning and tried to get it down to 102, because the 50's crossing the 200, folks. Oh my goodness. Anybody watching this, because occasion, you must have gotten in at the wrong time, my friend. SoFi's about to double. Yeah, it sure could. Hey, one thing, cuz occasion, we don't allow cussing here, so you cannot be here. Goodbye. There's a rule on there. It's right in my description. It says no cursing is allowed, and so you are out of here. Hasta luego, baby. You must find somewhere else to go and put your cuss words. See, there's a rule right here on this channel, and it says that you have to be at least 18. This is M for mature audiences. And when you start saying that, you're not acting very mature, okay? So therefore, you have now been eliminated. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Yep. Be respectful. Your loss is other people's gains, apparently. And, well, I've been buying RXT this morning at 159, 160, 154. I bought it, 153, 153, 156, 155. I bought a lot of shares there. And now, look at that piece of what he called doggy do. Look at it. It's got a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average. Yes, this is the piece of dog poop right now that I'm selling here at 186, 87, 88. I've got sell orders in now to sell 183. I am selling right now. You can see I'm selling the shares that I just bought in the 150s, and I'm selling them 40 at a time. 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188. I am selling right now, folks, this stock. I'm selling this piece of doggy poop. Yes, I am. I'm selling this dog poop right now, folks. I got 183 sold, and now I'm going out 185. I just sold 183 and 184. And again, if you're wondering why I'm selling right here, well, I bought these shares this morning, RXT. You can see where I was buying them. 157. 157. RXT. I bought it I started buying this morning, and I started buying here at 156, 157, 155, 153. That was at 9:45 this morning. I bought 154. I bought 164, and now I bought 160, and I bought 159. And by the way, that was after I sold 166. See that? I sold right here, RXT. I sold right there. I sold right there because I know to sell at those numbers on the buy sell sheet, 164, 166. So I sold there. And then I bought back at 159. And I bought at 160. And I then sold 166 again. And then I bought 179 and I sold 182. I bought then 178 and 179. And then I sold 183, 185, 186. I'm going to sell all those, folks. I'm going to sell them. And this is the stock right here that I'm on, RXT, that I bought yesterday. Bought it yesterday right there, folks. And now we're going to look at the one-day chart on this. And I'm selling here, folks. All right, sold 188. Nice. All those orders are gone. Sold all the way up to 188. Now she's at 187. Nice, 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 nice. Very nice, everyone, if you're with me trading today. By the way, if you look at my question of the day, it says, did you buy any EVTV with me today at $1.94? That's what I wanted to know. If you bought any EVTV this morning at $1.94, and right now it's at it's capitulating very solidly at 191, 192. Very solid capitulation here, consolidation. So very good looking, okay? And I presume it's up 10% this morning, but I sold it this morning. Some of you got in here early with me, and I sold it at 207, 208, 211, and I sold at 213. So I sold every share I had, which was 400 shares, and I sold at 207, 208, 211, and 213. I sold 400. And then I bought it back at the low of the day, right there, 173, because that's on my buy sell sheet, 173. And I showed everybody, hey, look here, folks. This number right here is on my buyback. It's on my buyback sheet, 172, 173. All right, Brian. And hey, Brian, I still need to talk to you. Will you be available this evening after, say, 5:30 or 6 o'clock? And maybe we could talk about the introduction of this, of your great creation, okay? I hope so. Let me know, Brian. If you will be available, I can call you this evening and we can talk, all right? And if you wouldn't mind, just send me a little email because it's been a while since we did emails. And because your phone number, I know, was on one of those emails. But if you want to just drop me another email at my email address, I'd appreciate it. And just let me know your phone number and I'll give you a call. And right now, I'm looking at EVTV. It's completely consolidated on this freaking 50-day. And everything is together, folks. The 50-day, the 45-day, the 200-day, the 5-day, the 10-day, it's completely converged. This is completely converged here, folks. And if you just bought some at 188, congratulations. I think that was a good buy point. Always 88's a good buy, folks. Buy back at 88 is always a good number. And that was a good buy if you just picked up 188 right there. And you can see it was just there for a little bit, 2 minutes and gone. 188. And now we're watching it just consolidate right here. Totally converged. There's just nowhere else for it to go. It is completely converged, folks. Every line, every moving average line has completely consolidated. And that means favors to the longs. When that happens, it favors longs, people. When a stock consolidates, capitulates, and converges, all of those C words favor longs. All right? All of those C words favor longs. I'm not kidding you. And so watch this thing probably bounce here now because, like I said, when a stock consolidates, converges, and capitulates, and barcodes like that long enough on a 200-day moving average. And by the way, you might want to take a look at this EVTV on a much larger 20-day chart because, man, have they just fleeced everyone out of that stock. They fleeced everyone but me out. I kept buying it yesterday. I just kept buying it, folks. I sold some up here, you guys know, but yesterday I just couldn't help it. And I bought 400 shares yesterday when they ran that thing down, 400. And now you're looking at the each candlestick here is a 1 hour candlestick. This is a 20-day chart. And there it is. Look at that. 20-day chart has a crossover of the 50 and a crossing 10 over the 50 now. EVTV. Look at that yesterday's accumulation after I bought it right there yesterday. And then look at the rise now after they ran everyone out in the after hours. They got everyone out. They got everyone out pre-market. And then boom, look at it just go mysteriously up. Nobody knows why. Nobody can explain it. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're trying to consolidate this thing. And each one of these last candlesticks down here is a 1 hour. And they heavily sold, and more buyers came in there than sellers right before the market opened. And then here, equal buyers and sellers. Here, heavily sold, more sellers than buyers to try to stop this breakover, to try to stop this crossover from happening. That's why they came at it here. And there are not many sellers compared, because look at here. Look at here where they tried to dump a whole bunch. It got all swallowed right there. Everybody bought that up. This is EVTV, folks. 188 again they're trying for. 188. One more time. 188 right now. Good place to accumulate if you ask me, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. 188, folks. Get you a little nibble there. 188 on EVTV. And now it's at 190. So that's it. One more tap at 188, and I think it's gone. That's going to be the end of it right there. And I'm going to come down here to EVTV and buy it. Duplicate order. And I'm going to come in right now for 40 shares at 188. 189, review order and place it. And I just filled at 188. And man, they are slaughtering at this. Trying to get 182 now. Oh, man, I love to buy 182. And we're looking at EVTV here now on the one-day chart. And folks, I love to buy 182. I love it. And now she's jumped up where I just filled at 181.66. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going in again at 182 right here because I love to buy that number, 182. And I got 181.66. Now I'm coming in at 183. I do not care. I don't care if I don't get 182. I'm coming in 183 because I know they love to march down to 182 and 83. It's one of their favorite numbers. And now it's at 184, folks. Oh my gosh, 185 now. Duplicate order. Coming in at 184. And I just picked up 182 and I got 181.66 and I got 182 and a half. Got 120 shares there. And now I'm going to come in at 185. And I just got 184.01. I love it. So I just bought 181.66, 182.5, 182, 184, and 184.01. All right. EVTV now up 9.24%. And now she's at 188, 189. All right. Awesome, 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 everybody. Oh, yeah. Man, I'm having fun today. Are you having fun? Is anybody having any fun today? I'm green on RXT. I'm green on my EVTV. AUUD is at 104. There's no more 101 or 102 buying of that stock. And EVTV is now going back over 190 right now. All right. EVTV. Let's look at the 1 day, 1 minute chart. There it is. Look at that attempt one more time to get 182 buys. And I got it, folks, right there. 182, 183. And folks, I'm going to just show you right here. Right here's where I just filled all those orders on EVTV. And I got 181.66, 182.5, 182, 184, buying 40 shares at a time there. Not huge amounts. Not huge amounts, but I bought a lot of shares there at 181, 182, 182, 184, 184.01 was my last order to fill. And we're looking good here. Right now, the price is at 188, 189. Bid is 188. Ask is 189. And this is on EVTV. And I love to buy the low, everybody. Oh, yeah. And look at that 5-day turn north right now. Right now. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's see some volume. coming in. Buyers down here. Green candlesticks is what we want to see now, right here. And by the way, the RSI completely oversold just then where I just bought it. The RSI completely maxed out at the bottom. It's buy time there, right there, folks. RSI at the very bottom. Oh, and here they come. Look. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that thing run right there. Oh, my gosh. Look at that thing go. 5-day breaking over the 10-day. A big engulfing green candlestick. Buyers coming in. The volume right there. Big and strong. 57,000 shares right there. 57,000 buying shares there. 57,000 buying shares there, folks. EVTV now at 192.93. All right. And all those buys at 181, 182, 182, 183. Oh my gosh, folks. Wow. Nice. EVTV. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, congratulations if you just bought there. Yep, little chunks at a time. Those are good buys right there, folks. Those were good buys there. Congratulations if you came in right there on that 180, on the 182.83s with me, man. I showed you why I was buying there. Those numbers right here on my buyback sheet, right there. Buyback 182, 183, 184. It's a buyback every time. 180, 182, 83, 84. Buyback there. Holy smokes, look at that thing go, folks. Look at it rise. And now let's back out and look at it a little better, get a better look of it. Nice. Yes. Sweet. See that big nut sack? And then look how long they consolidated and capitulated and converged it. And then they took one more little dab at it where they got the sack earlier. One more little shot at it where they got that sack earlier right there. And that's why I bought earlier there too at 182. And I bought again there now at 182. It's a great buy, folks. Well, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They may come at it even harder during lunchtime. They might come at it hard during lunchtime and try to get 182 again, 177 even. But I feel pretty dang good about those buys that we just picked up there. And nice to see other confident buyers coming in with us. We're not buying here alone. Somebody else came in and just bought 58,000 shares right there on that drop. 58,000 they picked up. I think they're pretty smart to buy there because now when they bought it at 188, it's now at 190, 191. Nice. EVTV now going up over 10% again now. And take a look at RXT, baby. RXT, everyone. Congratulations. If you bought that with me yesterday, congratulations. Up 47% now. And I just got through selling it at 188 a share. Kiss it, man. Every time that they've got this thing down that far from the 50, it sprung. That far from the 50-day, it sprung. That far from the 50-day, it sprung. That far from the 50-day, boom. RXT, I'm coming in. And I want to buy this at 182 now. Come on, baby. Let's buy this at 182. Or at least I'm going to try to buy it at 182. And I might as well just try for 183 here because they're not going to get it. It's already rising, folks. Oh, my gosh. 183, baby. Come on. Let me get it. And I did get 184.01 a minute ago, and now I'm trying for 183 right now. And look at the pattern here, folks. Look at the pattern. This is the closest they've come to hitting the 50-day. This is the closest they've come to kiss the 50 right here. They tried to kiss the 50 there. 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 They've kissed the 50. They finally got it to come break through the 50. And ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, I wouldn't be surprised to see the mothers try to get it all the way to come down to here, to the 200 right here, and really kiss this, make this a big ET here, folks. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And the next number I want to buy is 172. 173. So I'm going to try to buy right now 173. $173. There we go. Review order 173. Review order and place it. All right. I'm trying to buy 173 now. Now, I've already bought a lot of this at 178 and 179 RXT. And I also bought a lot of it earlier today. I'll show you where I was buying this stock this morning so you can see I'm still good here. But I bought a lot of shares of this RXT this morning at 155. I bought it at 157, 156. Bought it at 157. I got the low of 153. I got that. I got 154. So I've got a lot of shares below where we are right now. Okay? I got a lot of shares well below the price where we are right now. And then as you can see, after I bought so many there in the 155s and 54s and stuff, I sold some up here when it got to 166. And then I sold some at 178. 182, I sold 40 at 182. I sold at 185, 40 there. I sold 40 at 186, 187, 188. I sold 40 shares at each of those numbers, folks. And now got the buyback just then, 177. I'm trying for 173. I don't think I got it. But now she's back over 180 now. Ladies and gentlemen, I call this formation kissing the ET. Kissing the ET. And right now, they have kissed it right there. Boom. And look at that rising 200-day. Look at the rising 45 and 50. Look at all of them they did was just manipulate it down to kiss it the ET and kiss it goodbye. Folks, listen. Everybody else knows this too. There's a lot of buyers coming in right here. There's a lot of buyers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, equal buyers and sellers. They're coming in on this right here. They know the same thing I do. It's very likely with a rising 200 and a rising 50 and a rising 45 that all they can do is kiss it and kiss it goodbye. Kiss it and kiss it goodbye. And what a number to kiss it at, 177. I'm trying to buy 173 right now, and I'm just going to move that up. There's just no way that's going to happen. I'm going to go on up to 177 now. Oh, she's gone, folks. She's going to move here. She's getting ready to move. Now 180, 181. I've got my order in now at 178. Actually, I'm going to just change that. I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to go 179. Well, I guess I just filled there, 178. Yep, I got 178 there. Well, let me tell you something, folks. When you've got a rising 200 day like this and you've got a rising 45 and 50, all they want to do is get it down there and consolidate on that line. And as long as they can, folks, that's all they want to do is consolidate this thing and capitulate and converge it all to a needle point like it is. And then that all favors longs, folks. All consolidation, capitulation, and convergence favors longs. All right? And 99 times out of 100, this will bounce to the upside off of a rising 200, a rising 50, a rising 45, and the only thing falling is the 5-day right to the rising long terms. And the momentum and the energy of these long terms rising will propel this upwards, folks. This is like a tidal wave here under the ocean, and it keeps getting shallower and shallower as we move to the right. And this energy of the rising 200 and the rising 45 and 50 will cause a tsunami, folks. And you're going to see this right here. The pressure's building from the bottom. The 200 is rising. The 45 and 50 are rising, and they're going to push this up. They're going to push the wave up. The wave's going to start building now because they're coming into shallower water. It's like when they get over the continental shelf. Let me do a little illustrating for you. That right there is the continental shelf. Right there is the continental shelf. This is the sea floor. That's the continental shelf. And this is going ashore. And as this wave moves in here, it's undetectable until it hits the continental shelf. And then the wave and pressure of all this wave coming up and coming up, when they hit this continental shelf, watch out. The pressure just shoves that thing right up. All right? And then the shoreline continues to go up, and then it pitches out a little, then it goes up a little bit more. All right, so this is what you got going on here. And so as the wave keeps riding along here, and the shallower gets shallower and shallower, wow, it just keeps pushing that wave right up. Now, I could be completely wrong, but what if I'm right and you get to watch it all? Won't that be fun? Won't it be fun to watch what I'm saying happen? Watch this thing hit the continental shelf, and then watch this thing just go, wow. Okay, now I could be wrong, but ladies and gentlemen, I've seen this before, and I'm calling it out like this for you. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You believe what you want to believe. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, and we got a crocky gator riding on the wave right now coming into shore. That's a crocky gator if I ever saw one. You can see his eyeballs right there above the water surface. And now he's starting to swim ashore, folks, and he's chasing all the little shorties bathing in here in the shallow zone. Watch them come in here and start feeding on them like crazy. And then, of course, they're going to try to make their way up and get out of the water. But this Crocky, he's coming after him. He can smell the shitty jeans. That's right. He can smell the shitty jeans right now. I did Fed Smoker a number of times. I just refreshed and his working. EVTV hit 203. Good. Nice. Well, she ain't done yet. She's not done yet, folks. I told you when they consolidated along this line that eventually it would bounce off of it because they just can't hold it down, folks. The 50-day and the 45, I was surprised they could even get it down here and get any barcoding at all with the 50 up here. I was very surprised that that was a very powerful move you made there, Shorty. Whoever you were, that was very powerful with the 50-day average up here. But now you can see that rising 50s coming up over the 200, and there won't be any stopping this thing now. EVTV, baby, looking good. And I like how they tried again to get it down to that 193, folks. 10-cent play right there. It's just going to bounce off this again. It is going to bounce off this thing, man, so freaking fast off 192. Hell, I just bought it at 187, 186, 185, 183, 179, 178. I bought it at 166 RXT. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. RXT, there it is. Nice. Well, there you can see this on the 1 day now. This is the continental shelf right there. There's the seafloor right there. There's the continental shelf right there. And there's the shallower getting, folks, the pressure here, just the pressure of this rising 45 and 50 day and rising 200, folks. It's going to shove this thing right on up, ladies and gentlemen, most likely. And I don't make any guarantees, but ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition of consolidating, capitulating, and convergence. They've needle nosed this thing right on the 50-day, folks. And they're using, by the way, they're using hardly any volume here. Look at that right there, how minuscule that is. That they're trying to keep this down with. Look at the powerful stroke and then the little bit and the little bit and the little bit. They're trying to use so few shares here, and you're about to see a big old green candlestick like this come out right now on this stock, I believe. Watch it come in right here, big green. Oh, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Not with that thing that pointed. Not with it that pointed. That is pointed, baby. And I got my order waiting at 173 on this thing. I'm trying to get 173. But look at it, folks. There it goes. There it goes. There she's rising. She's rising now. Because the wave and energy keep rising. This rising right through here. And the 50 and 45 are just going to rise here. And the 5 and 10 are going to rise because the energy is coming in. The energy is coming in, folks. Look at the 20-day. Oh, my gosh. Look at the 20-day chart on that freaking stock right there. Holy crap. Up 46% today. RXT. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Oh my gosh, and there's the continental shelf. There's the seashore. Look at that thing rising. Look at the 45 off the 50-day. Look at the 5-day off the 10-day. They can't pull this down. They can't do it, man. That is way too much energy. Way too much energy. And look down here at the 200-day, folks. Look at that 200 rising, the 50 rising, the 45 rising, the 10-day rising, the 5-day rising. You would be a fool to get out of this stock right now, folks. Let's go here to the 5-day. There's your 5-day chart on it right there. And baby, look at that 45 rising off the 50 there. Oh, this thing's going to jump, people. We're on the continental shelf right now. The pressure's building right on the continental shelf now. There's the sea floor bottom right there. There's the sea floor right there. Sea floor, continental shelf, shallow area, getting shallower and shallower and shallower and shallower, and the pressure building. The 45 coming higher off the 50-day now. Market makers just trying to play a little game here and get some 77 if they can, some 177 if they can before this thing explodes. Now let's take a look at this chart on the 1-day. And there it is on the 1-day, folks. And look at it consolidating right here. Oh my gosh, looking gorgeous, people. Looking freaking gorgeous. Now I want to take a look here. And I want to get over here to AUUD. The stock's been flying under the radar, but this morning I bought a lot more of it at 101. And I bought it even here, okay, at 99. This morning, I bought this stock right there. I started right then at this time, 6:55 this morning, and I bought that stock. It's the first stock I bought, AUUD. And they dropped it below, way below, way below, way below, way below. But now, oh my, what will make it go up? Now I'm on EVTV and RIME. 8% down. Wow. I sold that yesterday. I believe I sold all that. All right, hang on a second here. So right now I'm sitting on 1,100 shares of AUUD. I have 150 shares of EVTV, and I have 265 shares of RXT. And let me log out here. And I'm going to log in on another account now. Just give me a moment here. And I'm going to lead. I'm going to need to lead to get in here. So just give me a second. I'm going to get a text here. So let me get a text here, and I'll be able to be back here in about 10 seconds, folks. So just give me a minute here, and I will be right back. And give me about 10 seconds or less here, and hopefully they won't shut my stream off, okay? If they shut my stream off and update my software during this break like they often do, I'll start another thumbnail, same thumbnail, in about 5 minutes, okay? Here we go. Let's see if I can get out here. Here we go. All right. Yesterday, some of you people were with me yesterday afternoon, and I was trading all the way into the late hours. And I told everybody, we're not going to hold on to TRNR today. We're going to sell TRNR. I was down about $52 on it. And I told everybody we were going to sell it before 8 o'clock. Then I got out my guitar and I started playing, and we were all playing and singing and having a good time last night. And then someone sent a notice to me that said, hey, it's almost 8 o'clock. But YouTube, someone on YouTube, moderator, deleted that person's warning that it was almost 8 o'clock to me. They were trying to say, hey, Catfish, you want to sell that? It's almost 8 o'clock. But someone on YouTube deleted that. Someone deleted that message of someone trying to warn me about it being 8 o'clock, because I was just having fun and talking and laughing and joking and having fun with everybody. And someone said, hey, Catfish, you got to get out. And remember, it's almost 8. Well, someone on YouTube deleted that person's comment in the chat. And next thing I know, I said, oh, I got to get over here and sell this. And I jumped over and I hit execute order, and it was 8 o'clock. And I missed getting out of this stock. Yep. I missed getting out of TRNR, of which I had a large number of shares. And I missed getting out because someone from YouTube decided to delete someone letting me know that it was almost 8 o'clock. Viking, bye-bye. Everybody knows how much I've made every day in the last month, so they don't need to listen to you at all. And you're not here to try to get anybody's liking if you're saying stuff like that. You're just here as a little jealous person, I guess. But anyway, I'm just letting you know that last night I tried to tell every single person on this channel, we do not want to hold TRNR. We want to sell this before the close at 8 tonight. I told everyone that. And I put my order in to sell. As it turned out, apparently 3 seconds too late. And I had an order to sell TRNR. More than half of it I was going to sell. And so now I've taken a big, big hit on that stock. And I want to thank you, YouTube moderator, for whoever it was that decided to take off that warning last night. And I also want to let you know that there is no better way to create very negative karma than to come into this tank where all these people are working together and someone's notifying everybody in the tank it's time to sell, and you delete that comment. You're bringing on some very heavy karma from a great number of people that you're affecting their lives in a negative way. And I just want you to know, because of that, that weight will all come onto your shoulders. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to lose my life over this, and I'm not going to panic and cry. But I am going to make sure, by voice my opinion, that whoever deleted that comment last night, you got it coming to you, baby. What goes around comes around. And when you create that kind of karma right there, you are really in for a big trouble. Has this happened before? Yes, I've had other people who've tried to put comments and chat in, and they've deleted their chats. I have had many people try to put in comments that were talking good about SoFi in the past, and they just delete them. So whoever's listening out there, on behalf of everyone in the tank, I'd like to let you read between the lines right there. And that's what I have for you. Whoever was the one who took off the person notifying everyone on the channel that we wanted to get out. And I just want you to know how everyone here probably feels about you acting like that. And what probably is going to come upon you. Well, I feel sorry for you. Whoever that was that did that, I feel sorry for you. And this stock is now down today 40%. Down 40%. And I told every one of my viewers to sell this stock yesterday before the market closed or by 8 o'clock. I told everyone. No, it wasn't one of my viewers. It was YouTube moderators that they are the only ones that have the ability to completely remove, not to hide or remove, but to completely remove that warning. No, nobody who's a moderator on my channel who has the power to moderate on this channel would remove someone's warning to me that, hey, Cat, don't forget you want to sell before 8 o'clock. No one who's a moderator on this channel would remove that. It was someone on YouTube that did it. TRNR, which is now down 40-something%. So whoever it was, your days are coming. Down 40% now, and I tried to sell it last night before 8 o'clock. I missed the timing by like 5 seconds. I hit the sell order, and I looked over and I said, oh shit, it's already 8 o'clock. I'm stuck with this now. And someone said, why did you delete my warning? I tried to tell you, Cat, it's almost 8, get out. And I said, I didn't delete your warning. Yep, look right there. Gary says, I noticed when I refreshed the screen yesterday that something I'd written and appeared in the chat vanished when I refreshed the screen. Piyush Bach of the News, Supreme Court, Catfish, did you hear? No, I haven't. Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm sitting on this stock, and I've got a lot of it. I've got a lot of it, folks. This TRNR. And when you do something like that to me, you light a spark in me like you would not believe. And when you make my account drop $318 today because of that, it won't be forgotten. It won't be forgotten. Amazon and AEO and a bunch of the quick move. No tariffs anymore, Mr. Tyler Catfish. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Well, You know what? When everybody else is out, I'm in. I've got money to buy with. I'm going to buy right now, TRNR. And I'm going to solidify. See, someone's trying to give me a great opportunity to dollar cost average down, and I'm going to. But the only reason I'm down is because I missed the opportunity to sell last night. And I told everyone, I hope everybody else sold TRNR, because I told you we are not going to hold this stock. I told everyone last night, do not hold TRNR. I told everyone, sell that stock before the market closes tonight. Get out of it. And sure enough, now it's down 40% this morning. How did I know that we needed to get out? Well, I knew it. I knew it, folks. Well, one thing that's not going to happen today that was called out yesterday by John Connor was that the market, that the S&P was going to fall 5%. And that is not going to happen today, folks. That's not going to happen. It's not going to fall 5% today. Thank you for the news. Yep, RXT has a deal with Palantir. That's correct. So, TRNR this morning has been driven down 40%. And I like to buy on oversold positions. So I'm going to buy some TRNR right now. And I'm going to come in for a small portion of 20. And I'm going to look at the market here, percentage down. And I'm going to put in my order when I see it's in my favor. I'm going to put a market order in. And I see it's down 40.9844. I'm going to hit review. And I'm ready to buy this thing down 40.96. And folks, what can you put in between 40.98 and 40.96 in percentage? What can go in between 40.98 and 40.96? 40.97. Okay, I see that. All right, so now we got a 40.98 and a 40.97%. What in the world can go in between that? 40.98, 40.97, and now we got a 40.96. And again, 40.9844. Just watch this, folks, with me, and you'll understand what I'm getting at here. So 40.9844. And now we're going to see what? 41% down. All right. Good. Now they're dropping it even more for me. 41.4042, the lowest and deepest drop. 41.4042. And what I'd like to see is the low, and we're going to come over here to this stock TRNR, and I'm going to go to the summary page first. And I'm going to look at it. And the lowest price here today was 0.2500 was the low. 2500 was the low. And right now it's down 41.45, so still dropping. And I'm going to buy there because the price was 0.17777. And now I'm going to buy again. 50 shares at market, review order. And the price now 0.1777 down is what I just bought. There, right there is where I just bought it. 0.1777 down. That's where I just bought it. 0.1777. Now I'm not going to buy any more. Right now, I'm looking at the percentage down, 41.4042, and I just thought that was an interesting number, 777. Right there, 0.1777. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to buy that. Yep. We sold TRNR at 48, a huge profit. Yes. But yesterday I was trying to sell everybody, told everybody to sell this and not hold it overnight. I said, don't hold it overnight. Don't hold it overnight. And I'm looking at it now being held down 01777. And that is the biggest drop. And what a coincidental number to get 01777. And you appreciate what and how I came in clean, and that doesn't do anything fair. You told your folks part of the story. No, all I said was that you said a couple days ago, and I said, you said that the S&P 500 would be down 5% today, and that's what you called. I said, I'm going to remove that because I have no reason for you to believe. I want you to tell me why the stock market's the S&P 500. You don't just throw out stuff like they do on a Yahoo message board. And that comment that you made 2 days ago, or day before yesterday, saying that the S&P 500 would drop 5%. When I saw that comment, I removed it immediately because I don't want anybody to just throw out a number like that, some crazy number, without justifying why. And so after that, I asked you to please explain why you thought the S&P 500 was going to drop 5%. And then you put out an explanation afterwards, very cordially, and I appreciate that. But I said, well, I hope you're wrong. That's all I said. And just now, I said, well, you guys heard a couple days ago, John Connor came in and said that the S&P 500 could see he said the S&P 500 will drop 5% Friday. That's what you said. Don't tell me that you didn't say that. Now, I know that you said yesterday, well, I didn't know about this or that or influence, and I guess I should have gave myself. So, yeah, you kind of backed off on that a little bit. But all I'm trying to say is, thank goodness the S&P 500 is not down 5%. And I do not believe that that is going to happen. And I still don't believe it. No hard feelings. I don't care. I'm just letting everybody know that, hey, you guys that are all here know that someone came in here a couple days ago and said the market would be down, S&P down 5% today. And as soon as I saw that you made that comment, I removed it. You saw me remove it because I didn't believe that it was fair for you to just throw out that blank statement that many people do on Yahoo all the time. People do that on Yahoo all the time. So I just said, hey, let's not just throw out crazy, deep dive numbers without at least justifying it and saying why you think so. So you stated your case and I understood it. And I said, okay, well, I just hope you're wrong. And I'm glad that you were wrong. That's all. I hope that you don't get upset about me and all the people on this channel being happy that you were wrong, saying that the S&P 500 would fall 500 points today, or 5%. So again, we don't have any hard feelings. We enjoy everyone participating in the tank. And we are also very open to people with differing viewpoints than what we have, because that is what makes a well-rounded tank. If we just had everybody in here all jumping on as gangbusters and pumpers, then that would not be healthy for the tank. We need to have people like you in here to help the tank be very well-rounded. And we need to take looks at everyone's perspective. And if there's a possibility that the S&P 500 was going to fall 5% today, we would, believe me, all want to know why ahead of time. And if it made enough sense what you said, then most of us, many of us would have just gone ahead and started selling. But anyway, I'm just, again, everybody's opinions differs here on the channel regarding stocks and prices. And there's a lot of times people that disagree with what I say. It's not just a singular time that you're the only one that's ever disagreed with me. There's been a lot of people on this channel that have disagreed with me. TRNA to implement a 1-for-10 reverse stock split. Well, there you go, folks. TRNR, a reverse split. And that's par for the course. That's why I told you all to sell this yesterday. I told all of you that are here listening with me to sell TRNR yesterday. Yeah, I know. I like you, John. I like you. I like your viewpoint. I like your conjecture. I like what you're very studious, and I like studious people. And you've definitely got a lot of experience in trading. You're no newbie at this. You're definitely got some experience, and but man, still watching this fall, and so I'm not going to buy any more of it at all. I'm watching Turner. I'm waiting for the bottom, folks. I'm waiting for the complete bottom. And I want to buy it when it's at the bottom, folks. That's what I do. And it's now down 44%. And I want to buy it when it's at the complete bottom, when everything is washed out. And all I can say, folks, is I'm sorry for all of you if you didn't sell last night before 8:00 like I didn't. But yeah, because I wanted to sell this, and I told every one of you, make sure you sell this TRNR tonight. Don't stay in this. I told everyone on this channel yesterday, don't you dare hold on to this stock. And then I missed selling it by 5 seconds. Jeez. Unbelievable, folks. Unreal. And now down 44.37%. And I'm not afraid to buy any more of it when it's down heavily oversold on a reverse stock split. But what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? We've had 3 stocks that we bought into over the last week do public share offerings, and now we get another one that does a reverse split. Man, I tell you, man, it's been a tough week. It's been a very tough week. There's no doubt about it. And now I want to do something else here. I want to look at my other stocks. I'm looking at RXT. I'm looking at EVTV. I'm looking at AUUD. And I'm going to be moving some money over to AUUD now. So I'm going to sell this. I'm going to be selling 40 shares at a time. And mark it, review order, and place it. Then I'm going to buy AUUD. AUUD is the one I want to buy here. 20 shares at market. Review order. And watch the percentage gain. Down 06999 is the deepest drop, and then 0601. The deepest drop is 06999. And I'm buying AUUD here, folks. And the deepest drop is 06999. And I'm buying AUUD. And the deepest drop is 06999 right now. And I got you, John. And now I see AUUD 0601, and I'm going to keep coming in it. I just bought it. Order status. And I'm buying AUUD 104.5. Now, I want you guys to know I bought a lot of shares of this AUUD yesterday at 101. 101, 101, 100, 101, $1. 101. I bought a lot of shares of this yesterday. AUUD. And so now I'm coming in again on it. And I just filled at 104.5. And I'm going to duplicate that order here. And I'm going to review the order now. And it is now not down 6%. It's down 5.85. And I'm going to buy it again right now. And I just filled at 1486. And the last order filled at 145. And I just filled at 1486. So I'm going to duplicate this order again. And I'm going to come in at market. I see it's down 58559. I'm buying AUUD here. I'm going to come in right now and buy this right now. And I just bought it again at 10365. 10365 I just bought. And I've already bought a lot of shares of this stock yesterday at 101, folks, AUUD. And man, I bought a lot of it yesterday. And so I'm going to continue to reinforce that position right now. And I'm buying, I just bought at 6.3% down. And I'm watching that percentage very closely before I place this order. Review order. And now the deepest drop is 6.3063 is the deepest drop on AUUD. And I bought a lot of shares of this yesterday at 102. And now I see it going back to there, so I'm going to buy it there. And I just bought it at 1035. 1035. And look at this, folks. The ask is 104, and the last trade was 104.99. The ask is 104, people, and the last trade was 104.99. How does that happen? Huh? What's going on there? Take a look at this, folks. AUUD. This is the stock I'm buying right now. And I just bought it right there, folks. 103. And I'm buying it here. I bought it at 103.65. Now, also, I want you to know when I was buying TRNR yesterday, TRNR, I was just buying 10 shares at a time of it. Okay? I wasn't piling in. I was buying it very, very small increments. Very small. Very, very tiny increments. I was buying 10 shares at a time because that's how I buy, people. I buy 10 shares at a time. Even when it's 62 cents, I was buying $6 worth at a time because that's how I buy. So I didn't go in, thank goodness, way, way too heavy on that. All right. Now that they did their 10-for-1 reverse split today. And yesterday, I bought it some at 3729. And now I'm going to try to come in here and buy 2331. Down 45% this stock is today. Down 45% on news of a 1-for-10 reverse split. And it's my intention to buy it at the very bottom today. All right, whatever it is. But instead, I'm going to move this off of this, and I'm going to sell right here 50 shares at market, review order, and place it. And I'm going to move that money over to something else that's running. And if you guys have any other suggestions, I'd happily love to hear what they are. Yep. Yeah, reverse splits are almost always very bearish, meaning they will get delisted if not doing it. Yes. So TRNR, I just sold it at 23.44, and I am going to keep moving out of it here. Duplicate this order, and now the ask is 23.48. So I'm going to come up here and put in limit, sell it at 23.48, and place it. Now, what I'm looking for here is something else that I can get in that's at the very bottom. And ladies and gentlemen, one of those that I would call out right now would be this one, SIDU. SIDU. There it is right now, 217, 218. And this morning, it was at 233. 233. So they've driven it down 15 cents. And I think I'm going to go in there. I've already got 100 shares, so I'm going to buy it now. And I'm going to come in for 20 shares now at market. It is down 4.86, now 4.84. Now down 5.23% is the most drop, 5.23. The most drop is down 5.23. And now it is down 5.23, now 5.02. I'll buy it there. And I'm buying SIDU. Now I'm going to buy it again, coming in for 20 shares. At market, review order. And now I see it is only down 5.24. So they're trying a little double ta-ta on this thing. And I'm buying SIDU right now. This is where I'm buying it right there. And somebody else decided that was a very good place to buy a shitload of shares. Right there, somebody decided to come in there. And they bought, to be exact, they bought, let's see here, 30,000 shares right there. Someone bought 30,000 shares right there on that drop right there today. Someone bought 30,000 right there at 11:38 a.m. They bought 30,000. So I'm going to buy some more here. 20 shares. And by the way, first, I'm going to go over here to TRNR. And I'm going to sell some more of this, which I have 1,270 shares of. So I'm going to sell 270 right now at market, review order, and place it. And now I'm going to come in and, well, I'm just going to sell all that damn thing. I'm out of it. I got 1,000 shares. I'm going to sell all. I'm going to find another place to put it. And I'll try just 500 for now at market, review order, and place it. Shit, I guess I have a bunch of orders of this already out there. Okay, let's go up here. And we're going to find all the outstanding orders we have on TRNR. And we're going to go over here to open orders. And I only have one to sell 890. I'm going to cancel that. And I'm going to be buying SIDU with the money here, folks. I'm down $361 on this account today because of this. And I'm going to sell it all right now in increments. Actually, I'm just going to get out of this damn thing at market. And I sure wish I would have done that last night before 8 o'clock. Now I'm going to come over to SIDU, which I see is down 5.02, and I'm going to buy it. Coming in for 10 shares at a time at market. Review order. And I see it now is down 5.0218. And in case you're not aware about this stock, if you want to take a look at it on the 10-day chart, this is what it's done. And here's where I'm buying it, because yesterday it was a good buy right there. It was a good buy that far below the 200, and now it's this far below the 200 again. And it's been a good buy every time they drove it down below this rising 200. They've got it down that far under it and that far under it. That's why I'm buying it right here now. And I just got it at 217.5. That's the second time I've filled at 217.5. And I'm going to come over here and show you the one-day chart on it now. And there it is right there, folks. It got to the deepest dive, and somebody came in and bought a whole bunch of shares of it right there when it got to the bottom. Somebody came in and bought a big old candlestick of about 40,000 shares right there. And when it got to the bottom, that was the place to get in. And now it looks like we're just got a nice little consolidation period going on here. And I presume that we'll see a nice turn right on up here. I don't know. But I'm coming in on it. 20 shares at market. Review order. And right now it is down 5.0218. 5.0218 is what is down, 5%. Now, I also want to come over here before I go in, and I want to look at the rest of the markets. And what I'm seeing here, take a look. The S&P 500 has just gone green. The Dow is green. The NASDAQ is green. Everything beautiful. Nice. The Russell small caps is the only one that they've been able to push down into the red again a little. You know, I wonder how long these people that are holding this AUUD at 102, I wonder how many people they can get to sell them shares at 102. I mean, I wonder how many until there just are no more at 102. Now, I bought a lot yesterday at 101. So I just wonder how many shares they've got left at 102. I really do. Because you can see this is the median line right there, baby. And they're dropping it down below a little, and they're running up a little, and down a little, and up a little, and down a little, and up a little, but no more down here's. No more down here's. It's just down to there now, right? Just herkin, jerkin, herkin, jerkin, herkin, jerkin. No more down here. AUUD, baby. And right on the median line, right there, right there. And I just wonder how many shares they have left to sell at 102. I just wonder how many they've got left there, because they've been doing it all damn day. 102. And yesterday, I filled a lot of shares at this price right here, 102 and 101. And then it closed, by the way, at 111 after I bought there. Ah, EVTV. EVTV. I sold it this morning at $2.13, and I bought it back at $1.82, the low of the day. That's right. This morning in the pre-market, I sold it right there. And then this morning when the market opened, I bought it right there. That's correct. Everybody that's on this channel that was with me all day knows it. Thank you for telling me about RXT. I appreciate it. So if it's really going up nicely, let's go over and help it rise. RXT. Let's go look at it. Very nice. Yes. I told you the wave was building. I told you the wave was building on it. I told you it was. Buy 20 shares at market. Love to buy 183. I'm buying there. And I've got 265 shares of this on my other account. And I've got 20 that I just bought on this one. RXT, baby. You guys, I drew that out, and I told you what was going to happen. I told you the energy of these long range 245 and 50 would push it up. I told you this was the sea floor right there. I told you this was the sea floor. I told you this was the continental shelf. There it is. That's what I told you. This was the sea floor. And I told you that was the continental shelf. Right there, sea floor, continental shelf. Then you got this one here. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the new level of the sea right here. And it gradually rises and rises like that. And the wave just keeps building up energy. I told you that. The long-term 200 rising here. The 50 rising, the 45 rising. And here is the seafloor. And this is the continental shelf. And this is the new beach coming up to land here, okay? And the wave energy is just building on this right now. And it should continue. It should continue to rise. RXT now up 53%, everybody. Let's go, baby. I'm coming in on it. 20 shares at a time market. Let's just shove this thing right on up. $20 shares at market. And actually, this would normally be where I'd tell you to sell some shares, 93, 94, but this thing is just tearing up this thing. So I'm going to be buying here again. I'm watching this very closely. I'm watching the percentage gain on it now. RXT, look at the percentage gain. Up 58, now up 59. Watch it rising. Up 58. The least amount that it's up right now is 58.37, and I'm going to buy that if I see it. Now 58.38. Oh my gosh, you can just see it rising, folks. 58.37, then 58.38. And I just filled it a little bit ago at 183, folks, 183.95. And then I filled at 193, then 195.5. '20 at market, now up 59%. Now up 60. Holy smokes, everybody. Rocket, man. It's rocket shipping here. And I just filled at 196.5. Now she's at 199. Now you want to come in a limit underneath here. Let's go down to 193 here. When she gets to $2, they pull it down to 3. Let's go for 192. Try to buy 192, 20 at 192. And the stock we're on here, folks, is RXT. RXT. I also want to look at GXAI. Oh, she's at the bottom, folks. She hit the very bottom there. GXAI was at the bottom right there. 128 was the bottom on GXAI today, down 8%. Let's look at RIME now. Oh, bottomed out. 218 was the bottom. RIME right now. I sold some this morning at 283. I told you to sell there, 283. Uh, RIME. I now only have 150 shares left. Good. Man, oh man, that was a good sell this morning. That was the one that gave me all the cash to invest now into RXT that I'm buying. All right. Might be a good place to buy it again. I don't know. SIDU is what I want to look at now. There you go. Trying to double bottom now on SIDU. Trying to double tap it right here. At lunchtime low, baby. Double tapping the SIDU low right now. Now let's look at RXT. There it is. Still climbing. Oh, yeah, she broke over. Good. Now I want to log out right here. Just hold on a second here. Let's see here. And SIDU. Got 150 of that. All right. And now RXT is continuing to rock it. It looks fabulous. And congratulations, those of you that just bought RXT with me. And I'm going to keep buying it. Coming in underneath it. Try and pull back here to 201. I want 201. Looking for a pullback to 201 now. They're not just going to let this thing run wild. When it gets to 207, 208, and they're going to sell some there. So I'm going to sell there. 40 shares. I'm going to sell at 208. And look at them drop it from 207 down to 199, folks. So I'm going to buy right here 20 at this price review order at market. Review order. Place it. Jeez. Man, oh man. Go, baby. That was a good buy right there on RXT where I just placed that order there, I think. I got it at $2 and now it's at 203. I also bought it at 201. I also bought it at 195, 193. RXT today, I bought it at 183. That's right. I bought it at 183, 193, 195, 196, 201. I just got it at $2. Now it's at 203. Wow. Nice, guys. Oh, yeah. Here we go. And I just bought more at $2 and 201 RXT. Well, I'm glad I got rid of that TRNR and bought RXT with it. That's for sure. AUUD is now at 105, and I got a lot of shares. Folks, listen, I'm telling you, they're going to run out of, I told you, how long will it be before this company runs out of shares at the 102? And ladies and gentlemen, I believe they just ran out at 102. I believe this stock has been beaten up a lot, and I believe there's a lot of accumulation on it. And I believe they just sold the last they could at 102, people. And we got some buyers coming in here. That buy right there was 25,000 shares bought right there on that bottom. AUUD. And I told you, sooner or later, they're going to run out of those 102 a share prices. And now the bid is 103 and the ask is 105. AUUD. And you just saw me buying a lot of shares yesterday on this one at 101 and 102. I bought many shares. And I think those were good buys there yesterday. AUUD. And right now I'm sitting on 420 shares of it. And I'm green on it, and I'm green on RXT today. AUUD, baby. And now I'm going to come in and buy this. I'm going to be trying to buy here some more shares of this right now. 20 shares at a time. AUUD. I'm coming in at market. And I just filled that. 104.84. I'm going to come in again on it. And I'm watching AUUD, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm watching the percentage down right now. Take a look at it. It's down 4.59 for the most. And now I'm watching it closely. It's at 105.9. And man, did I buy a lot of shares of this yesterday at 102 and 101. And I'm holding it in more than one account. And right now I've got 440 shares of it. And I'm watching the percentage down 4.5946. I'm just going to buy here because nobody else is. And I'm going to push this thing right up. And I just filled at 103.85. And the last trade was 105.9. Oh my goodness. So I just filled 103.85, duplicate order. And it says the last trade was 103 now. So I'm going to come in market down now 7%. And I already said to you earlier, pretty soon they're going to run out of all these shares they have at 102. And they have already. I believe they've run out. And I'm trying to buy right now. And again, they got this bid at 102 again. And I just wonder, how long are they going to keep this thing or try to keep it at 102 and or 103? I mean, how long can they keep it there? And we're going to take a look at AUUD on the long-term chart. And ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm buying here is because, man, they are all over this and they're kissing that ET, baby. They are kissing that ET right now as much as they freaking can and for as long as they can. Folks, look, it never stopped here before. It never stopped in that range ever. It never stopped here before. And look at the rising 200-day average. Look at that rising 200. Why did it stop here? Why? It never stopped there before. Never. So why are they all in love with it at 102 now? Why does everybody want to buy this so much at 102? Look at them. They're all over this thing, folks. Look at them. They're all over it. 102, 103, 102, 103, 102, 103. For how long? For how long will it stay there? How long can they hold it there? And you can see down here, these are 1 hour candlesticks. They're getting less and less volume to sell here now. Here, there was mostly buyers this morning. Here, a lot of selling pressure and more, a lot of selling pressure. Who the hell's got so many shares to sell at 102? And when will they stop? When will they run out? When will they run out? 102. When will they run out? Well, I can tell you one thing. This has been just an absolute steadily rising 200-day average. Just rising and rising and rising. And all they're trying to do is buy on that raising 200, folks. It's a slow rising 200, but they are definitely trying to buy it right on it like they did this morning in the pre-market where I bought it at 99 cents. But man, have they been doing a number on this stock? They have been doing a number on this stock, folks. They have been doing a number on this, doing a number on it, doing a number on it. And what is consistent about it? Well, what's consistent about it is they've run it down all damn day that day, and then they ran it down all damn day the next day. And now this is the third day, and they're trying to run it down all damn day again. It looks like, it does look like it, but the 200, meanwhile, just keeps rising and rising and rising. The 200-day average keeps rising. Now, let's take a look at this on the 180-day chart. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition of kissing the ET. This is the definition of kissing the ET. It truly is. Look at that massive spike. Look at that drop down. Look at him kissing the ET. And you better look at that 200-day average rising, folks, as they try to smooch it all up. I could be wrong, but man, this is a very common configuration from a springboard. Boing, after that. I've seen it so many times, people. That rising 45 and 50 about to cross over the 200 days, so they smash it right down to that and get all they can before it crosses over and does the triple upside crossover. And there it is right there. The 45 and 50 are crossing over the 200 right now. And look at them try to suppress it down there and get all they freaking can on this triple crossover. It's going to be a triple crossover, folks. The current price, the 5 and 10 day, and the 50 day right now, crossing the 200 day. So yeah, bring it on. Knock it down. Get it down to 102 again. I'm in there. Thank you very much, market makers. By the way, those of you that bought RXT with me at 183 and 184 and 185 an hour ago, looking good. Now at 191. Congratulations.
Ready to go.
All right, beautiful.
Here's a
Smoothie.
kind of a shaky smoothie.
A frozen smoothie.
No, it's,
Oh, I thought that was a
no,
straw.
it's a spoon. No, it's actually kind of. You can still drink it, but there's clumps.
Good, honey.
All right.
Well, you look good.
I know you always want to show me off when I look good. Don't. I'm in my coat.
Okay, I won't. I'm not going to expose my wife to everybody. She doesn't want to be seen. She's being shy and reclusive. Shy and reclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Cat.
Why are you doing that?
There she is.
Oh.
Say hi.
Hi.
Yay.
You're gonna show me.
I did show you. I fibbed to you. Everybody wants to see. This is what they're all here for, not me.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
The occasional time that I'll pop on.
Yes. Everybody wants you to pop on.
Stealing one of these.
Oh, yeah. Stealing one of my lens cleaners. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Say bye to Miss Cat. There she goes. And make sure you send her some love through your donations through Cash App. All right. Yep, because I didn't want to move it upstairs. I was trying to do something for you. All right. Yep.
See you later.
All right, I love you.
Oh, tonight for dinner, don't do anything. I'll do it when I get home.
Okay. What time are you working till?
7, and so I'll be home around 7:30.
All right, honey. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys have heard me talk to you about this particular configuration many times with a 45 and 50 day rising up over the 200, and to see them smash it down just to kiss the ET. And then usually this thing will springboard to the upside. I make no guarantees. You know that. I don't guarantee you anything. But I tell you what, I'm buying this thing here, right here, because I've seen it happen so many times before. So I'm coming in right here for another 20 shares at market, review order, and place it. Just like I bought a lot yesterday at 101. And then the close was 111. And I just bought it at 10131. Now I'm coming in for a limit order at $1. And I cannot fill at $1. I'm going to duplicate this order. Yep, I just got $1. Oh, yeah. I'm taking a chance at it, folks, here. I'm buying it right here on this rising 200, on the rising 50 and the rising 200. I'm buying it on this attack down right now. I'm taking a chance. But look at that thing consolidating. Look at it right here on the freaking 200 day. Look at the 50 and 45 and the 200 all together, and look at them trying to smash it down. Oh, my gosh, just trying to consolidate this thing. Man, I tell you what, that right there, that looks to me like a woodpecker if I've ever saw one. Doesn't that look like a woodpecker? Pecking away at it, pecking, trying to get people to break, trying to break people's shells, folks. I'm not falling for it. If you guys ever heard me say it before, I'll say it again now. I'm buying the pecker. And I just filled at $1, then $1.01, and now 1002. Yeah, baby. I just filled at $1, then 1001, and then 1002. $1, 1001, 1002. And if that doesn't show you the market makers doing their magic there, I don't know what is. All right. Duplicate order. And I'm coming in now. Review order and place it. And now I got 10098. 10098. Well, I want to congratulate whoever it was that just bought with me there. And I'm going to continue to buy the pecker, and I just filled at 10051. And the bid is 99.05, ladies and gentlemen. Well, bull crap. I'm going to come in, duplicate this order, and I'm going to come in and I am going to duplicate this order, and I'm going to try to buy not at 9905, but I'm going to try a limit order of 9906. 9906. I'm trying to buy 9906 just to piss them off. Review order and place it. And my 9906 will not fill. Now I'm going to come in at 9907. I'm coming in 20 shares, limit 9907. 0.9907. Says the bid is now 9906. I'm going to try for 9907. And I just filled at 9907. And I cannot get 9906. Thank you very much for you market makers giving me a chance to buy below $1. I'm sure you're very happy that you could do that too. So well manipulated today. Duplicate order. Coming in here, I see the bid says 9907. I'm coming in 9908. Review order and place it. And I cannot fill at 9908 or 9906. And neither one of those orders will fill 9906 or 9908. The last fill was 9905. I don't believe that because I'm trying to buy 9906 and I'm trying to buy 9908 and I can't get it. And the last trade was 9909. Nice, my 2 cents. Good. Yeah, 208. And then a buyback at 193. Fabulous, fabulous. Well, I just bought RXT. I just bought it back after they dropped it down, and I bought it at 183.95. Yeah, baby. 183.95. And I bought some more at 193. Well, there'll be no more buying under $1. Apparently, that's all. All they had there was 60 shares at 99 cents, and now the bid is $1. The bid is $1, and the ask is 101. And folks, eventually this AUUD, as I said to you, they had to run out. They had to, and they're doing it so that they can buy what I call kissing the ET. And that is just what they did. This is the configuration. And I absolutely love to buy on this configuration with a 50-day average coming up to the 200, and they try to attack it down to meet that. That is consolidation, folks. This is an absolute term for consolidation. A rising 45 and 50, a rising 200 day, and then they try to work the price down right to that, and then boing, off she goes, folks. And I could be wrong, but I sure as hell don't think so. This is the definition of the word consolidate and capitulate and converge. And when you get those 3 C words, all of those favor longs. They all favor longs. The 50-day is about to cross the 200, folks, and so is the 45. And you're going to have a triple day crossover on a 180-day chart. This is a 180-day chart, and they're capitulating it on the 180-day chart. Look at the 20-day chart right now. Look at them kissing the ET, baby. Look how they kissed it right there where I bought it this morning. They got it below the 200, and now they're trying to bump the 200 again. And this 200 is ever rising, just rising and rising, just steadily rising. Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen this configuration in my lifetime hundreds and hundreds of times. And the outcome of a consolidation and a capitulation and a convergence usually favors longs. All of those C words favor longs. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. They favor longs, people. This is long enough of this running down from 171 for 1, 2, 3 solid days right to the 200-day average. It's a dream for these market makers to do this and be able to buy on the 200-day after they sold it up here. They suckered everyone into it, FOMO'd the shit, then they sold the crap out of it to buy it on the 200 today. And that's what they do, folks. That's what experts do. That's what hedge funds do. It just annihilates retail and just blasts them all out of a stock. Especially when you look at these last 2-hour candlesticks, heavy, solid red selling, trying to fleece everyone out. Trying to fleece them out. Way more selling here, trying to scare everyone out and trying to get a buy on the friggin' 200-day moving average line. The rising 200-day moving average. I've told everyone on this channel that none of these day trade stocks are to be held overnight. None of them are to be held overnight. Every one of them are day trade stocks. If you get into my longs, then they're the ones you hold. These are the positions on this chart here that you hold long. Only these. All other stocks that we trade here on this channel are day trade only and should all be sold at the end of every closing day. But these are the stocks that I hold long right here. And I don't day trade these at all. I've been holding these stocks here for 25 years, some of them. And this is just the performance over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, in the last year. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know it, you can get this chart from me if you become a member at the monster level or Goliath level membership. Don't just join as a big bottom. Come in at the monster level or Goliath level and you'll get these stocks. You'll get this list of stocks. And look at the percentage gains on them over the last year, folks. Over the last year, look at the percentage gains on these stocks. These are the only ones you hold long. Yes, YouTube is definitely monitoring my channel, and they are deleting people's comments. Yesterday on TRNR, I told everyone we were going to sell TRNR yesterday before the market closed. I say that with all the stocks we day trade. Sell them all before the market closes. These are day trade stocks. They're not to be held long. Sell them all at the end of the day. Well, yesterday I told everybody I was going to sell TRNR at the end of the day. And I told everyone I was going to sell it and do not hold TRNR. And then I said I'm going to sell it before 8 o'clock. Well, then I got my guitar out about 7:15, and I played it all the way up. And I was just singing and playing and having fun, and we were joking and talking. And someone alerted me, hey, Catfish, remember to sell before 8 o'clock. Well, YouTube moderator deleted that statement. They deleted it, so I didn't get a chance to read it. And sure enough, I started to sell it, and it was already 8 o'clock. I had hit the button to sell all, and I looked at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock. And I had missed the chance to sell TRNR. And today it has dropped freaking unbelievably TRNR. I mean, I got slaughtered by not being able to sell that because someone did not tell me. Like I said, I wanted to sell this yesterday in the after hours right there. And so I told everybody, don't hold this stock today. Don't hold it. Don't hold it. And then I got a warning from one of my viewers yesterday afternoon saying, hey, Cat, don't forget to sell this. And I jumped over to sell it, and it was already freaking 8 o'clock. Well, I didn't get the warning. I never saw it because someone on YouTube decided, oh, let's delete that comment. Let's delete that so Catfish cannot see that he's being told to sell that, a reminder to sell that stock. And so I missed selling this stock yesterday, TRNR, by like 5 seconds or something, folks. Literally, as soon as I hit the sell button, it was 8 o'clock. And I could not believe that I missed getting out of this stock, and I was mad about it. And I knew it. I knew it. I told you guys to sell this, everybody. TRNR. And sure as shit, they ran it down today, freaking 45%, because they did a freaking 10 for 1, or 1 for 10 reverse split. Yeah. So yesterday, and it cost me about $360 today because somebody decided to delete my viewers' warning to me, hey, don't forget to sell before 8 o'clock, TRNR. And you know, the interesting thing is, the viewer said to me afterwards, why did you delete my warning? And I said, I didn't delete anything. And no moderator would delete anything like that. No moderator would delete that. That comment was deleted by someone on YouTube. And I want to tell you, whoever you are that did that, that you created a lot of very negative karma by doing that yesterday. Whoever you are, you think you're so almighty and powerful, and you can remove one of my tank members' comments because you don't want me to sell. You don't want me to notice it's almost 8 o'clock, and you deleted that comment. Boy, howdy, you got it coming to you because you create a mega amount of negative karma by doing that right there, all right? Because you're doing it to someone who's here trying to help everyone. I'm trying to help everyone. I'm not here trying to teach people how to lose money. I'm trying to teach people on this channel how to make money day trading. And I tell them all to always sell before 8 o'clock. And for you to delete someone reminding me, that is just utter unforgivable in my book. And you have created a mega amount of karma on yourself negatively. And it will come back to you. I don't know what's going to happen to you. But when you have something really effed up happen to you, you'll know why now. You'll know why. Okay? When something really, really horrible happens to you, because it'll be because of that, in my opinion. So get ready and keep your eye out over your shoulder, whoever it was that removed the comment yesterday. All right, the Bass Assassin, good for you. No, I'm not completely out of SIDU. I have sold a lot of it, but I still have some. I've got only 150 shares left. And I even bought a little bit today when they ran it down in the middle of the day. I don't know if they're still running it down or not. But boy, howdy, man, I tell you, you are really setting yourself up for a bad situation when you delete my viewers' comments off of here. Whoever you are that's doing that, I want to let you know, I feel sorry for you, okay? I feel sorry for you. I don't know what's going to happen to you, but you got it coming, baby. So be ready. And you see, you didn't just affect me by deleting that person's comment. You just, everybody else who might have got caught up in the fun we were having, you affected all of their accounts in a negative way. So you multiply the karma that comes against you when you try to go against the tank. And I hope you're ready for what's coming your way, because it's coming your way. And I don't know by what means and how, but it's coming. It's coming to you. You got what you deserve coming. And as for me, well, I just sold all of the TRNR, and I decided to take that money and buy into a runner instead and make it all back. And I want you all to see right now that one of the stocks that you might want to have your eyes on today is RXT. And thank God I bought a lot of RXT yesterday. And I'm going to show you it now, right now. Look at RXT, everybody. Look at RXT. Yeah, baby. Heck yeah. Up 56%. So this cancels out my 50% drop on TRNR. A 56% gain. And that probably is because of what you did with TRNR, that they let me get a 56% gain on this one today. So there you go. Karma, folks, karma. Pay it forward. Now I want to look at AUUD capitulating right on the $1 line. And this is the biggest kissing ET I've seen in a long time, folks. Man, oh man, look at that rising 200 day. Look at him pinch it all right down to the 200. Expertly done. This is textbook hedge fund manipulation right here. Textbook hedge fund manipulation to try to get the price to come down here to the 200-day moving average. To the viewer that just donated to my Cash App, I want to say thank you very, very much. I'm not going to say your last name. I don't know what your username is, but I want to say very much, thank you very much to Brandon. I appreciate that contribution. And here we are. Yep. BBAI was killer. Sent you a Cash App for TRNRBS. So thank you, Dabas Assassin. I appreciate it. You're the third one to give gifts lately because of my suffrage. So thank you very much. But I'll be all right. You know, I'm not gonna flounder and lose everything and lose my mind because I got screwed over by a moderator on YouTube. That's for sure. But I want you to know, Kat, have you seen sci-fi movie Passengers 2016? Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence. No, I haven't. Ridiggity. OLB is rising. Good. I know, but I like to support the cause. No. And I'm very, very grateful for your support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, let's take a look at SIDU right now. Trying to trounce it down for a Friday close. Look at that thing getting manipulated down. 210, 209. Oh, well, they're going for 208, people. Believe me. And look at all that heavy, every single 1 hour candlestick. Selling, and massive selling right here. Selling like crazy at this time of day right now. At the lunchtime low, baby. There's your lunchtime low on SIDU. 210 a share. down by coincidence 8.08%. Down 8.08%. Now I'm going to come over here and take a look at RIME. Man, they're just trying to kill everything today, aren't they? Look at all that selling this morning. Selling, 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 selling. It looks just like SIDU. Heavy selling pressure on RIME. Fortunately, I sold it, and I only have 150 shares left of that. Yeah, I got out of that thing this morning, 260, folks. I only have 150 shares left of RIME. I sold it this morning, right there. And now they work it down to 213. 213, folks. 20% down RIME today. You know, there was a guy this morning on the channel. I mentioned RXT, and he laughed at me. He laughed at me on RXT. He laughed at me about RXT. When I was suggesting people get in on this, he was laughing at me. He went, RXT, what a dog, he said the word dog shit, and I banned him from the channel. But hey, look at that pile of dog shit now. RXT. Nice call, whoever it was this morning that laughed at me about this stock. Yep, UN Nightgram. Yep. And I bought it. I just kept buying it, and I bought it this morning, some more. And if they get it back down to 188, I'll buy a little more of it. After selling 207, 208. Two days ago, shucks. In case you didn't hear about it, today, the Supreme Court ruled against Trump's tariffs. Okay? Just so you're aware of that. Now, I also want you guys to be aware that the market as a whole is doing very well. And we heard someone say that the S&P was going to go down 5% today, 5% fall today. And as you can see, that has not come to fruition. And I'm very glad that it didn't. We talked about this yesterday, and I'm very glad to see that the S&P 500 did not fall 5% today. The Dow barely red. The NASDAQ is green and going to go green the rest of the afternoon. You can see how they tried to shake everyone out at lunchtime just then, and now she's green and rising. And the Russell, the small cap index, is the only one down, okay? And VIX is also negative, which is good. So glad to see that you were not correct about the 5% prediction of the drop of the S&P by 5%, and glad about that. It's funny, Piyush. Yeah. So looking at RXT right here, and boy, I tell you what, I bought a lot of this yesterday. Huh. To some of you, I want you to see something. I want you to see something here. I sold EVTV this morning at $2.13. I sold it at 207, 208, 211, and 213. I had 400 shares. I sold all of them. The price is now at $1.78, still up 3%, but it was up nice this morning, and I sold it very early at $2.07, $2.08. I sold 206, 207, 208, and 211 and 213. And I sold all 400 shares that I had. Now, I want you guys to see something here. This is money market funds. And I want you to see that money has been getting, during this fearful market, a lot of money was leaving the market and being put away in these money market funds. And you can just see them just piling in for security here. But the one thing I want you to see is we finally saw a reduction. And this is when I told you I thought the rotation was occurring in the market. When the Dow was down last week, early this week, down 500 and then down 300 and all that, I said, folks, I think that this is moving money, just moving money around. And you can clearly see that after all we've been doing is rising and rising and rising and rising, finally we see some money leaving the money market funds and coming back into liquidity, coming back into the market yesterday or the day before. So this is what I'm showing you. Finally, we have a little bit of a pullback from all this money going into money market funds. And there are over $17 trillion in money market right now locked up. And some of you might have just seen me buy this stock AUUD at 99 cents. I just got through filling it below a dollar during the lunchtime low. I just bought it right down there, and I got it at 99 cents. And I want to thank all the market makers who are doing this with this stock. I want to thank you very much for giving me a buy today at lunchtime at that price. Now, I asked him my question this morning, did you buy EVTV with me? And I didn't say a lot. I didn't say, did you dive in? But I said, did you buy with me in the 194 range? 17% said yes, 83% said no. Well, good. But I want you to know that that was just an entry. I first sold, and I wish I should have asked the first question is, did you sell EVTV with me at the 207, 208, 211, and 213? Because that's what I did this morning. That's right. This morning, when I came on, I sold right here at 207, 208, 211, and 213. That's where I sold this morning. 207, 208, 211, and 213. I had 400 shares, and I sold them all. And now you can see why. Look at that thing get manipulated down. Nice, huh? You guys, Gary and Piushbach, I got a nice little conversation going on here. Well, this is, again, AUUD as they try to hold it at 102. And fortunately, yesterday I got to buy a lot at $1. And today I even bought at 10001. And I even got some at 9999. Huh. Here we are. And some of you can see right now, I'll show you that I just got through on AUUD. You can see right there, AUUD. Look at my buys. A lot of buys at 101, 101, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1.99. Now she's at 104. Ask is now 104 on that. AUUD. Now I want you to see that on the great news that they had the other day, this stock price went way up. Okay? The stock shot up in the pre-market when the news came out. And then for 3 solid days, they have beat this down, beat this down, beat it down, and there's no more beating it down, folks. This is the lowest they could get it yesterday, where I bought it yesterday, and that price was 95 cents, and I bought it here at 95 again. And then this morning, I bought it here at 99 cents, and I bought it again right there at $1, all right? And this is the stock, AUUD. And I'm going to show it to you right now. And this is the definition of a market maker play. All right? This is how hedge funds do it, folks. This is how hedge funds do it. Triple upside crossover. Very, very aggressive buying on a triple upside crossover on a long-term chart. And so here is the fleece out. And there is the accumulation. They dumped it there once yesterday. I bought this yesterday, AUUD. And then I bought this drop again this morning in the pre-market. So I've been still on this stock because I believe this thing is about to kiss the ET and take off. I believe this is typical hedge fund bullshit to get it to the 200 so they can buy it and then run it right back up, folks. And I could be wrong, but this is what I call the kissing ET formation. And I've been telling you guys about this for quite some time, about this kissing ET formation. And there it is, right there, folks. This is it. They're kissing the heck out of this thing. Yes, it's the praying mantis. Yes. And I want you to look at it on the 180-day chart. There it is on the 180-day chart. And man, that thing is about to cross over. The 50-day average is about to cross the 200 right now. Look at that thing rising the whole time. They tried to manipulate it down, manipulate it down, manipulate it down. Look at the 45-day rising and the 55-day rising, all during this washout, all during this fleecing period of 3 days. And look at that 50 about to cross the 200 right now, folks. This is why this morning they tried to get it down to 99 cents. They saw what was coming. They saw this crossover forming and they said, shit, let's take it down yesterday to 95 and then today down to 99. That's as low as they could get it today, 99. And now the bid is 102 and the ask is 104. What do you know? It was just a half an hour ago I bought it at 99 cents. And now the bid is 102 and the ask is 104. And look at that 50-day. It's going to cross it, folks. It's going to cross the 200. And it's going to be a triple upside crossover of the 200-day average on this chart. On the 180-day. And every one of these candlesticks down here, every one of these candlesticks, I wonder why I won't highlight this. What's going on here? There we go. Nice. See that? Look at that 45-day just rising and rising and rising. Going to come up and cross the 200. Look at the 50-day just rising and rising and rising and rising. And it's going to cross the 200. You want to know why? Because the 200-day is also slowly rising. They're all rising. The 200's rising. The 50's rising. The 45, they're all rising. They're all rising, all long term. Last month it was 1650, now 985. But then again, SoFi was 2630, now 18s. No, SoFi was $32. $32. Don't don't misinform. It was over $32 a share. It was all the way up to 35 almost. I think it might have even gone over 35. Go check it out right now. 52-week high, 32.73. 32.73 was the high. And by the way, those of you that don't know about my buy-sell sheet, one of the numbers on my buy-sell sheet is right there, 72 and 73. So what do you know? I sold it that day at 32.72. The all-time high, 32.73 was what it was this year. And you should have known to sell 72.73. Because that, ladies and gentlemen, on SoFi was the high, 32.73. And that would have been a major sell right there for me. Shit. God dog it, folks. I just spilled my milkshake here all over the place, and it went into my new laptop. And I turned my laptop over immediately as I did that. And so anything will not go down in the keys. But damn. Oh, my gosh, people. Shit. Dang. Oh, gosh. Dadgummit, man. You guys hang on a minute here. Jeez. Hold on a second here. I got to get this all out of here now because it is all in my numeric keyboard section here. And let me try and just work this out here. Shit. From now on, there will be a rule. Any drink is brought down here is in one of those cups with the closing lid on it. Dang it, man. Ah, crap. All right, I'll jiggle it, yeah. It's a good idea there to jiggle it like that. That's good. Yep, that just knocked a bunch of it out right there. Hold on, guys. All right. Now let's take a look at this. Here's my laptop, and this is where my milkshake just went. It looks like I got it pretty good. Looks like I got everything out of there pretty good. Don't see any shake in the cracks there. Dadgummit, man. And I hadn't even taken any sips of that yet. Take a look at this. Nice, huh? Nice. Gotta love that right there. Oh, boy. Sometimes you have those days, folks. Jeepers creepers. Crap. Oh, man. Guys, just bear with me a minute here. I'll get this all up here. Crapola. All right, here we go. We're going to scrape all this off. All right. Let's take it to the edge and get it out here. Lovely. Almost done. Well, I tell you what, that stuff went everywhere, man. Of course, I can't see anybody's comments right now, so please bear with me while I just get this all cleared off here. And we almost got it all. I appreciate your comments to jiggle the screen too. That was a good idea. Now we got to just take a little bit of light moisture here. And we're going to try to get this cleaned off a little bit better here on this, on my laptop. There we go. Little tarantula back over here. My bass picture. Don't know if you guys can see that or not. Okay, we got that. And we're pretty good here now. I think we got it all. And just going to do a little bit more on my keyboard here. And hopefully we can use a little pin here in between these. All right. Well, it looks like we got. Fortunately, I acted fast enough when it fell to immediately turn this laptop over right that second. And I really need to get a very thin piece of wire here. If I can. And go down into these cracks here around these keys, because I can see some of the shake down in there. Wow. Not good, people. Lucky for me, I have cat-like reflexes. I think we're going to be okay. All right, now let's get this back over here. And we're going to take our milkshake covered mouse pad. Get all that off of it for sure. And actually, I'm going to turn this mouse pad over right now and use it over on the bottom side. Okay, and now just hitting all these numbers and stuff. Just give me a second here. And it seems like it's still working, fortunately. There we go. And I'm going to have to do a little bit more cleaning on this, folks. So you're going to have to just give me a second here. I've got a little... shit. I've got this little needle right here. And I'm going to run this needle down along this edge of this E here. Oh yeah, it's there's more in there and it's got to come out. There we go. Got that out nicely. Okay, we got that out. Now we're going to try to go along this here and get this out along this enter. Very good. That's coming out nicely. All right, that worked good. That's working good right there, folks. That works good. All right, I feel pretty good about that. That looks pretty good. And I actually wanted to really get this done while the computer is, while this stuff is still wet. I did not want to let this dry in here. There we go. All right. So just so you guys can see my cleaning area, I'll show you right here what's going on, and you tell me. Looks like we got a little bit right here. There we go. And we got a little bit right in here. Oh, yeah. Come on out, baby. There we go. Can you guys see this? There we go. Well, that was not good, folks. That was not good to get that in there. Obviously. You can see some right here. Some right in here. There we go. All right, I think we're pretty good here. I feel pretty good about this now. Still a little bit down here below this 5 number here. Oh yeah, there's there. Oh yeah. Guys, give me a second here. Sorry, I lost my sound, everybody. And somehow by just cleaning everything out here and wiping everything down, I zoomed in my screen. I don't know. Can anybody help me out here? Right here, does anybody know how to zoom back out? I got all zoomed in. There we go. I hit escape. Okay, let me hit this right here. There we go. All right. Thinkorswim is already loaded. I don't know why it's doing this. Installing updates. Why are you installing updates? All right, here we go. Now we got Thinkorswim right here. There it is. All right. So we are up and working again, folks. Thank you very much for that tip about the pad. I appreciate it. That helped me a lot. Now we're going to the 1-day chart, and we're looking at AUUD. And if you have to give me a minute here now, let me fix this right here so I can get this set up where I want it. Hold on, please. There we go. All right. So we made it. Unfortunately, it is going to be okay, it appears. We did not destroy our new laptop. Thank goodness. And now we're going to look at some other stocks. RXT. RXT. Oh, what in the world is going on here? Okay, now I got something weird going on with my keyboard. Just give me a second here, folks. Let me try something. And okay, so something's happened now to my keyboard, and when I'm hitting the letter R, it's going automatically to this run program. So my keyboard is in some weird situation. So, guys, here's the deal. Right now, if I try to type in something here, the letters are not working on my thing, I get the letter G and it won't do anything. It does this, see? So something about my keyboard now has shortcuts. The keys are all shortcutting. Can anybody tell me how to stop that? Does anybody have any help for me here? My keys are all, I can't type in anything. When I try to type, it does something else. God dog it. So when I go up here to AUUD and I try to change it to, let's say, EVTV, well, E just goes like this. E won't give me the letter E. No, there's something else that I've selected that's made me get all these keys. Keys are not working right. Sheezo Pete's. Let me try something here. And let's try and type something here. Nope. It's shortcutting the keys. See, anytime I try to type a letter, it's shortcutting to something. I've done something here. I don't know what I did when I was cleaning the keyboards off. Shit. All right, we'll try to restart it. All right, so while this restarts, folks, I'm going to run upstairs, and I'll be right back, folks. I'll play a little bit of my music. Hopefully you like this CD. And let's get this computer restarted. Choose an option. Continue. Exit and continue to window 11s. Use a device. Troubleshoot. All right. All right. Just give me a second here, folks. And we're going to go over here. And we're back up and running, and the keys are working. Just give me a second here now. And we're going to put in restore my pages. There's AUUD. EVTV. All right. And then we're going to come here, view your channel. There we go, right there.
Realize how much money this will save us? What's that?
And we're going to mute this.
Look, it pulls all our expenses into one place and breaks down spending by team. Guys, Nina just built an app. Impossible.
There we go. Now we skip this. And we're up and running, I think. Yes, we are. All right. Now, let's get down here to our Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Get it loaded up. And you guys have to give me a minute to get logged in here to Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, please. So just give me a minute here. And hopefully I'll be able to log in. My keyboard's all working again now. And, of course, it's installing updates. OLB, folks, making a recovery for anybody that decided to wage a war with that and stay in it. All right. Let's see if this works. Hey, it works. Yay, my keyboard's working. And now we're going to come over here and we're going to type in my password. And we're going to log in here in just a moment. And we want to first get in on our Express VPN and get it loaded up. And now we're connected, and here we go. Log in. Getting logged in here on our Thinkorswim. You'll just give me a minute here. There we go. We're logged back in on Thinkorswim. And ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to own LIMN today, LIMN, congratulations. It is rising right now. If you're still holding any of that, LIMN. It was a disastrous stock, folks. But look how they got everyone out this morning. And then look at that thing running right now. LIMN. Now I want to look at RXT. Kissing it, baby. Kiss it goodbye right there. Kiss it goodbye. RXT, ladies and gentlemen. Kiss it off that 200 day. Right off that 200. Boing. There it goes. Right off of it. Right off the 200, folks. Kiss it goodbye. RXT. Pardon me. All right, you guys. Listen. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. Looks like I'm missing one of my mouse. Here it is. All right. Well, folks, that was a little bit of a debacle. We got it solved. I want to play you some of my music now while I take a brief break. I'll be back here in less than 5 minutes and let you hear some of my original music. I have music under the artist named Tyler, last name Self, SELPH. And I'm going to play you some of my music now, including this song called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. And I'll be right back, folks.
I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star, and ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I could have every single thing, everything this world could give, but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I could make a lot of money, and I could buy anything. I could make $1 million, or become a millionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Any moment now, she will arrive. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I can hardly wait till she steps to view. Any moment now. And any moment now, I'll see her face. And when I do, I know my heart will race. I'll be 10 feet on the ground. Oh, once I see her in her wedding gown, in a moment now, any second now. any moment now, any second now, any moment now, any second now, any moment now.
Should these auto-transforming glasses be made illegal in the U.S.?
All right,
All
I'm
glasses
back,
have
folks.
this tiny flaw, but we fixed it.
Yeah, I fixed you. All right, here we go. Try and keep our milkshake away. Now, ladies and gentlemen that are here with me right now, I want you to know you are right. I did sell TRNR. You are correct. I sold TRNR this morning. I took a hit on it because last night I told everybody to sell TRNR before 8 o'clock. I was doing my stream and I told everybody, make sure you sell TRNR. We're not going to hold that tonight. And someone, since I was having a lot of fun on my stream last night and playing music for everyone and having a good time, someone notified me, hey, Catfish, it's almost 8 o'clock. And they put that on the chat, but I was playing or whatever. And when I stopped, suddenly I looked over and I missed the chance to sell TRNR because, and I was looking at all the chats, but someone said, hey, why did you delete my thing about it almost being 8 o'clock? And I looked over and went, shit. So someone deleted his comment to remind me to sell before 8 while we were having fun and laughing it up and having a good time. So I sold it all this morning and I moved it over to RXT. I immediately moved it over to RXT, which is now up 60%. So I turned a calamity into something nice. And RXT is still rising now. Here it is on the chart. Here it is on the chart. Someone said they just got a partial fill on $1 on AUUD. Nice. I think it's nice. I don't know. As long as they're over $1, there's no real chance of them doing a reverse split. As long as they stay over $1. Anyway, this is what RXT looks like right now. I do not want to tell you what to do with your money, but this is a very advantageous situation. Right here, you've got a 5-day and 10-day, which have just crossed over the 50-day. Now, they've already done that here. They crossed over. They got nutsacked out, and now they're gone. And this is the bottom, in my opinion, right there. Buying right on the 200-day. That's a good place to buy, folks, on a 200-day average as a general rule. Now, listen, folks. I'm not a financial advisor. And I'm not telling anybody what to do here. All I do is share my knowledge of 26 years of trading in the stock market, okay? And I am not here to profess to know everything and have a crystal ball or anything like that. But all I do is I show you how to improve your odds of making good financial decisions on day trading. If you're going to day trade at all, I'm going to try to give you some advantages. And go to yesterday and see what I was buying this RXT for. You'll see I filled a lot of orders yesterday on this at $1.55, as you all know, one of my favorite numbers to buy. All right, so these are my buyback numbers right there. And why I was buying RXT yesterday, I'm going to show you here the stock we're talking about. Let me close this out and put this down here and open up RXT here. We'll add another window and we'll do RXT stock. It is right here. And if you look at the historical data on this chart, you'll see that yesterday's low was $1. Yesterday's low, $1, people, on this stock, RXT. And I was telling you, I thought it was a good buy. All right, give me a minute here. Got strawberry delight everywhere. Now, right now, I've got to get a code sent to me. You guys know how that works. So let me get this code sent to me, and then I'll be right back. Hopefully they don't disconnect my stream. If they do disconnect my stream, I'll restart the stream in 5 minutes with the same thumbnail. Let me get this code, everybody, and I'll be right back. So this morning, people heard me say that I was pretty upset that I had lost a bunch of money on TRNR because I didn't get my sell order in before 8 o'clock. My stupid mistake, okay? I'm the one that didn't sell it. I hit the order and it turned 8 o'clock. It was already 8 o'clock. I missed it at 8 o'clock to sell TRNR yesterday. So I'm very upset at myself for making that stupid mistake. But I made the mistake and I suffer the consequences. And now I'm going to reap the rewards of moving those money over that I lost to this stock RXT. And the last time I bought it was at $1.78. You can see that right here today. And I bought a bunch of shares here, folks. And RXT is what I've been buying. And I've been buying it since it was in the 156, 155. Down here, I want you to see for RXT, I started first buying it at 158 and I bought it at 157 and I bought it at 159 and 155 and 156. I bought it at 157. I bought it at 153. I bought it at 154. And then I sold it at 164 and 166. I sold there 164 and 166. Then I bought back at 159 and I bought at 160. And then I sold some at 166. Then I sold some at 183. And I sold a little bit at 185. Now I'm selling 40 shares at a time here, folks. 188, I sold some. Then look where I started buying again. 40 shares at a time at 181, 182, 182 again. My favorite numbers to buy, 182 and 183. And so after I had sold here at 188, the number on my buy-sell sheet, you know the numbers. And on that buy-sell sheet, there's definitely these numbers that are highlighted right here for you all to see. And those numbers are right here, ladies and gentlemen. And you can clearly see them on this other computer. 187.88 is a sell, sell, sell. So I sold there. That's why I sold at these numbers, folks. 187, 188. And then the buyback was 182. Usually you can get it lower than that. Usually you can get it at 177. And goodness gracious, look at that. I got a 178 buy on it. 178. Now at 196. So now I'm going to come over here to this sell order of 30 shares. I'm going to duplicate that order. I've got 265 shares. And I'm going to sell it now at 197, 198. But before I do, I want to put in some sell orders at 204. Sell 30 at 204. Review order and place it. Now, let me explain why I want to do that right now. Because sometimes when hedge funds really start to come in, a price will jump from the 190s, like 197, right over 200 real fast and get bought up. They once they see that it's going to break over the 2, they can jump up by $2 right quick. But then they come back down. They'll come back down to 198 or 9, but they can spike up over $2 because of the enthusiasm of a big buyer coming in. So I got a sell order there at 204 now, and then I'm going to come down here to the other sell order that I had at 188. I'm going to duplicate that order, and I'm going to come in to sell right now 207, 2.07. I want that now in. I want that now. 2.07. And I'm going to sell that. Review order. What is this thing doing? Oh, it's on RXT. Limit order. Well, let's just take the 204 and then change that up. 207. There we go. Review order and place it. And now we want to come down here to this order we sold already at 188, and we're going to put in sell, duplicate order. And we're going to go 208. And I want to put these in right now because, folks, you'd be surprised when something's going to take off, how fast it can shoot up and hit numbers. You'd be shocked to know. So I just bought it at a lot of shares this morning in the 150s. So now I've got those orders in where I want them there, 208. And I'm going to go ahead and throw in another sell order right now. Still, I'm not in a hurry. Duplicate order. And I'm going to go out at 211. Well, I'll go 209. 209. We'll do the last use and bump it up one. Review order and place it. All right. So we got those orders in now all the way up to 209. And now we're going to start working in and for another buy order underneath this thing. So we're going to duplicate this. And come in right now here at 178 last. And we're going to do that right up here to 188. We want to try to buy 188 here. And we want to try to do that right now, 188. Review order and place it. Oh, I guess at this stage I don't have enough to do that. But one thing's for sure. I'm going to be trying to sell here. And I've got, and by the way, we're looking here at RXT, ladies and gentlemen, RXT. And if you think they're just going to let it run over $2, you'd be wrong. That's not how it works. Man, it gets to that $2 zone. You don't want to be buying there. You want to be selling there, folks, because they're not going to just let it romp right over $2 up 60%. That's not how the market works. It has to breathe and come back down, and it is doing that right now. And as a matter of fact, 196 might have been a very smart place to get out. But then again, I don't see the volume letting up, and that thing is just churning right now. Now I want to get over here. RXT, here it is on the chart. Here's a pre-substantiated 5-day drop area right there. Right there was a nice formed area, and here they are. The 5 days there again now. The 5 days there right now. And the buy is on the 50-day at 188, and that would be an easy one to do. See, I wish I actually would have sold already even higher there, but this is the buyback, and 183 is also a good buy. But you got to know to sell 180, the 97, 98, 99s, and I should have just gone ahead and taken those sales right then. But 188's the buyback. They ran it down 9 cents. Good job. If you got any money to go in with, right there's 188's a good place to pick up some shares. And don't go too heavy. I'm not telling you to buy thousands of shares at 188. Nibble at it and then go 189 and follow it up. And here it goes, folks. It's on its next leg up right now. Here it goes. It's on its next leg up. Don't be surprised if you see the 5 days suddenly go right back up at a 90-degree angle here. All right, listen, folks. I know what I'm talking about here. Don't be surprised to see this 5-day suddenly spike right up at a 90-degree. And we got plenty of buyers here on this. Very interested parties. Interested parties to buy here at the same candlestick. And by the way, this 50-day is up here. I tried to show you guys earlier. When this is what I want you to learn. When the 50-day average is down here, they try to barcode it there until the 50 gets up in that area, and then it rises higher, see? So here, the 50-day is rising, and they're trying to push the price below it. And I said, it's very hard with a 200-day rising and a 50-day. It gets very hard to push the price down below that 50 and keep it there. I told you that earlier. So then here it is again. The 200 continues to rise at an even more rapid pace there, and the 50 and 45 are rising. And here again, an attempt to push under a rising 200 and a rising 45 and 50 to push under it again. And they barely got under it. Okay. Now, finally, over here, they really decide to bring some pressure on it. And they're not even selling in large red candlesticks here, but they get it momentum downwards. And then they dump a bunch right there to try to get to the 200 day. And there they saw it start to pick back up. And they said, let's dump 3 minutes in a row or 5 minutes in a row, and let's buy it on the 200. Yippee, they got it there. Then, just now, it actually comes up that tries to break the 50-day, and they deflate it down with some sells there, and then it does break the 50. So they come in. All right, let's just buy long. So go long and get up here. Now it's time to short the position. All right, so let's sell it. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. So they sell the crap out of it. And then they get it to fall to where it's right here in the middle between the 50 and the rising 200 day, the ever rising 200. And here they have, at this point, they got the price just briefly to drop where they had the 5-day at before. The 5-day, see, right there, this is the low of the 5-day. So when they dropped it, that was the number they wanted to execute, was to get it where the 5-day was right there. That's the number they had their eyes on. And so they just did. And they were able to buy it just a brief moment. For 1 minute, they were able to buy it at where they had the 5-day before. And they got the 5-day down there because the 1 minute drop was there before, earlier today. So I'm just showing you that something here that I want you to learn today is called mirror trading. And what you can do is you can take your draw tool down here on the right, and you can pick a line tool right there, and you can draw a mirror right here. And there's your mirror, folks. And as this thing falls is how it shall rise. All right? So let's back this out. So here's what I'm trying to teach you guys. These points of resistance as it fell will now become points of resistance as it rises. Now, it's obvious the 200-day is rising very steadily here and going to probably continue to do so. The reason I say that is because I've already seen a low way down here today, and then I saw a low there, and then I saw a low there, and now I see a low turning off the 200 rising. And they're just getting it as close as they could there to the 200 for just 1 minute. They got it, and then it bounced. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:15 in the afternoon, and this 200-day riser is just keeps rising. It keeps rising. And by the way, so does this very resilient 50-day and 45-day. Now, I told you all this was going to happen because I tried to show you this. And what I told you this morning was this was the sea floor right here. And I said, and this is the continental shelf. This is way down in the deep, dark sea where it's dark. You can't see anything and your hand in front of your face. But here is where the continental shelf is. And I told you this was a tidal wave coming, a tsunami. And you cannot see it when it's at this depth. But as it moves towards the continental shelf and it gets to there, oh, I said, watch out, because then the energy of the wave builds in here. I was right, and there it goes. Whoa, look at the wave. Guys, if you were here this morning, or if you want, go back and listen to me explaining this morning about 30 minutes into my stream. I drew this exact scenario for everyone and said, there's the seafloor, there's the continental shelf, there's the actual, Atlantic right off the coast for about, 10, 15 miles off the coast. And then here's where it hits the shoreline, I said. And I was right, man. And the shoreline here is right there. I mean, it just keeps rising there and it keeps rising there. And boom, look at that thing go up. That huge wave that I called out with my little lines that I made earlier. So anyway, it did exactly what I said it was going to do. That's all there is to it. And now this damn thing is a crocodile, folks. In case you don't know what this thing's called here, it's got a big old nasty knob on the end of her snout there, and she can smell the shorts right now, folks. I'm telling you. And you better, if you're shorting this here, you gotta understand something. She's got her eye on you. You can see her eyeballs and can see she's got her eye on you. There's actually more than one crocodile here. There's two of them. There's one crocodile sitting right there with his snout, listen, and this is another crocodile right here. There's a couple of them coming right at you, baby. And there's nowhere to go when you got crocodiles coming after you. On one end of the crocodile is a crocodile, and on the other end's an alligator, folks. Sam Dorchester just got back from snow blowing my driveways. 8 inches of heavy snow in central Wisconsin. Looks like EVTV is another loser today so far. Well, I sold EVTV this morning. I sold it when it was as soon as I came on, that's the first thing I did was jumped over there and sold it when it was up 10%. And then I bought back into it. And now I got 150 shares of it. And you know what? This is going to be 2 days in a row. I'm going to be green. And I like that. Back-to-back green days. Now, am I bragging that I'm making a bunch of money today? No, I'm not, but I'm actually green. And that's a pretty difficult thing to say in this market. But today, we certainly did not see the S&P go down 5% as one of our members. Now he came on later and said, "Yeah, I know, I might have been hitting the high end of things," and so we're good because he's a good analyst, I believe, and a good person to have another great cat here in the tank with us. But I want to show you folks. This is another crocodile right now. She's getting ready to bounce right off the 200 most likely. Now, I don't know if she'll do that or if we have a CM profit taken. But I got to show you something, folks, about how much profit's been made on this stock over the last 5 days. And there's been a lot of profit made on this. So you got to understand there's a possibility that we'll have some profit takers coming in here there. All right? Now, I've been telling you about this here stock RXT. And I'm not the only one who's been calling it out. So other CAP members have told us about this here stock. So we're grateful to those of you that did mention RXT back in the day. And I'm talking about right now, as a matter of fact, if you give me just a moment here. You know, I've got a lot of listeners over in Australia, as a matter of fact, you might not know. And I found out that I've got a new higher rate of people listening to me now. I thought it was Canada, but it is not. It's the UK. The UK's become the number 2 listener of my channel here. Now, let's look at this thing right now. RXT kissing the 5-day off the 10-day average right now. Look at that rising 45 off of the 50-day there, folks. Listen, I'm telling you, that thing's getting ready to possibly take off now. I don't know for sure, but I've seen before this type of activity, and it does look encouraging to me. Buddy thing looks like she's getting ready to cut loose on them. Up 51% today. Congratulations, all of you. But we got to watch it like a hawk, folks. She's only up 51.04 right now. And we got them coming out of 222 in the afternoon, up 51.84. And you can bet your bumper Jesus I'm ready to get on out of this thing if it starts to fall right away. I'm going to get out right quick like. I'm going to sell them all, believe me. The stock today is the reason I'm green today. Amazing after what happened with TRNR that I could actually be green right now. Sure would like to see another opportunity to sell it there again at the 190s and over $2. But right now, as I said, there might be some profit taking going on. People made some good money on her. She's up 50% right now. Keep an eye on her closely there. Matter of fact, since I am still green, I'm going to go ahead and sell right now some of her. But you know what? I'm not going to, because unfortunately, one of the numbers on my buy-sell sheet is 183. And that is a buy number on my sheet if the price is falling, folks. And this has now fallen from 208, and their attempt to get it at 183 wouldn't surprise me at all. One more time before then it goes on back up to 2 again. They really do like to accumulate the numbers 183 and 182. Now, I'm not telling you not to sell if you've got this. But if I was, I'd be careful. Up 51.84, 51.71, up 51.43. And if she just dropped to down 49, and there were takers there, folks. Let's see if they test it again down in the 49s again, or if this just starts to move here. Up 51.43, 51.84. Up 51.72, 51.43. Man, you know what, folks? I want to see compacted 51.13 by design, and then we're at 51.71, now 51.04. So the low is now 51.04, and then the next number was 51.13, and then a jump to 51.80s. Now the underneath comes in at 51.44, and I like what I'm seeing here right now. I'm watching the percent. Now the low is 51.43. And I'm watching this like as you can tell, I'm watching it like a hawk. 51.08, and it jumps from there to 51.84 again. Then back to 51.14. 51.03 is now the current low. But there's a lot of gap there from that 51.08 to 51.80, folks. 51.04 now. And 51.43, which we're seeing repeatedly. Now 51.71, and I like that. And then back to 51.03. So we're trading against a computer here, folks. Now we're seeing a 51.02, and I don't like that. I don't like that. I wanted to see that 51.03 hold up. And now I saw that 51.02, so I'm going to watch that for that new low, and I don't like that. I didn't want to see that. 50.61, and I don't like that either because I hadn't seen that number before. So, but I do like the 60.61 there. And look, now only 49. So from that 60.61, that was too tight for it to do anything else. Now it's up 49.88. So here's the second dip at 49. Will we have support there at down 49, up 49%? Yes. There's the third time now that it's gone over 50 and back to 49. That's testing it 3 times now, folks. And now your chances are that you're going to get a 47-cent buy here. Maybe even lower to 44, folks. Yep, there's your 47. That just would have just filled. 47 buy there would be on my buy sheet. Especially after selling 208, folks. And there's the number I told you they like, 182. And if they don't stop here, they're going to get greedy and go for 177, 173, 172. And you can just watch and learn. And as I said, there may be some profit takers here going on. There might be some fear that they're going to lose their 50% gain and they might start taking out. And the number is 177. Now she's back over 180. And the last order I filled was 178. That's the last buy I could get was 178. I like it. I like that a lot. All right, folks. This is what I like to see right here. 46.96 she's up. 46.94, and you can't put anything between those. 46.96 and 94, and then it's now 46.88. Watch it close, folks, because you're getting very tight here. Now at 46.16, 46.53, 46.94. And the buy is going to be 177. And if they go below that, it's going to be 173 and 172. Liking and seeing this here, holding now over 180. Up 46% today right now. And they are squishing it. They've totally pinched it down here. Totally pinched it down. 45 is still rising, so is the 50. And they're coming at it with a lot of red here coming in. And I want to change this from 15-minute candlesticks. I'm going to change the time frame on this from 15 minutes to 5 minutes. And there it is. And I'm going to monitor these 5-minute increments. And right now, we've had 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of buying right there. Then 5, 10 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of buying. 5 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of bigger quantity coming in. Bigger quantity and buying. 5 minutes of selling. 5 minutes of buying. And right now, we got a green candlestick coming in here as they bring it right to the 50-day. They just made the blue 5-day just touch the red 50. Kiss it, baby. Kiss that right there. Kiss that. Now, I say kiss it goodbye. And the reason is because this is a rising 200, and this is a rising 45, and this is a rising 50. Now, this could be a hairy kiss. This could be a hairy kiss right here, but you better watch out. Watch this. Watch this little tail right here. See it? Look at it. It's rising here off here. Don't look for it to drop here. You want to usually see that tail here, but it's here and it's rising, people. And this is what it should do. It's what it should do if it's going to be healthy and keep rising. And look down here. I'm trying to show you with these candlesticks. And by the way, if you want these candlesticks, become a member of this channel at the Monster or Goliath level membership. If you get, only Goliath get this candlesticks. Only the Goliath get candlesticks. But if you want my spreadsheets on the stocks I'm long on and on my dividend paying stocks, and you want to get my buy sell sheet, then come on in as a Monster level. But if you want these candlesticks, come in as a Goliath level member. Don't just click on the membership thing and click join, because that won't get you the stuff. The join is only the basic level membership where you get a badge and you get recognition for being someone who helps support the channel. But if you go over to become a member by clicking on the dollar bill sign down below the chat there, then you can find out that you can select, before you hit join, select which membership level you want to get in. And you can look at the perks that each one offers. And everybody gets updates daily on stocks when they take off. If they're members, I send them notifications through YouTube. And I also try to post those notifications on our Telegram channel. And now that I see what's happening here, I'm watching this candlestick here. And I see the green and I see this thing's rising, and I like that. That's what I want to see. I need to see some buyers come in here right on this with this turquoise on the 50-day with the 5-day on the 50. I expect buyers to be there. And if I don't see them, let me tell you right now, I'm going to sell everything. And now I'm going to do something interesting, folks. I'm going to show you something I'm going to do. I'm going to be selling 5-share increments at market. And I'm looking at the percentage gain and loss. And right now, I see the biggest gain is 46.53, 46.93 now. The lowest is 46.13, but it's now at 46.90, 46.93. 46.24 is the lowest, but 46.13 was the lowest. And now I see 46.93 is the highest. And I'm looking at it very closely. The lowest is 46.13, and the highest is 46.93. Right now I'm seeing 46.23, and I'm looking at the percentage gain, 46.53, 46.40, and I'm watching the specific gain here very closely. And now 46.53, and then 46.25 is what it's up right now. It's moving very rapidly, folks, and it's toggling 46.53, 46.25, and I'm looking for a break going the other direction. I'm looking for a break going the other direction. 46.15 is the lowest now. 46.15 is the lowest. There it is again. And now 46.11. And there's the break because you saw 46.13 and then you saw 46.11. Now we're in the 45s, okay? We're in the 45.39. 46.11, I just sold right there. And I just sold at 178.5. Now I'm going to duplicate that order. Review order. And I'm looking for 46.90s to sell if I can get them. Oh, she's falling, folks. And so this is not going to be something I hold at all here. I just sold at 178 and 176.94. But you know what? 177 is a number that they do like. So let's just hold here a minute. I'll sell a limit 175, and I'm going to get out 50 if they get there. So right there, I just sold 50 at 177.1. And I'm not going to mess around here, folks. I don't like if it breaks below 177, it's going to go down to 172. So I'm going to be watching this very closely. Up 44, up 45%, up 45.31, up 44.51, up 44.23, 44.90, 45.29, up 45.23 and 29. Boy, there's not much between there. 44.49 now. 44.51 again, 44.90, 45 again. We're back over 45. Back over 45. It looks like we're going to go again here, maybe. 44.48, now 43.67 is the lowest. 42, 44.08 again. Wow, man. There's a lot of eyes on this stock. Let's put it that way. There's a lot of eyes on this stock. And don't get me wrong, I've only got about $300 worth of this stock. I don't have a lot of money worth of it, okay? But if I see the trend and it's definitely drifting downward, and I'm out. And I should have gotten out earlier when it was when I was putting my sell orders in at 208 and 209. I should have been selling at the 197, 98, 99. But again, I don't have that many shares of this anyway, so it's not a big, huge deal. She's going back up over, though. She's holding out where I just sold at 176. She might go on back up. She might continue to run. I don't know. That might just be a fleece out right there. They've been fleecing it, though. And I want you to see something here, folks. They have been fleecing this out this afternoon. They've been doing it for 1, 2 buyers there, but 1, 2, 3 in a row, heavy red. And they might just be playing a game, and they're just trying to get some people to give up their shares, like I just sold a few there. But now she is down to 173. And I'm only holding right now 155 shares. I've only got 155 shares. But my day just went into the red, $24. Damn. Oh, well. 24 bucks in the red today, folks. I should be a lot more than that with TRNR. I was lucky to get this RXT where I did in the 150s this morning. Man, I would have taken a big hit, a much bigger hit had I not done that. No doubt about it. All right, so yeah, we're at 176 and holding. I don't know. Let's take a look at the longer term chart, 20-day right now. This is the 20-day chart on RXT. I tell you right now, that's a good looking 45 rising off of 50 right there. And I understand some profit taken, but anybody that knows how to look at charts might be buying here. And I'm not going to sell anymore right now. Right now, I'm going to hold on here. I've only got, like I said, I've only got 155 shares left. And I think I might even end up going green here today after all. Yep, I'm going to be green. If I just sit on it, I'll be green, I think. And I just sold at 177, and she's going right back on up. And I look at AUUD, the perpetual 101 price stock. For 3 days now, this has been the exact same number that it sat at, 101, 3 days. And it's moved up 3 cents and down 3 cents and up 3 cents and down 3 cents for 3 days. Or it seems that way anyway. AUUD. Now, yeah, it spiked to $1.71 on absolutely fantastic news. But then the market makers said, wait a minute, let's get down here and let's just build on it for $1 for as long as we can buy it for $1. And that's exactly what they've been doing with it for 24 hours. 24 hours of accumulating this thing underneath a rising 200-day average. Which, by the way, the only reason it's flattening out a little is because of this, because of all that, because of that magnitude of selling right there. Holy smokes, just look at all that selling, folks. And then to sit it here right where it started, like nothing ever happened here. And look at that speed bump in the road and just nothing there. But ladies and gentlemen, for how long? Look how they had worked that thing down for 20 days. Bam. Then pull it right back down to coincidentally right here, the same place. Isn't that interesting? But man, I'll tell you something. Here's what you call kissing the ET right now. I call this kissing ET, folks. I've shown you this here a lot lately. And right here, I got green on the lips. Green lipstick. Right there. I got a lot of green lipstick right there. Somebody was interested on this in this there. Crash V, thank you very much. So there's your RXT. There's where they just took the afternoon fleecing down to. And I sold some at 177. And now I look at AUUD. Well, as I see the price annihilated, a price which had no resistance from this number all the way to there. Curiously, no resistance on it at all the way up through there. And now I see this massive herky jerk session going on it. And the truth of the matter is, if I was to put a median line on it, that median line would be where it is right now. Let me show you. All right. All right. Let's try the 5-day. Can you guys still hear me, I hope? Yes, SoFi is my biggest long position. It is. But remember, I started buying that when it was in the 4s and the 5s and the 6s and the 7s. Man, I made so much money off of it. It would go up to $10 and I'd sell it, and then it'd back down into 6s, and then I'd buy it again, and then go back to 10 or 11, and I'd sell it and back down into 7s. Heck, just 1 year ago, the doggone thing, less than a year ago, it went all the way down to $8.60 a share. Less than a year ago, $8.60, guy. $8.60 a share for SoFi, less than 1 year ago. And even on the pullback now, remember, it went all the way up to $32 and change from where I was telling people to buy it at 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, 9, 10, 11, all the way up. I told people to buy it. I told everyone when they did the convertible note offering that the market makers would drive the price up to $14.54. And I was right. They did. They took it right up over $14.54. They took it up to 17 before it pulled back some. But I called that out when they did the convertible note offer, and everybody was so upset about it. And I owe it to a guy by the name of Uncle Bruce, who was on YouTube, that brought my attention to the fact of how it all was going to unfold, how it all worked. Because it was pretty complicated what they were doing to get a bunch of money to pay off previous debt that we're paying high interest on. But it turned out to add a bunch to their bottom line by doing that. But everybody thought, oh, dilution, convertible note offering, dilution. And I said, don't you worry, folks. And I told everybody the day, and I drew a little chart out. Here it is right here. Does anybody here remember this? Does anybody remember this? Does anybody remember this about SoFi? And I was writing down the date, 9/10, 9/13, 9/27. Oh, yeah. I told everybody when it got to 9.45 a share, they could convert their notes to shares. So everybody, when it got to 9.45, and I was marking it off with a little yellow marker as every day as it went higher and higher. Man, that's some history right there. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry, folks. Yes, I do hold ASTS. I'm up 100. I'll show you right here. ASTS, it's on my long sheet. Look at it right there. ASTS, it's on my long sheet. I own it, yes. And I'm up on it this year. I'm up 139%. 139%. Cha-ching. Yep, CDIO was called out yesterday by a couple. Slim Jim called it out early, and then Charles Washington reinforced and mentioned CDIO. Now, here's what I want to accentuate about this AUUD. There has been, at this stage of the game, I would say that the median line on this stock is right here. Okay? This is the median line on this stock. AUUD. Now, this used to be the median line down here. This used to be the median line way down here. That was the median line before. But now there's a new median line. And there we go. So now we got this median line right here where you saw no stopping before when it went through this number without ever thinking about stopping there. Then, as the price rose, they came down here and kissed the 200-day. Do you see what I mean by kissing ET? I tell you this all the time, folks. This is the chart pattern. It usually has 1 and then 2 and then comes down and there's a kiss and then a bump up. And then over here, they ran it up and then up a bump and then down, kiss it, but take it to the bottom, then come back up. Kiss it again, take it to the bottom, then come back up. Nope, take it down, up, back again, up, no, kiss it again, nope, down. And after a while, once, people see it twice, they see it 3 times, and when they see it for the 4th time, if they do ever, they might begin to think, okay, this thing's going to eventually break over because it keeps banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door, and it's eventually going to break over that. So before it breaks over, they saw it 3 times resistant. Let's fleece it out one more time, and then we'll let it go over the door. We'll let it break through. But they see this. The market makers know. They know that it stopped there once. They know it stopped there twice. They also know that they had a low here, and then they had a low here, and then they had a low up here, and then they had this low here. And today's low was here. So they see that as well. Maybe. I guess they do see that. I see that. I see it. All I see is from that low there that they got, a higher low there, then a higher low there, same low there, and then double tapped it this morning with a couple of veggies. Right there. This morning, and they look like veggies on the one, but they're not. They're definitely satchels. You can pull it out here, and oh yeah, that's a sack right there and a sack there. They got now sacking it up full right now here again, right the same number. Bam. Sack full, get a sack full, get another sack full of it. And then once that thing breaks over the 5 over the 10 here, what if this thing just goes ballistic here this afternoon, folks, right now, and rockets over this freaking 5 and the 50? And wouldn't you shit your pants to see that right now with AUUD all of a sudden just go ballistic? And it gets halted 4 times as it breaks the 200-day and then goes right on up over my resistance line at the top, and they halt it again there and goes in after hours and goes up 180%. I'm laughing and you're laughing, but ladies and gentlemen, listen, you have no idea what can happen in the stock market. And this thing's been sitting at this number. And I already mentioned to you how they have trouble because they know 3 times that it was going to go over and stopped and over and stopped and over and stopped. Well, now they can see that they got 3 lows at the same place. They can see this morning's low was way down here, or yesterday's low was way down here. They saw the midday low was there. And now we come over here, and this is where the low is, folks, right here. You understand? And it's already bouncing off that low. And they know that. They know that. They know yesterday's low was here. Yesterday, nut sacked it in the morning. Got them a little bit of, quickie before they jumped out of bed. Then they came home and got a little afternoon delight. But today's low couldn't maintain either one of those. That was, oh man, they went and had to go off to the bathroom for that one. I mean, that was so fast. Seriously, they had to just run off somewhere and just get them a little quickie there. And then off it went. Now just one more long satchel before we go. And then kiss it goodbye, folks. Kiss this thing goodbye, AUUD. Man, I would just love to see this thing go freaking ape crap right now and just go ballistic up. Because you know what, folks? That kind of stuff can happen. Look at the one day right now. Ah, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, what is that right there? My. What is that right there? What's that right there? Huh. What is that? It looks like a U-8. It looks like an unidentified flying object up there. What is that right there? There's another one. What's that right there? Kiss an E.T. Oh, what in the world? What is that? What's that, everybody? What is going on here? Oh, 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Huh? Oh, Lordy. Oh, we might have ourselves something brewing here, folks. We might have some people from Saudi Arabia listening in right now, where it happens to be 3 a.m. in the morning. They've been out partying and drinking all night. They got the ladies all with them, and they're buying stocks with Catfish. And they like the look of this one, AUUD. Assalamu alaikum, my friends. For those of you that are over there in the Middle East trading with Catfish Tyler tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning, assalamu alaikum, my friends. Yes, Dag 6316. Can you, God bless my mom. My mom died. Well, Lord, your foal would be probably very happy to receive this individual who I'm sure raised their child and their family in the proper way and did the things that you would desire. And I would hope that you would allow her in and have her there beside you. And it's not by our actions that we are entering the kingdom of heaven, but it certainly is helpful to know that this woman, I'm sure, was dedicated and deserves entry. So that's what I pray, that she's there and now and in peace and in tranquility. And we'll bless the day that we all will reunite. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right. Comfort to you like only God can. Yep. Send your spirit of comfort upon their family as well. And let them understand that, hey, this is just the process of life and moving on and moving on to the next level, to the next dimension, to the next place that is unreal. The adventures we're going to have when we don't have these bodies to keep us in one place, folks. The places we're going to be able to go and explore and where our energy is going to flow and go, and it's going to be astounding, folks. I've got news. This looks very promising right here. We've got a lot of interest here suddenly coming in on this AUUD. And I don't know if it will continue, but something about it, this doesn't surprise me one single little bit. I think it's kind of interesting that I sort of just made the comment that, hey, this thing could suddenly, launch here, and there could be so much coming in that it could go up so fast because, listen, folks, in the way they fall, they can sometimes rise. I know it sounds astounding to you that can happen, but I want to remind you all that this thing fell like a freaking rock. All right. And now I could add another median line to this line, which would be right here, right there. And from that line, ladies and gentlemen, there has been much resistance. Once resistance. Look, I want you to pay attention to me here, folks. First, there was a lot of capitulation on this line over here. A lot of consolidation and capitulation and convergence. And I told you, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence favors longs. So look at it. Boom. Nice. You waited it out. Consolidation, capitulation, convergence. Boom. Off she goes. Then over here, consolidation, capitulation, convergence. Boom. Off she goes. Over here, consolidation, capitulation, convergence. Look how the womp, 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 boom. See that? Today, consolidation, capitulation, convergence, triple ta-ta, baby. And then wonga wonga boonga ba. Ha ha. Yeah, baby. How do you like that? Nice. And Lord, I want to thank you for these blessings which you are about to receive. And listen, folks, this number right over here where it capitulated for a long time and capitulated there and capitulated all on that line and capitulated and capitulated. Well, guess what? We're going over that right now. We're over it right now. We just busted over that right there. The 50-day just crossed it, folks. Do you understand what I'm getting at? This has been a very stubborn resistance line for a long, long time. And the next one is going to be up here. Right there. See how it stopped right there? Look at the 5-day, how they stopped it on that line right there. Look at the 5-day stopping on that line, stopping on that line, stopping on that line, stopping on the line there, stopping on it there. And now this is where we are. Folks, if this thing goes over that line right now, whoa, watch out. If this thing breaks over that line, they'll probably halt it. It's not even up that much. It looks like a lot more than it is, folks. That's only 103, but there's been resistance there all day long. AUUD, folks. Some of you might not know the history on this, but I'll be happy to show you. AUUD traded 106. Now, mind you, it was only trading before 30,000 shares and 13,000. And this was when it was at 70 cents and 80 cents. And very, very low volume over here, very low. But up here, ladies and gentlemen, look at the volume that was here 2 days ago. And yesterday's volume. To take it from a price of 173 and bash it all the way down to yesterday's low of 93 cents. Now, what I like about it is the next day, today's low was only 99 cents. Now, yesterday's high was $1.21, but boy, did they try to suppress this at 108 today. And you saw, folks, if you're smart, you sell the 106, 107, 108. Those numbers are on my buy-sell sheet, folks. You know that. But here we are now at 3 o'clock, and we're watching AUUD touch upon a line that we know has been resistance many, many times. And because you know that, if you're smart, you actually sell some right there. You sell some there. See that? Right at this, right below, right there, right there. Right there. You actually sell a little and look for that little pullback. Now she's gone, and that's a hitch and go, baby. There's the little sell on that line. There's the sell down, and then there's the hitch and go. And she just crossed over even higher, folks. This looks extremely good. This looks extremely good right now, folks. AUUD. And I like the volume that I'm seeing coming in here. All buyers versus sellers. And another thing, folks, if you want these candlesticks that I have here instead of just the standard Thinkorswim, become a Goliath level member, and I'll send you all the code for these candlesticks. Now, you can get these candlesticks free, but if you become a Goliath level member, you're also going to get my list of long stocks, which I can show you over here. And this is the list, if you want this list. And these are the stocks and how much they've gone up over the last year. And the cool thing is, these Google Sheets are only available through me, and they show you the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And you can see, man, it's been a rough month for all these stocks, most of them. But what you can do when you get this list is look for the ones that are bucking the trend and go, well, that's the one. If they're going up while everything else is red, I probably want to buy those. And so you'd buy that one maybe. And maybe you'd buy this one here that's been going up while everything else is red. That happens to be up 227% this year, and it's going up while everything else is red. See that? And down here, going up while everything else is red, and it's up 68% this year. That might be a good one to get into. All right? But you can also look for ones that happen to get run down real bad and then are recovering in the last 5 days or 10 days. So you can find one that's deeply down over the month, but are recovering on the 5 and 10 day, and then you'll know, okay, I think I'll go in on that one. And over here is the market PE ratio. Market cap and PE ratio is here. So this is the market cap. This is the PE ratio on these stocks. And if you want to get this list, become a member at the Goliath level membership, the top level, and you can edit the list and add your own stocks as time goes on. But if you come in at the monster level, you'll just get the spreadsheets, and you will not get you won't get me. I can't send you monster level members. Don't get these candlesticks. You have to get them. You have to find another way to source those. But I'll send them to you as part of my package if you want to get the long list. And I also have a list of 55 stocks that are paying great dividends. If you like dividend paying stocks, you might want to become a member and get these dividend sheets. And I'm not going to take the time to show you those, but they're awesome, and they've been doing very well over the last 10 years, the dividend stocks. So think about becoming a member and getting the benefits of getting notifications that I send out on stocks that take off sometimes in the after hours. And many, many, many people on this channel have benefited from those late notifications. Because otherwise, you're just sitting there having dinner, or you're just out and having a good time, and then all of a sudden, ding, your phone dings, and it says, hey, this stock is up 40% and want to sell it. And all of a sudden, you're like, oh, wow. And so you jump on there on your phone, on your app, and you sell that sucker, and you just made a 40% profit at 8:30 at night, or 7:50 or 7:30 or whenever. If you have the capability on another application, some people can trade all night long. CDIO is already back down to where I bought it earlier. Well, let's take a look at our RXT. Yes. Well, I'm glad I sold it when it was 77. I sold most of it, I should say. I still got a few shares left, but I sold most of it at 177. But it looks like it's turning right now, so who knows? It might be a good place to buy back in at 170. They probably took it down to 172, didn't they? Looks like they even hit 170. Well, they got to 170, and what a nice, they're not stupid, man. These market makers aren't stupid. They already know that they could get some of retailers earlier today to sell that number. So they just waited for people who came home from work, and they didn't know that this number was achieved earlier. So when they just said, let's just hit it one more time and get the afternooners that don't know that it was already down here. So they're very smart, folks. They know. Here they got them this morning to sell there, and they thought, let's try one more time to tap it there. And here it was for freaking 15, 20 minutes. Here they just got a 5-minute term, and then right off it went. Nice. Man, they're smart, man. They know. And I show you this so you know where you should be buying on that nut sack right there, and then there on that little teeny sack. Because they already got a whole crap load earlier today. I drew this and told you what was going to happen to the stock. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? I drew this morning. For those of you that don't know, you can go back to early this morning, about 30 minutes into the stream, and you'll see me draw this out and show everybody exactly what was going to happen. And look at that dang thing, people. Just look at that. I drew this out this morning. And I told everybody that this was a tsunami. I did. I drew this out on a long-term, I think it was the 20-day chart, or no, it was the 5-day. Or maybe it was the 1 day. Yeah. I said, ladies and gentlemen, this stock is building a wave of energy, and this 200-day rising and the 50-day rising is this wave of energy is down here at the earth, at the surface of the ocean. This is up here where land is, and down here's the deep ocean. And then I told everyone, I drew in this, and I said, this is the continental shelf. And I said, right here is where the shore starts to, from about 25 miles out into the shoreline. And when it gets to the shoreline, it's a wave that just blows people away. And you can see me draw the lines right there. I drew those lines this morning. Isn't that interesting? How interesting. And that I described this as a seafloor, the continental shelf, that run for 25 miles to land, and then the wave would overwash everything. That's what I said this morning. Nice. 208, and then a buyback just then at 170. Textbook market maker stuff. Textbook hedge fund numbers. 208, Savannah. 208, Savannah. 208. DP Barrett. Well, listen, I sold all of that, almost every single share this morning when it was at the high, EVTV. And well, let me tell you, their game plan here, just like here, was to barcode this as long as they could until the 50 got to it. But they couldn't. The gravity of the 50-day sucked it up there, you see, to the 50. So now they're trying to barcode it again, but down here until this 50-day gets into this range. And as soon as it does, or right about now, it should start getting pulled up to the gravity of the 50-day right now. All right? Because that's the same thing as here. They barcoded it a long time there, but that 50 finally got down near it, and then it moved up to it. And then they tried to drop it and went over it right there. Then they tried to drop it and went over it again. And the 50-day started rising. So did the 45. They were rising. But then they decided, all right, I see what's happening here. Let's go to where we were real early this morning, right there. They were lower than that, probably, I'm guessing. There they are. There's where they are. That's it. See there? Ah, perfect. Is that a surprise to you? Should that surprise you that they would be sitting there now until they get the 50-day down to it? That's all they're waiting on. And as soon as that 50 gets down there, the gravity of it, I mean, they got it way closer than this 50. And by the way, I want you to know, this 50-day was coming down at a much sharper angle where they got it, where they gravitated up to it. All right. This one is at a much more tapered angle, and the gravity will be pulled up to it, folks, most likely. Let's watch and see if I'm right. Yep, there it goes right now, right up. But they're trying to get that 50 to come all the way down, but the gravity will pull this up to it. The weight of the 50-day will pull it up to it. Now let's look at this EVTV on a 20-day chart. Well, I can also tell you something else. I've never seen this 5-day stop where it is right now before. You understand what I'm saying? Where they're barcoding it, right there where that 5-day is, it never stopped here, there, and it never stopped here, there. So why are they barcoding it there now? There was never any interest to do any accumulating of it right through here. And there was no interest to accumulate and barcode it through there. So why now all the interest to accumulate and barcode it right there? Right there. I'm wondering, who's got all the interest right there? It's just me. It's just me. It's a good question to ask. Why didn't it ever barcode there before? Why has it never, ever stopped and barcoded for how many minutes now? 20 minutes now. And the interesting thing is, if you look down here at the volume on it, oh, there's the sell. Now, some might say, well, the gravity of the 50-day coming down on that is what forced it down. It finally reached it. It finally touched it and forced it down. Just like when the gravity of the 50 is coming up to a barcode and it finally reaches it right there, it pushes it upwards. Do you see that? Understand how that works? I've explained this to you before. When they barcode this stock, they can only do it until the 50-day gets up to that line. And when the 50-day comes up into that barcode, then it bounces up and it starts barcoding up here. Well, this is the same effect with the 50-day now coming down and hitting this barcode and driving it right on down. Tit for tat. If it's running up and hits the barcode, it drives the price up. If the 50 is running down and it's the barcode, it drives it down. And conveniently drives it down to a number that shorters love to acquire a stock, and that is at 172. One that I sold this morning at $2.30 this morning. I sold it. Man, I wish I'd have sold every share of it. I thought they'd go up to 132 and 133, so I had orders all the way up there, and they didn't sell. Oh, I'm sorry. I sold at 207, 208, 211, and 213. That's where I sold this morning. 207, I think I even sold some at 206. 206, 207, 208, 211, and 213 is what I sold. Yep. I sold 100 at 206, 100 at 207, 100 at 208, and then I sold 50 at 211, and I sold the rest 50 at 213. And then I was hoping to get 217, 219. So I put the other, I think I still have 100 shares left of it. Yeah, I've got 150 shares left of it. And that is the reason that I'm getting taken into the red today. I'm down $27 today. And it's because I held on to 150 shares of EVTV that I should have just gotten rid of all of it there when it was up there this morning. So let's turn it into some cash to buy with on Monday. And let's just get rid of it here before it's at 166. So I'm just going to sell it here now. And I'm going to find something that's going to go way up more than this on Monday. And I'm going to try to sell it at least before the market closes for more than it is. So I'm going to come in with limit orders, and I'm going to try to sell it at 170. $50 shares at 170. I just put it in here. You know, I don't think I'm going to do that yet. I think I'm going to maybe stream with you guys a little bit later this evening, and I might just not sell just yet. Why should I? I've only got 100 and something shares, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to hold off on it. They might just be trying to get everyone out at the lowest they can of the day, and I don't like to sell low of the day. I'm here to buy the low of the day, dadgummit. I should be buying it here at 168. Let's do it. Let's buy 50 at 166. Why not? I'm supposed to buy the low of the day. It's kind of my motto. Day thing's only down 2.39% right now. 16886. I am going to buy it here. 1688. I see the bid is 16. 168, and the ask is 169. $168 is the low, so that's where I'm going. 168. And I just filled that. 1685. I got 1685. I'm also going to buy now some RXT. I'm going to try to get it at 166. And I'm just going to try and buy 168. What an interesting thing that both EVTV and RXT would be sitting at the exact same price, 168, folks. Both of them sitting at the exact same price. And the thing I like about buying here, 168, is this was already a drive down kiss point before. And I like that. That's why I like that. This was a good spot right there. Resistance to the run here and resistance to the drop here. So resistance to the drop here, most likely. And I just bought it at 169. And now it's at 170. Nice. I wouldn't be surprised to see them all try to get this to be at 177 close or even 172. They like that number a lot, 172. Wouldn't be surprised to see it go up there at all, especially even in the after hours. Because they sure have come at that thing hard. Looks like she might be ready to make a little bounce right now, folks. And I'm looking at RXT here. Up today very nicely. 37% gain, everybody. Congratulations. I know a lot of you had some RXT today, and I know some of you sold it with me this morning at the high. Or just a little while ago, you were selling it there because you saw me selling it. So I hope you got out when it was up there at the 198, 199s. I sold it at 188, 187, 186, 185, 183. I started buying it back at 178 and 79, and then I sold it at 182. Also sold it some at 166, and I bought it back at 160, 159. And folks got to understand, I was right here. I was buying RXT this morning. I sold that EVTV and I started buying RXT. I also sold another one this morning, but I started buying RXT right here. And I started buying it. At first, I sold it at 158.5 and 159. And you can see over here, RXT this morning, you can see I was selling it right here at 158 and 159. And I then bought it back after I sold 158, 159, and 157. I know they love the 155 so much, so when they drove it there, after I sold the 159, and they drove it down to 155, I bought it again. I started buying it, see? I bought it again, the RXT. And I bought it at 155, and I bought it at 156 and 157, then 153, 154, 150. And man, I was just buying it, folks. And then when it got up here, I started buying it 40 shares at a time, 179, 182, 179, 183, 85. Then I started selling it. And I sold right here at 185. And I was selling 40 at a time, folks. See, I bought in 10 at a time. I bought in 10 at a time. But when I go out, I start going out in quantities of 40 at a time. So I started selling at 185, 186, sold 187, sold 188. You got it? That's what I did. RXT. Then they drove it back down. And I started buying it. And I bought it at 182, 183, 183, 173. Bought it there. Then I sold it, RXT. I started selling it here, and I was trying to sell it at 204. And I should have been selling more, but I just sold it at market. And I sold it at but right here though, it went up to $1.97, I believe it was, or $1.98. And I really thought it was going to break over $2. So I wanted to quickly jump up and put my sell orders at 208, 204. And that was a mistake I made. I should have just gone ahead right then when it was at 197, 198. I should have put sell orders in there. That was my mistake. And you can learn from that, folks. You should always sell 197, 198, 199, $2. You should always sell that, always. And I made a mistake there. CDIO making another push to above $3. Huh. All right. Nice. Well, what a day, though, of RXT today. Up 30-something%. And I needed that because of what happened with me with TRNR. Man, that was tough. TRNR put a hurting on me, people. Man, I would have lost a lot more money than $50 today if I didn't have that TRNR. That was tough, man. $50 today, folks. But hey, like I said, thank God I had the RXT to make up for TRNR. Because that would have been very, very, very painful. And so, yeah, it's been a rough week. But hey, I'm not taking on major losses here. These are just very small because I buy at the bottom, folks. I buy at the bottom. Yeah, well, it was a good thing to sell TRNR last night. I told everyone to sell that last night. Then I didn't do it myself. I missed the timeline. I missed it by 1 minute selling it. I forgot because I was talking here on the channel and I was having fun with everybody. We were all laughing and talking, and I just missed the sell. I told everyone to sell it. I said, listen, we're not going to hold TRNR. We need to sell every bit of it. And I was ready to sell it all. And then I missed it. Went over to sell it, and I missed it by, well, I don't know, a couple seconds. The saddest part is someone said they tried to notify me that it was almost 8 o'clock. They tried to send me a chat to say, hey, it's almost 8 o'clock. Don't forget to do your sells. And someone, and it certainly wasn't anybody that I would give authority to delete that, but because why would somebody delete that? But he asked me a little bit right then. He said, hey, what happened? I tried to warn you and you deleted my warning about 8 o'clock. And I said, oh, no, not me. I didn't delete anything about don't forget about 8 o'clock. So someone on YouTube decided, and they probably didn't like me telling everybody about that this morning to start off the day, but I was pretty upset. So they probably aren't sharing me with too many people today because they're probably not happy at all that I was proving that they did. Well, to me, it seems as though very obvious that they moderated the comment, and they've done it to other people. They've left comments here on this channel with me, and they've gotten moderated. So this channel's heavily listened to and moderated. And last night they kept me from selling because they deleted a warning I got from someone saying, hey, make sure you sell everything. You were saying to sell TRNR, and I missed their notification, their reminder, and it was deleted. And so it ended up costing me $359 today because I didn't get to sell out of TRNR, and I was just lost in the moment having fun with everybody last night. So it was a very costly mistake for me. And I'm not proud of it, but I warned everybody not to hold on to TRNR last night. I said, you want to sell this. Do not stay with any of these stocks that we day trade long. Sell them all. If you want to hold a stock long, make sure it's one on my buy sell sheet of my long list. These are day trade stocks, folks. They're not to be held long. Sell them, get out of them, and have all the cash for Monday morning. All right? Sell them all and have all the cash for Monday morning to use. And in fact, I just got through selling AUUD. Every share I just sold. And I sold them all. And now I've got 1,100 cash to buy with tomorrow. Now I'm going to go to my account and positions. And I'm only holding now RXT. I've only got 135 shares left of that. I'm going to go over to trade order status and see if I have any orders that are open right now on RXT, and I do. And I'm going to begin to sell all of those. And sometimes, folks, you're just best off to just freaking kind of clean house, You really are. And I'm going to let these guys buy some shares from me at 166 now. of our XT. Congratulations, you just got it at 166, 40 shares. I've got shares for order to sell also at 173 and 172 because I believe they try that number for the close. But and I've got those in good till cancel plus extended hours. So I'm going to go over here now to my account and positions, and I'm now only holding 130 EVTV that I lost $26 on. I'm going to sell all that right now. And again, I don't care. I'm just going to get out at the number they love, 172, and I'm going to be ready for action come Monday morning. The previous RXT is starting to see some interest in it right now because I just sold it. Congratulations, everybody. I sold RXT. You can now be free to move about the cabin. Let's take all the restraints off of that now. Catfish isn't in it anymore. And I got $1,551 to buy with on this account Monday morning. I have order status. EVT. Oh, yeah. I'm going to sell 172 now. I'm going to sell 50 at 172. I'm going to sell 20 at 173. And both RXT and EVT, I'm going to try to sell the same numbers. 172. And I like RXT. It's looking pretty good right now to get 172. I now have 80 shares of EVTV, and I've got 1,600 cash to buy with tomorrow. And now I'm going to sell some more EVTV at 176. And I'm going to sell EVTV at 177. RIME even made the scanner to 5 on the scanner just now, huh? RIME. All right. Maybe I'll move this money over there and make a bunch of money in the after hours. Oh, yeah. Got some buyers coming in on it right there. Trying to kiss the ET right here at the end of the day. RIME, folks. Thank you there, DP Barrett, for letting us know. I appreciate that. SIDU. Nice. The low today. Look at that, Savannah. They just took SIDU down to the low of 207. Not that 208 would be anything they'd be interested in, but 207 they got. Right under 208. And now it's at 210. 207. Look at them run that thing all the way down to that number, 207. I wonder why they chose that number. I don't know. SoFi closing near its high of the day. That looks good. Nice little pair right there, huh? Look at those double tatas. Bam. Look at that crossover of the 200-day right there. Nice. Look at them drive it down all day. Deep, deep lunchtime vag where my son always likes to buy. Right there at 12:30. 12:30, folks. Boom. Double ta-ta for the mid-afternoon delight, and then off she goes. Now come on down, try to kiss the 50 right here for the last 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes. Try to kiss the 50 now. Try to bring it down here and kiss this 50-day right here. No way, man. They're not going to kiss the 50. I don't see that happening. They don't have enough time to get it that far, I don't think. $18.99 is where it's going to close the day because the options players don't want to pay out over the $19 price. It's going to close at $18.99. And that's exactly why it's there right now. And also, that's why the price was fought so hard to stay under the $18.99. Stay under the $18.99. Stay under 19. Under 19. Keep it under 19. Keep it under 19. See what I mean? Because they don't want to pay the options. This is the options market that's controlling the price of this SoFi right now. Options players. Well, I told you, folks, they barcoded it right there for a long time barcoding it till the 50 got there, and then they just collapsed it to 168. And I just sold some EVTV right now, sell. And I've got 40 shares left, so I'm going to come out with 20 right now. Yeah, baby, nice. It's going out at 178. I like it, man. I might even end up green today, folks. I might actually end up green. Nope, but I've improved for sure. I was down more. Now I only am down $47 today. And I don't mind, as I always like to do, I show you my losses and I show you my gains, folks. I'll never be accused on my records of falsifying anything. What I make is what I make, and what I lose is what I lose. And today has been another day of just really working hard to make any profit. And even though I was profitable about an hour ago, we got some profit takers going through here and a lot of hocus pocus right now, including with EVTV that just got totally manipulated, completely fleeced out and just leached out. And I sold some shares there at 166. They got me, folks. They got me. I told you though, I said no, I ought to be buying here is what I said. That's exactly what I said. I said I ought to be buying here, and I actually did buy some there. I bought 166.5. I sure did. Show you right here. I said, I ought to just buy this here. Trying to find that order. There it is. 160. Hold on here. 168.5. I made a buy at 168.5. That's right. I was like, all right. I looked at that and I said, you know what? I'm the bottom feeder. I should buy it at 166. And I put an order in and I got 168.5. And look right here what the low was. Look what the low was, 168. And I said to everybody here then, I said, I'm going to buy this here because I started to sell and I said, nope, I'm going to buy it instead because I want to buy the low of the day. So I bought it right there at 168.5. And I also bought it at 169. So I bought at 40 shares at 20 at 168 and 20 at 169. So I got 40 shares. And, then just sold it at 170. Just sold it at 176. Nice. That's a nice way to end the day. I also sold 178. Sold one, bought it at 168.5 and sold it at 176. I sold it at 174, 76, 78. There's my sells right there, folks. And I just got through selling it right there, the fill prices on EVTV. After I got them 168.5, I sold them at 176, 174, 176, 178. Nice. Thank you for telling me that EVTV was starting to rise. One of you guys just alerted me to that and said EVTV is climbing. And I want to thank you for that. That was DP Barrett. Thank you, DP. Thank you for alerting me to get over there and sell right there. That makes this day a little more easy to stomach. Sure does. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am holding on to I'm holding on to 25 shares of RXT and 20 shares of EVTV. And to trade with, I've got $1,743 to trade with Monday morning. $1,743.28 to buy with. All right. So is SoFi I keep buying stock long term? Well, I don't know. I knew I was very, very, very confident in them getting from the 5s and the 6s and the 7s and the 10s and 11s and 12s. I don't know. Going forward, I'm not day trading them lately because of their price. I've been day trading $1, $2, $3 stocks because you can just get so many more of them. So, but hey, this day trading has been brutal this last week. It has been. This has been a tough market to trade in. There's no doubt. It's been hard. It's been hard to make any money this week. And each day I've been down like $70, $52, today $48. Just really small increments. Unfortunately, I'm being conservative, see, so I don't lose mass amounts of money. I'm being conservative here. And I'm not going to be holding any RXT anymore either. I'm going to go up here to my trade order status. I'm not going to have a single thing in my account. So I'm going to go over here to, I got an open order to sell it now at 173. I'm trying to sell it. And I'm just going to get rid of it. Selling to the ask. 168 is the ask now. And I've got my 20 share sell order in at 173. And there we go. Now let's see what happens if my order will sell immediately, either one of those. But I surely don't have very much to risk, that's for sure. Now, for those of you who've been watching this channel for a very long time, I'm going to come over here and show you a little something here. Here we go. I'm about to reach a very big milestone. I want to share with you guys and thank you all. I'm about to go over 5 million views. And I want to thank those of you that have been here. And I want to thank you very much for being here and helping make this channel become what it's become. If it wasn't for you guys and all of your likes and your support and your monetary, we wouldn't be here still. The channel would not be here any longer. And I'm just grateful for all of you that have decided to become members of this channel and keep it supported. And I'm very grateful to you. And so pretty soon, though, when I go over 5 million views, I don't know if I'll get any kind of a placard from YouTube or anything like that. But I'm pretty happy to see that I'm about to go over a big milestone of 5 million views. And every day I usually get somewhere between 6 to 20,000 views. I guess it has a lot to do with my commentary. If I stay in the box, then I get a lot more views. But if I come out of the box, then they want to go, no. So lately, I have been out of the box, and the views. Well, it says here your channel has gotten 4,922,592 views so far. Let's take a picture of that. No, we don't need to. But we're getting close. And I want to thank each of every one of you. Hopefully that moderator is forced to present it to you. Yeah. Well, just think how much money I would have made today if I had sold all that and didn't lose 44, 45% on that stock. If I had sold that. And it's probably the same moderator that's listening right now to us that cost me that loss today. I would have been green today, big time green today, if I sold that like I wanted to. So, hey, Mr. YouTube moderator or Mrs. YouTube moderator, thank you for your contribution to this tank so that everybody could learn that they don't really have freedom of speech here on the YouTube platform. And they're not allowed to warn the YouTube platform, me, the moderator. They're not allowed. I am the YouTubiest, and they're not going to let my people tell me, "Hey, don't forget to sell today." What's up with that? What's up with that? RXT, okay. All right. Wouldn't surprise me. I still got some of it. I wanted to sell it at 173. I got my order in to sell 173. Gonna move it right now, it looks like. Nice. It took you away from trading. Yep. Hey, everybody, did y'all make money today? Yeah. I fortunately bought RXT. I sold EVTV this morning when it was up at the top today at 207, 208, 209, and 211. I sold all 400 shares, and then I bought RXT. And RXT is now, it went up 57% today. And then I sold it when it got up there. I should have sold more of it up there. And now it's up to 177 in the after hours after closing at 168. Man, look at that thing fly, folks. RXT. Yeah, baby. It's RXT, not RTX. RXT. AUUD is dropped down to the same low it reached earlier today. I sold it. I sold all of it. I'm out of it. And just give me a second here. And I have EVTV left here still too, 20 shares. Hey, but I did sell all but 5 shares of RXT. So I'm going to go over here now and sell RXT right now. Limit order 179. Not in a hurry to sell it. Watching RXT here. Up 42.04 now, the least. Now 42.83, then 42.04, 41.22. I think I already sold it all. I think it just sold. Yep, I got to sell 174, 76, 178. So I have no more orders open against to sell there. And I'm going to sell now RXT. And I'm going to go out right here. Sell 5. That's all I got left is 5 shares, folks. Limit order. What am I all the interested in here in the afternoon? Looking at RXT, folks. RXT. What has all the interest in this thing here? 177, 175 here. Well, I'm going to give them a shot at it at 177. My 5 shares that I've got. Good till cancel plus extended hours. If you want them, come get them at Jesus's number, not yours. All right? Bravehearted, you just missed a great movie with RXT. Yep. You missed a great move with RXT. Yep. Would you mind looking at FATE, Mr. Catfish? If not, I totally understand. No, I'll look at it. I don't care. Wow, it looks fabulous right there in after hours. Holy crap, that looks good. I like it. Matter of fact, I like it so much. I'm ready to buy some of that. Holy crap, look at that thing today, this morning. Let's look at this on the longer term. Whoa. All right, folks. You ready for a lesson in trading? Let's go to the 1 year. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This this stock has already made a nice run up to over the 200 once and hit 194 a share. As you can see, prior to that, it was just falling and falling and falling. All right. And it continued to fall and continued to fall. And every time that it made a move upwards, it was big compared to the move down. Now, here's what I'm trying to get at. If you'll just hear me out for a second. I'm going to draw a line at the medium, okay? One of the mediums is right here. right there. And another line I'm going to draw is right here. And the next line I'm going to draw is right where that turquoise 5-day line stopped once there. Okay? Now, what you're looking at here is the medium line is this one right here is the medium line. Look how low each drop has been from that medium line. But look how high each high has been off that medium line. Twice as high, 3 times as high as that low. 4 times as high as that low. There's that low again. And then look at off this medium, how much higher. And here again, this is the low at the same point and the same point again. And look how much higher. And now this stock is at a breakaway point where there is and has not been any resistance from here to here and from here to there or from there to there or from there to there. There's been no resistance from there to there either. This is the only resistance point right here. So the next line I'm going to draw is right there. Right there. And then, of course, your last resistance line is going to be right here. There you go. And now you know you should sell when this hits here where that 5-day was there, twice there. So you should start selling here, folks. I'm not kidding. You should start selling right there and sell all through this range. You should start your sells at 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, up to 155. You should have sell orders. And ladies and gentlemen, I know what I'm talking about here. Right there, you better be selling. I'm not telling you to sell everything. I'm not telling you to sell every share. But you better sell some there. So thank you for calling that out. Who called that out? Yep, PH Baca talking about that great stock that we've got yesterday, off yesterday, made a fortune. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations, Piyush. That was a great buy. RXT. All right. So let me get a piece of paper here. Account positions. On this account, I have EVTV 20 shares, and I have RXT 5 shares. Okay? And I got 1,777 cash to buy with. All right? That's that. Now, I'm going to write down also this stock that was called out just now, FATE. And we'll probably be trading this on the 23rd, Monday the 23rd. FATE. If anyone is into CDIO, it's moving. INFQ. Kissing the ET there, huh? Yes, sir. A lot of buying came in on that here recently too. INFQ. All right. I want to know. There it is. It's DP Barrett that called out fate. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Daryl Elliott that called out fate. Daryl Elliott. Thank you very much. Good call out, Daryl. Good find. Hello there, Cut Lock. And by the way, I don't have any number, and I know that you did not pick those numbers for your username. That they allocated those user numbers to you. Fate positives for Fate International clinical expansion Early clinical signals from lead therapy, active investor outreach. Thank you, DP Barrett. So take a look at this chart, FATE. Take a look at this chart, FATE. Braveheart. FATE. I think you should take a look at this chart. All right. So, Braveheart, we're looking at a very long-term 1-year chart. Let's go out to the 3-year chart. So, over the last 3 years, this stock, FATE, has had a terrible fate. And its highest price was $8.83. Now it has come into this region right here. And what I want to do is highlight this section right here. And I want to zoom in on it right here. And I'm coming across here, and I want you to see what I'm looking at. Okay? And what I'm seeing here is what appears to be a stock ready to make a move. Now, I see that the 200-day is still coming down here. I see that. But I got my eyes on this down here. And all this volume here. And now I'm going to change the view of this chart to, instead of a 3-year chart, I'm going to go to the 1-year chart. And this is the 1-year chart. You can see the very definable bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You can see the median line here. This is the median line right here. Then you can see the high resistance line right there. Do you see that? And then you see this has broken over this right now. And you might notice that there's never been any resistance from here to there, nor from there to there, nor from here to there, nor from there to here. There's never been any resistance, even when it fell from here to there. Do you understand? So for everyone that's listening, there's never been any resistance on this stock from this point right here of resistance 1 times, 2 times, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times at that resistance level. And there's never been any resistance from here to there. Now, when it gets to here, you want to sell it, okay? When it gets here, you want to sell it. And that price is going to be at 148, 49, 50, 51, and 52. You should be selling 140 first. You should sell 144. Right here probably is 144. All right. Because it'll fall back from 144 to 138 or 135 or 133. Then it'll go past 144 and it'll go crazy. And right now, as a matter of fact, it happens to be at 146 in the after hours. 146 bid 148. All right. Well, listen, if this stock can get over this price right here, 150, 151, then it should go all the way up to this price, 172, people. 172. If it breaks right now, 150 on Monday, it could go up to 172 where we're going to sell it. All right, people, this is FATE. FATE. Yep. Yes, the S&P was supposed to fall 5% today. But I want you to know that was just someone's thoughts based on things they'd been observing. And he said to me that he was admittedly a little bit over zealous when he called that out, and he should have gave himself some more wiggle room. And he may have just been being a little facetious, But in fact, as it turned out, the S&P 500 today was green and made up for yesterday's down. So, and all I told him earlier today, because he thought I was trying to be harsh on him. I wasn't. I was just telling him also, we like for people to bring on different viewpoints and different speculation, because that's what makes this a well-rounded tank of individuals here. We don't just want everybody talking good about a stock. We need to know what all the bad is too, or the market in general. We want to know everything that's going on. It's best to have your feelers out everywhere and your antenna ready to pick up on anything that might be valid. EVTV this morning, got a good sale on it, finally got out of it. Now, let me get over here to trade order status. I want to see if I have any open orders at all, and I do not. And I want to be completely clean slate on this stock on Monday, so I'm going to sell my EVTV right now. And I'm going to sell it right this second. 20 shares at 171. And if it doesn't sell, I'm not going to sell it. So if you don't want to come and get it, I'm not coming down. 171. And so on this account, I'm going to have $1,777 to buy with Monday morning on FATE. And I do want to put that up here FATE for us to watch. Hold on here. And I want to add that on. And there it is, FATE. This is the FATE chart all day today. A big manipulative dump for a deep vag. Then off she ran, plateaued, up, drop, and pop. Cup, handle, drop, pop. Man, just every single time. Just a rise to the next. Then a deep veggie this afternoon on a bunch of someone herking and jerking it around, and then off she goes. FATE. How many trade? 1,959,000. Now, the one thing I want to look at this chart is I want to look at the historical data on this stock, FATE. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be kind of a sleeper stock, okay? It's only been trading 1 to 2 million shares a day trading on this stock. And it's been only $1. So you're talking just, and then it jumped to $1.66, then $1.70, then $1.31, then $1.12, then $1.08, then $1.05, then up to $1.15, then down to $1.06, then $1.12, then $1.13, then $1.19, then $1.02, then $1, then $1, then 109, 119, 132, 114, 117, 120s, 130s, 140s, and there we go, folks. It's really starting to build, but the volume is not massive that's making this thing rise. There's not a big increase in volume, folks. We're starting to see it. There we saw 5 million shares that day, and it went from 109 to 122. Now, the fortunate thing, too, is this stock has maintained well over the dollar. But realize the stock was at $1.94 October 27th. $1.94. And now the price is at $1.46, rising. So $1.94 is a lot of headroom still, folks, from $1.94 on this stock. But it's not going to move very, very big. It'll be a good day trader. And if you'll look at this, you can observe, and you'll see a pattern. You'll see a pattern. You'll see a pattern, folks. Right here, high 114, low 105. 9 cents. Here, high 113, low 107. 6 cents. High 117, low 109. 8 cents. High 118, low 107. 11-cent swing. High 121, low 115, 6 cents. High 129, low 118, 11 cents. High 140, low 123, 17-cent swing. High 140, low 133, 7-cent swing. High 140, low 131, 9-cent swing. And today, high 146, low 132, 14-cent swing. Folks, you need to learn to use patterns like these. The minimum is 6, and the high has been 18. Usually right around 10 cents is the play, folks. If you can catch the low, look for it to go up 8 to 10 cents afterwards. Sometimes only 6 cents or 7. But you know you can usually get at least a 6, 7, or 8 cent play every single day. And in the mid 140s, that's not a bad gain every day, folks. You know, I like this stock. I'm glad you showed it to me. DB Barrett says, why did I not listen to my scanner? Told me about IPW at 320. It's at 430 now. IPW, DP. Now 440. I hear you, the bass assassin. I did too. I sold a lot of that this morning up there. You were selling with me when it was there, and that was good. All right. Now, I need to log into another account here, so you guys give me a second here. And let's take a look at that FATE here on this radar. And let's take a look at that other one, IPW. IPW? Did I write it wrong? IPW. Oh, I'm on the long-term chart. Let's get it to 1 day. Oh, there it is. There it is. 444 is a sell for sure, though. They probably halted it, huh? Well, thank you for telling me about this. I appreciate it. That's a good one. That's a good one there. Very good. Now, give me a second here. I'm going to get logged into another account I have here now. And you guys know that when I get a text here, it comes in on this phone. So let me real quick here get this text. Hopefully they don't shut off my stream. If they do shut off my stream, I might call it a day. But let's see. They're not going to shut it off. I'll come back with a new stream if they do. It'll take me 5 minutes to start the stream again with the same thumbnail if they shut me off here. All right. And here we go. And RXT, which I made 115 on today. And that thing looks like it's capitulating right now in the after hours, folks. This RXT right here doesn't look too bad. RXT. But since I'm up so much on it, I'm going to start selling here. I'm going to try to get out 176, 177. I'm also going to sell, 176.77. Try and sell there. Good till cancel plus extended. Sell. 40 shares. Limit 178. I'm also holding here EVTV. Let's take a look at EVTV. And surely I don't want to sell at 168.69, the low of the day. That's where I bought it earlier, and I'm going to buy it again here. Yep, the same low as earlier, 168. So this will be the one stock I'm going to hold on to. EVTV, run down all day today. And let's take a look at this chart on a 10-day chart. And that is absolute death-defying. EVTV, absolutely. And I sold it this morning right there. Thank God I sold it there this morning. So, yeah, I'm going to buy it here. First, I'm going to go over to one of my other accounts and positions, and I'm going to sell some off. And I'm going to sell on DRMA. And I only bought 130 shares of that this morning. So I'm going to sell all that DRMA. Drama, which was down, oh my gosh, was down big today, down 30%. At the close, down 30%. DRMA, it was called out this morning because it was way down. And I said, okay, well, I like it on the bottom. And so in the pre-market, I bought it in the pre-market. It was called out in the pre-market right there. And I said, all right, I'll buy that. And then I jumped off of this account and I did not, I was on another account, so I missed the sell when it went up from where I bought it at 152, 153. I could have sold it at 175 today. But I jumped over to another account and I didn't even know that it had taken off that much. But I want to have that money. So I'm going to start whittling it down here. I've only got 130 shares. I'm going to try to sell some here. Limit 134. And I got 130 shares. I'm going to sell 30 now at 134. Order status. Sell 50 shares. 135. Good till cancel plus extended. So and I just sold my first 10 at 133. I've got a sell order at 134, 135. The ask is now 135, so I think I'll get that 134 pretty easy. DRMA, ladies and gentlemen, it was totally beaten down today all day long. DRMA. And good thing I only bought 100 and something shares of it, that's for sure. But I never go in heavy. I never go in heavy on anything. Okay, let's see where we are now. And I did sell 133. Looking to sell 30 at 134 and trying to sell 50 at 135. And that is on DRMA. And I have good till cancel plus extended on that. All right. Count positions. Now I got a little bit to invest here. I'm up $109 on RXT right now, so I'm going to sell that. I've got some orders in at 177. I'll try 173 here. And the stock I'm selling here is RXT. There it is, right there. RXT. I bought this yesterday, right here, folks. Bought this yesterday, right there. Someone popped up EVT just a few ago with a buy. Good. All right. And I do notice there is a lot of action on RXT this evening. It surely is not just sitting there, that's for sure. It's moving around a lot. RXT getting a lot of eyes on this thing today, right now. RXT. There it is right there. And here in the after hours, there's been, well, and right before the market closed, there was more interest to buy there than to sell in the last minute. Don't know why there would be all that interest to buy in the last minute after they had run it down and down and down. But there was a lot of buying going on this effort to suppress it and run it down. So that's why it's probably going back up now in the after hours. Up 37% today, folks. Nice. All right. EVTV. Someone told me it's starting to make a move. I got a buy order in it on 168. It's jumped up to 174 now. Ask 174. Last traded 17392. Very interesting. EVTV, folks. The stock that everyone thought had no interest in it anymore at all. Let's look at the one-day chart now. My. Huh? Look at that pair of Madonnas right there. Wow. Huh? Look at that pair of Madonnas right there. And you know what all this was over here? All this right here. Prima donnas. And there she is, Madonna. Like a virgin. Braveheart, EDSA. All right. Oh, and look, folks. They're trying to kiss it. Listen, listen to me, guys. You guys have heard me tell you about this formation many times. You get the one jump up, you get the second jump up, you get the third, and then you get the ET kiss, folks. And then boing, right off. And then you get another ET kiss right there. Boing, right off. Then you get another ET kiss right now. Right now. See how it came here and it kissed it there? Then it came up and it kissed it there. Then it came up and now it's kissing it there. And notice the big drastic drop, less of a drop, and now even less of a drop as the momentum builds behind this. I'm going to move all the way over here to the top of the screen, and I'm going to click on this box right here. And then over here, it says more on EDSA. Then I scroll over here and down into company news. And I do not see any company news. I don't see any company news on it yet. I don't see any new company news since February the 13th. So I don't know what's behind this propulsion, but they kissed the ET once. They kissed the ET twice. They're kissing the ET right now the third time at 101, 102 a share. EDSA. MRGX. Ridiggity. I'm not picking that stock up. I'm not picking that stock up. MRGX. Oh, MGRX. Well, that thing is definitely run through this range before without stopping. Right there, resistance once to that. Right there, a resistance to the drop and the pop right there. Then resistance to it right there. Resistance to it there, and now resistance could be broken here. You got a triple upside crossover of the 200-day right now happening. Watch for them to try to kiss this down. Kiss the ET, baby. Watch them try to kiss this down now. MGRX. Closed at 53, up 48% today. Up 48% today, and now it's up in the after hours, rising even more. I don't like to buy 55, though. 55 is a bad number, man. Usually they stop 55 and bring that back down to 50 or 49 or 47 at 55. Man, I just don't like to buy 55, my friend. I just don't like to buy that number. Jeez. Man, I just don't like to buy 55. That's the only thing I don't like about it, where it is at 55 right there. All right, but thank you for calling that out. MGRX. It's over 55 now. It's at 56. Well, we'll be watching this one Monday morning. So right now I've got open orders to sell RXT at 172, 176, 177. I'm sorry. I have sell orders at 176, 177, and 178. And my losses are starting to improve, and I've now got 331 cash to buy within here. TV. Watch out for this MGRX, though, folks, because 57 is often a stop, too. 55 and 57 can be stops. And it just broke 57.07. Well, she's going to 66. So I'm going to trade here now. I'm coming in on this MGRX. If they'll let me buy it. And I'm going to see if I just filled right there. And I've got an order in there at 57.43 that will not fill. I'm trying to buy it now. Yep, I just filled there. And I'm going to try to buy it at 56.48. And I'm not going to get 5666. I'm trying for 5666 here. And I just filled at 5702. Still waiting for 5666. I just got a 5702. Trying for 5703 now. Just got a 5701. Still waiting for 5666. Waiting for a 5666. So I just filled there. Nope, 5666 is still not filling, even though the bid is 5654. And the ask is 57. Now trying to buy a 569. And trying to buy 5666. She's running, folks. And I just filled at 569. And the stock I'm buying here, folks, is MGRX. MGRX. And I just filled at 5743, 5701, 5702, 569. Trying now for 57. Man, it's running, folks. Trying for 5750 now. Trying for 5750. Now she's at 5.8, folks. Trying now for 5799. Trying for 5744. And I just got 5799. Trying for 5744 here. This is the stock that we're looking at. MGRX. MGRX. Here's what it's doing right now. Triple upside crossover. 5-day over, 10-day over, 45-day over, 50-day over, 200-day rising. Buy each one you can right on the 5-day here. When the 5 touches the 10. When the 5 touches the 10, buy it. When the 5 touches the 10, get you some. When the 5-day touches the 10, you might want to get it. When the 5-day touches the 10, you might want to get some. You might want to. Some. No diving in. Just get you a little bit there. I told you I didn't like to buy the 55, and I told you they like to attack 57. I told you they like to attack 57. And I just got 555. I just got 5529. Believe you me, they love 5-5 when they see something getting ready to run. They absolutely love it, folks. Plus, they're going to try to kiss the 45-day here right now. There it is, kissing the 50 right now. Kissing the 50-day, folks. There it is, kissing the 50-day right now. Kissing that 50, baby. And look at the sellers right there trying to sell it down to make it kiss that 50 so they can buy it on the 50-day average. And I just bought it at 5427. Kiss that 50-day, baby. Kiss that 50 right there and then bounce. Ah, shit. Just give me a second here, folks. All right. Okay, she's bouncing right off that 50-day like I thought she would. Yep, trying to get it down to the 200 now. See if they can get it to kiss the 200. Kissing the 200 right now. And I just picked up 15311. And they got it at 15333, folks. You got to love that. 5333, folks. And I got 5311. And I'm waiting on 536 right now. I keep forgetting to sell my put my sell orders in as good till cancel plus extended. There she goes. There she goes. There she goes. Come on, baby. Bounce. Let's go here. Let's see this thing run now. Come on, baby. Let's go. MGRX. Well, the stock is up 48%, folks. Up 48%. And sure, you're going to see a triple upside crossover. Folks, you're going to see a triple upside crossover met with a lot of resistance for sure. They don't want a triple upside crossover. They missed out on that golden cross. They want to get it back down to that price. That rising 200 is where they want to buy it on that rising 200, folks. So I see the bid is 5302. I'm going to come in at 5303. And I cannot fill 5303. I'm going to try 5304. And I just did fill 5303, and now I cannot get 5304. So I did get 5303, but I cannot get 5304. Now I'm going to come in at 5305. MGRX is the one I'm trying to buy here. And I cannot get 5304 or 5305. And the bid has just jumped up to 5363. So I'm going to come in at 5364. And the bid has just jumped to 55. Here we go, baby. All right. Back up to 55. Bid is 5481. I'm going to come in 5482. Review order. The bid is now 5364. And I'm trying to buy 5482 and 5364. And she's going off, folks, right there. Right off that 200, ladies and gentlemen. Good, good, good. I told you, when they see that triple upside crossover, baby, they don't want to let that happen without them getting it on the 200 first. They don't want that thing to run without them getting in. They want to get in on that 200, baby, and they just did. And look at all the selling that they did to get it down there. Look at all the selling that they did there to get that down to the 200 day where they could buy it. See that? Beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Man, I'd love to see this thing shoot all the way up to a friggin' dollar right now here in the after hours after all that manipulative bullshit they just did there. I don't think there's going to be any more 53.64 buys, that's for sure. I'm going to try 54.01. And I cannot get 54.01. I'm going for 54.08. And I did get 54.01, and now I cannot get 54.08. That's sweet. I got the 54.01, And now I cannot get an order for 5408 to fill. It looks like I did now. A lot of herking and jerking in this zone here. Lots of herking and jerking. Lots of red here, man. Lots of red here. Lots of red here trying to get everyone out of this right here. Trying to dissuade people, folks. See, they didn't like that triple crossover. They did not like that at all on them this afternoon. They said, hold it, hold it, hold it. Let's take it down here. Let's get some buys on the 200 once, twice, three, ta-ta. There you go. That's what we want. Triple ta-ta. Very low volume to get it down there for the third tit. Very low volume there. Hardly anything at all to get the third buy on it, on the 200. And there's the buy, and there's the run now. There they got it. There they getting it right there. Last chance to buy the triple ta. Good way to fleece them out good. Get the retail out. One ta, two ta, three ta, ta. And there she goes. There she runs. Won't stay there forever, folks. See, here's what I'm telling you. They're trying to barcode this stock with the 50-day average above it. That's almost impossible to keep, folks. When you got a 50-day average up here and a 45-day up here and try to barcode with the 50 above you, that is very hard to hold that. Very hard to hold that, folks. Very hard to make that stick when you've got the 50-day over you. Very hard. Usually, if you're barcoding along here and the 50 moves up into your range, then the barcode jumps up. But now the 50s come up here and they're trying to barcode below it. And folks, that's very hard with a rising 200 to barcode a stock below the 50-day average. It's almost impossible, folks. See what I mean? Yeah, you see what I mean. Coming in for 20 more. 54.17 is a bid. I'm going to come in at 54.03. And I got 54.01 and 54.08, but 54.03 will not fill. I also bought 53.03. And I bought 53.11 and 53.6. I started buying it at 55. And I bought some at 57. And I think it's going to go over all that soon. Because, like I said, a 50-day above you is hard to barcode below. Very hard to keep it there. Now it's going to start barcoding here now. Look at all these buys today that I got on RXT. Look at all these buys that I made on RXT at 134. Look at all these buys on RXT here at 133, 134, 135. Nice. And now it's at 164.99 in after hours. All those buys of RXT. Well, there she goes, folks. She's out of here. Nice little afternoon rundown. Very well. Good accumulation there. Got him to 55. Got him to some 53s, 52s. Right along with me. Good job. And now she's at 55, 56. And it's all over for the market makers. And good job, though. Way to run it down there. And my account positions, I'm now holding 700 shares of this stock. Trade order status. And I'm going to get over here to all open orders. I have none open now. I'm going to move my money over from another stock that I was down on today. And that is EVTV. And I only lost $68 today on it, but I'm going to sell that all now. Selling it all now. Limit order. I'm going to start at 173. Order status is open at 173. This is MGRX that I've been buying here in the after hours down here at 53, 53, 53, 53. I also bought some when they pulled it off the high up here at 57 and got a lot at 55 range. I got several at 55 because I know that they love to run a stock down to 55. And so they've done that now. And And now I'm going to come in here on this at 54.11. And I'm coming in on MGRX at 54.11. The bid says 54.10, but 54.11 will not fill. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this order that I got at 5408. 5413 is now the number. I'm going to try for 5414. $54.14 will not fill. The bid, however, says 54. The last says 54.13 filled. And I still do not have 54.14 filled at all. So I don't believe that. 54.13 did not fill because I didn't fill 54.14. Now I'm going to change my order. The bid now is 54.37, and I'm going to come up to 54.38. The bid is 54.37. I'm trying 54.38. And I cannot fill at 54.38. I'll change my other order and try for 54.39 now. I guess I just filled at 54.14. The ask is now 53.95. The ask is now 53.77. And this thing's very tight now. Oh, God, this stupid thing. It's going to be tough on them, folks, to keep this thing underneath this 50-day. I'm telling you it is. Coming in at 53.39 now and cannot fill there. Oh, no. Ultra Surfer, that sounds terrible. No, I haven't really ever thought about doing a book on it. Thank you for asking. Can't really see my screen. Well, this is MGRX that I'm trading. MGRX. Now they're going for a break, finally, to break it below the 200. They've tried once, they've tried twice. Now they're trying 3 times to accumulate on this rising 200-day average. And I just filled at 53.97. I filled the last orders I filled were 53.39, 53.41, and now 53.97. And now I'm trying to come in 5331. They're showing a bid of 537. I'm trying 5331. And I cannot get 5331. Now it's saying last 5331, so that might have been me. Probably was. Yep, I got 5331 just then. Stock was up 48% today and closed at 53 cents. Then in the after hours, it made a very nice run right here. It made a very nice run, a triple upside crossover. And then it ran up to there, and then look at them trying to make a crocky gator out of this thing, folks. Look how long they've been plateauing this thing here. And the trouble for them is they've got the 50-day up above this. The 50-day is way up here, folks. It's very hard to keep a stock in this range with a 50-day up above it, with the 50-day average over it, and the rising 200 just steadily rising and rising. Look at it right here, change pitch and go up. And here, it's going to change pitch and go up, folks. Coming in again now, and I just filled 5331. And now I got another order at 5331. It will not fill. It's just, folks, it's from my experience, it's very, very hard to keep a price underneath a 50-day average. This could be the last stab at it right here, folks. The last ditch effort, the drop before the pop. So I'm buying right there. 5256. I just bought it. Trying now for 52, and I got 5255 just then. It's going to be hard for him to keep it under that, folks. It's going to be very hard for him to keep it under there, under that 50-day and under that 200. It's going to be tough. And I just filled it 5255 twice. And I just got it at 5256. And now she's gone back over 53. And I'm trying to buy 5277 and 5258. They won't fill. Ask is 5323 now. So that's it, folks. Nice. Right there was it. I told you this is going to be their last stab at this. Their last stab at this below the 200. Very hard to hold a price below a rising 200-day average. Almost impossible, folks, I said, to hold a price underneath a rising 200-day average. It's virtually impossible. It's virtually impossible. And now she's running, folks. And I'm trying to buy 5353. It will not fill. 5277. No way will that fill anymore. 5358. I'm coming in right underneath the damn thing. Coming in right underneath at 5358. And that won't fill, folks. Yeah, I did. I got it. 5356. Oh, yeah, I'm buying here, folks. Yes, sir. I'm buying here. And look, I'm not alone. I'm not alone buying here. I'm not alone buying here, folks. I'm definitely not alone buying here, right here. No way. They're coming in right here, man. They know it. Impossible to hold this thing under a 250 day. And look how they capitulated that bastard right there. Nice. And I just bought it at 5255, 5256, 5255, 5353, 5356. Now I cannot get a 5358 again to fill. Ask is 5373. The last fill was 5369. I told you they weren't going to hold it under that. I said, no way, baby. I don't think so. Very hard to hold a price under a rising 200-day average, folks. Almost impossible, I said. And it is. It's impossible. And there's a lot of others buying here now. There's a lot of green on these candlesticks. A lot of green down here, folks. And there was a massive amount of effort right here with a lot of selling to try to get that thing down there where they could barcode it for a long time and then get one last drop before the friggin' pop. And there she goes, baby. The 5-day crossing now over the 10-day right now. And the bid is 5366 and the ask is 5369. The bid is 5366 and the ask is 5369. You can't get a pubic hair between 5366 and 5367, folks. Bid is 5332. Ask is 5367. My last order's filled at 5256, 5255, 5255, 5353, 5356, 5358. And buyers are coming in here on this MGRX. And I didn't think they were going to be able to hold it under that 200 day, and that's why I bought it there. Man, I want to see this thing freaking rocket now. Let's go. Come on, buyers. They got their big dip right there, their after hours dip. They got it there. Let there be no return to that again. That won't return again. Bouncing right off this rising 200 day, folks. This rising 200 is what it's all about. And you better look at this 20-day chart on this stock. Look at the 20-day chart on this stock, people. A triple upside crossover in the after hours yesterday. A triple upside crossover in the after hours yesterday. And look what it did in the after hours. It could easily do that again now in the after hours. And notice yesterday, they tried to take it down in the after hours, and then it shot up in the after hours yesterday. Do you see that right there? Yesterday, they tried to take it down all dang day, and in the after hours, they tried to take it down again. Let me go to the 1 day so you can see this. Look right here. Does this look at all familiar to you? Look how it launched yesterday in the after hours. Then they ran it down to just below the 200. And then look at the herkin and jerkin the rest of the after hours till they got it right down there and capitulated. And then in the morning, and then this is right before the sell. They tried to splash it here a little bit. This was yesterday in the after hours, folks. After hours. See, they didn't want to let it go yesterday in the after hours either. So this looks almost identical, folks, identical to what we're seeing now. It looks almost identical. It looks identical, folks. This is yesterday's after hours. This is yesterday's after hours. Look at them try to herk it down below, herk it below the two, below the two, below the two. Then look what it did. This is yesterday's after hours, folks. Yesterday's after hours, and then look what it did after that, and then the next day. Look at this is this morning in the pre-market. Look what it did this morning in the pre-market. And so now here we are in the after hours again right now, and we see them try to herk it and jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it up. And then we see them try to capitulate it here. And one more drop below the 200. And off she goes, folks. I'm telling you, this thing could easily continue to run up now, folks, just like yesterday and Monday. Look at that thing drop right there and then go. Now I want to look at the 5-day chart. Five-day. Look at that thing run up in after hours right there. Look at this one run up in after hours. Look right here. Look at this run up in after hours and in the pre-market. Look at this run up yesterday in after hours. I mean, holy smokes, people. you had a big spiky like this, and then a jerk down, then an up, then a down, then a blast off in after hours. And here you got a big spiky, then you got a jerk down, then you got a up, then a jerk, and then probably the same thing. I don't know if it's going to do identical, but look at the 200-day average rising, people. Look at that. And look how they just tried to get it to kiss the 200 in the after hours where I just bought the thing. And now they're trying to get it to kiss the 50-day rising. Right there, folks. Kissy, kissy. Pair of Madonnas right there, and then off she goes, and now trying to kiss it. Trying to kiss it right now. Trying to kiss the 50-day average right now in the after hours. And if you're not looking at these candlesticks down here, there's a lot of buying that's been going on as they try to sell it down. There's equal buyers and sellers. They're buying all the shares that are trying to be dumped here, folks. Don't be deceived. They're buying here. This is MGRX you're looking at right here. And you really can't see too much when you look at it in this way. All right? But you can see a lot of shares have been just bought right there at 52.50. And look, they sold right here. They sold a lot there. Right there. The dark areas is the selling right there that they just sold. But now the light areas are buying on the ask. That's right. The dark areas were sold. And look, there was a lot more bought here earlier, folks. I'm telling you. There was a lot more bought here than sold earlier. Just a little bit sold. And the rest bought here. Folks, that's why it's not going to stay at 52.50 where it is right now. It's probably not going to stay there because even earlier today, there were more buyers at this number than sellers. The sellers is the dark part. And here, there's more buyers again now in the after hour at 52.50. There's more buyers than sellers. That's why it's selling right now at 52. Man, look, ladies and gentlemen, here's what I want you to look at here, please. Here's what I want you to look at. Here's where the buys are. Okay? And there is right now 3,600. Now there's 1,700 here. 3,600 and 1,700. Folks, 3,600 and 1,400 is 5,000 shares wanting to be bought here. 5,000. Now look over here at the sells. There is 38,000 supposedly wanting to sell at 52.78. But now you see they took that order away. They took that order away, folks, that 50-something thousand. They removed it, see? It's a fake wall they had there. That's a fake wall they had there. There never was really 52,000 shares to buy there. But this is a game that they play. This is a game they play. They try to put in large quantity sell orders to make you think there's a wall there. But when it gets near that, they pull that order away, and they just pulled that order away just then. Now I'm going to zoom out on this so you can see something interesting. I want you to look right here how many shares have been bought at this price of 53.02. Look at that. 11 million at 53.02. And you might want to look at how much of that area was bought on the ask this morning at 5302. All those shares were bought on the ask this morning. And then they sold here this afternoon at 5302 to try to keep it from going over that. But what a coincidence that that's exactly where the price is now and after hours. What a friggin' coincidence. Look at all these shares that got bought today there. And there's a lot more that were bought up here at 58 and 59. The high of the day, folks, was 68.77. 68.77 was the high of the day. But look at all the shares accumulated from 6202 all the way down to right here's low, 4802. 4802 was the low today. And at that price, there was only 163,000 shares, $80,000 worth. There was $80,000 worth available at that price today. That's all. 163,000 shares at 4802. So now here's the thing. You're seeing a massive amount of shares of this stock being bought right here at 5302. Who wants all these shares here? Who in the world is buying up all these shares? And look, there's a lot of buyers there. All that was bought on the ask. And all this here has been bought on the ask at 5302. So any coincidence that it's sitting there in the after hours? And that I filled all those shares just in at 52 cents range? No wonder. I mean, just look at all that. Look at that massive accumulation there. You know what I find interesting is that at this exact same number, 5260, I see at that number, 5260, I see 22,500 that want to buy that number. And I see 45,407 that want to sell that number. The same number, folks. 15,700 want to buy the same number someone wants to sell. The exact same number. They're on the same number, folks. The bid and the ask are identical here. Hey, guys, listen. The quota, the max quota before a price looks like it can go up is 8,288,000. 8,288,000, and that's the end of it. 5210 was done. 8,288,000 is the most they can hold. Then this one gets to 7,084,000, and that's all it could hold. 7,084,000, and it couldn't hold anymore. This one ran out of capacity at 8,288,000, and the next one ran out of capacity at 5,417,000. This one ran out of capacity at 7,064,000, and this one ran out of capacity at 7,722,485. There's no more capacity here, folks. They've maxed this out. They've maxed this out. They've maxed this out. And they've overly maxed out this number. Do you see? Now, the reason you're not seeing these numbers change is because they're not actually on that exact number. They're at 52611, 52602, 52699, 52688. They're trading there 52699, 526 this, 526, 526 that. So that's why you're not seeing. Now you just saw they just bought at the 5310 or 5285. 5285. They just bought that number, 5285. But ladies and gentlemen, listen, they only maxed this out at 8,000,002 here. They're going to get 8,000,002 here, and then it's going to go up. And it's going to blow past this because this already has way over what it can take. This already has way over what it can take, folks. So here, 8,288,000. Here, 7,093,000. Couldn't even hold any more there. Now, 7,770,000. Up here, they already got 8 million there, so that won't stay when it gets there. They've already got 7.9 there and 7.7 there, so it won't stay there when it gets up there. And they've already got 7 and 9 and 7 almost and 8. So all this is completely oversold. Look at all the dark areas on these candlesticks sold. Look at that, sold to the bidder. They just threw them out to the bid, threw them out to the bid, threw them out. Throwing shares out there, all that dark there. But down here, there's not much thrown out there. Not much. Not much, folks. There's not much more to throw out there. At this price where they're sitting now, there's not, see all the darkness up here? Look at how much they threw out there to make it drop from there. Look at all that darkness. Folks, you're just not seeing that down here. You're seeing a bunch of light here, folks. Well, I'm just showing you. You can do with it, this information whatever you want. Thank you, Debass Assassin. I'll write that down. SGN. The Bass. And someone said, is Luna or FTX coming back? Well, we've never talked about it, Luna or FTX on this channel. Well, folks, there's the end of the suffering or accumulation, if you will, of this stock below the 200-day moving average. This is where it ends because they got what they wanted, the 50 to touch the 200. And that's where it ends right there. When the 50 hits the 200, that's where the accumulation there ends. See that? They've got the 50 down right to the 200. They've been waiting for that to buy in. And now they're buying in right there. See them? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Yes, sir. Perfectly executed by the market makers. Bring the 50 all the way down to that 200 and then buy a freaking shitload of it. Yes. Man, that is excellent, excellent, excellent. Look at that, folks. Holy crap. Goodbye. You got it, Grassby. Look at that thing go. I told you, folks. Oh, baby, look at them come in on that when they got that friggin' 50 down to the 200. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah, give me 42,000 shares in the after hours there. Yes. Look at that thing surge now. Well, my goodness gracious. Look at that. And ladies and gentlemen, you got to understand, they're already oversold completely here. At this number, they're already oversold completely. Holy crap. And look at that. There's 5,900 that want to buy and only 600 that want to sell. Look at them moving away their sell orders. Look at them raising their sell orders. They're going to move them up, people. They're going to move them up. Because there's nothing to stop this. There's nothing to stop this. This is already oversold. There's no room there. No more room there. None. None. None, baby. Holy crap. And ladies and gentlemen, they oversold the shit out of this through here, right here. Man, they've shaven that completely bald. That is a very slippery slope right there. Very slippery, very slippery. Wow, look at that, folks. You think they can get any more here? Or are you going to start seeing the numbers changing here and here and then here and then up there, there? Dang, folks, it's beautiful. Here they are. At the same dang number where they got 11 million today. I got news for you up here. 10,490,000. 10,490,000 owners at 59 cents. At 59. 10,490,000 at 59 cents. Folks, 10,490,000. And then look how hard they sold and sold and sold through here and sold through here. Sold, ditching out shares they had, throwing out all the shares they had. I'm telling you, folks, this looks very strong here to go right on up from here. Very strong to rise. You got 4,000 that want to buy here. You just got a few measly 100 here that want to sell. 4,000, 9,000. There's, oh my God, look at all the buyers here. And look at the measly amount of sellers. Watch them start removing these and move them up. Watch them pull these out and move them up, folks. Watch them move these orders up. There's no way it can stay here, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but there's just no way it can stay there. Let's look at the chart. Man, look at that strong MGRX. There she goes, baby. There she goes. Look at it break the 200 now. Oh, yes. And a new candlestick coming up here. Man, I'm excited about this. This looks good, people. This looks good. Ask is now 53.5. Man, I got a lot of shares at 52.55, 52.55, 52.53, 52.52, 52.53, 53.3. NCI was the after-hour trade. Look at it go. Well, I'll write it down and we'll buy it Monday morning on a pullback. DP Barrett, thank you. No, I think this was the buy. I think this was the buy. I think this was the buy, and I think I bought it at the right time. And look at it cross the 200. Look at the 5-day. It's going to cross the 50 right now. And I told you it was going to be very, very difficult to hold this thing down below a rising 200-day average about an hour ago. Oh, yes. Let's go, baby. Shove it up their butts, man. Shorty's getting a big feeling here. Gonna feel it hard. Better send out a KY. There's no way they're gonna hold this number 11 million six. Oh no, no, sir. Watch this. Trying to build on this right here, folks. They've already got 11 million there. They don't have any more room in this wagon. They got no more room in this wagon. There's no darkness here either. Where's the darkness? Where's the deep darkness like here and here and here and here? Where's the darkness here? I don't see it. I don't see a lot of shares being sold to the bid right here. Moti, please. NCI, let's take a look at it. NCI. I'm not seeing it, man. Oh, I got this thing zoomed in too much. Let me zoom. I'm sorry. I got it zoomed out too much. Let me zoom in here now. Wow. Oh, yeah, we'll be watching this one. We'll be watching this one. You should sell it here at 906, 7, and 8. Sell it. Folks, this is a sell here. 908 through 913 are sells. 920 is an absolute sell, people. 920 is a sell. 920 is a sell. You should have just sold there. 920 is an absolute sell, folks. Put your buy order in after 920 at 888. I'm telling you, look at it fall. Look at it fall. Anyway, we'll look at this one. Thank you for calling that out. I hear you. But you should have just sold 920. Anybody that owned it. And look at it now. It's at 908 after it hit 920. That 920 is always a sell. And it just hit $9. Now $8.94. See that? And now the buyback's going to be at $8.88. And it just hit $8.78. See that? 920 is always a sell, people. Never miss selling the 20, people. And now it's at 875. Man, now 883 and going to go back over 9. But 920, folks, the 20's always a sell. Always, always, always. And then you could have just bought it back at 888 just then. 920 was the sell. And you could have bought it back then at 888. Look at that. I told you, 920's a sell. Always. Back to MGRX now. Good Lord. Oh my gosh, it's already gone to 53. Oh yeah, baby. And now I want to zoom in, zoom out. Oh my gosh, look at this thing, folks. Just look at this. MGRX. Look at this. They can't get anything else in here. They've overloaded this truck, baby. They've overloaded that truck. They've overloaded all of it. And look at this. Folks, the dark sections of these candlesticks is what was sold on the bid. The light areas was what was bought on the ask. And down here, they not going to get no more because, ladies and gentlemen, they're buying this on the freaking ask. And there's 27,000 right here trying to buy. And look at that, 7,000 want to sell. Golly. Look at that. Look at all that buying there above this price. It could easily surge right past all this over freaking sold, oversold. And it could easily go right past all that again. Totally oversold, all of it. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Zoom in a little more. And how I'm doing that is I'm going up here and I'm clicking on a little tool that's right up here, a zoom tool there. Right up there at the top of the screen, there's a little zoom right there. And now I look across here at where we are in price, and I just see this massive collection of shares. And right here, I see so little that was actually sold there. So much bought on the ask at this price here. Now I want to zoom out more, or I'm sorry, zoom in more and zoom in more and zoom in more. And I told you, folks, there's no more capacity here. No more capacity at that number. There's just no more, man. They overdid it. They overdid it. And again, there's so little selling there. The dark area is so small, just a little bit there. There's a lot of buying here, a lot more buying here. There's no way to hold it here, folks. There's no way to hold it there. There's no way they're going to hold it there. Not in my opinion. They're not. And look here, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see at every one of these prices, there have now been more buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers equal than as sellers. More buyers than sellers. More equal buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. As they dropped it down, there were more people buying than actually selling there. So it should go right back over those because, man, there was already eager buyers, plenty of eager buyers there. through this price range. And if you think they're going to hold this here right now, you'd be highly mistaken, okay? That isn't going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's not going to stay here anymore. That, in my opinion, no freaking way. It's not going to stay here anymore this afternoon. And again, all these shares were bought on the ask. The dark areas were thrown out on the bids. And every one of these areas here, there's at least half as many buying on the ask as there are selling, at least half and half. And in many cases, there's more that bought on the ask than sold right there. You can see here and see there. And right through here, man, there's just way more that's bought on the ask than sold. And now I see the bid is supposedly 5303. I bought a lot at 5258. And I'm going to buy right now at 5304 if I can. I'm going to kill the gap. I'm going to try 5304. 40 shares at 5304. Review order and place it. And I cannot fill at 5304. So now I'm going to come in at 5305. 5305. 5305. Review order and place it. And I cannot fill at 5304, and I cannot fill at 5305. And the bid says 5303, so that's a crock of crap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm buying right now. The stock is called MGRX. They are trying to tell you that the bid is 5315 now. And it doesn't surprise me because I tried to buy 5304 and 5305 and there was no way. Now the bid is 5315. 5315. And the ask is 532. And you can see right here at 5302, 532, you can see at 532 there are only 700 shares at 532. And unfortunately, there are 1,300 wanting to buy here, 2,600 wanting to buy here, 1 wanting to buy here, 100 here, 300 here. And you're going to try and, what? They just raised that. They just got rid of that. Here we go, folks. The ask just jumped to 5379. I'm going to raise my 5304 buy, change it. They're showing the bid now is 538. I'm going to come in 538. I just picked up 5304. Yep, I just got 5304 and 5305. And the last is 5311. Nice. Now let's zoom in some more. And look at this, folks. 4 million. 4 million there at this price. 5300. 4 million. And now I'm filling at 5304 and 5305. And there is the bid right now, 5304. And I don't even see an ask over here. I don't see any shares available up here until 5505, where there's 1,000 shares, folks. I don't see any for sale here. I got 100 shares at 5413 and a few shares here, 5379, 5377, 5370, 5369. And then I don't see any shares for sale down here. I don't see any dang shares here. I'm sorry, but I don't see any shares for sale anywhere here until it goes all the way up to here. 5369. Huh. Well, my goodness gracious. I'm going to come in here and duplicate this order. I'm coming in at 5305. Review order and place it. I bet you that thing won't fill. No, I can't buy 5305. Now I'm going to come in again, duplicate order. And I'm going to come in at 5344. 5344 is what I want to come in at. Review order and place it. And you should see my buy order come in here, 5344 right now. 5344. And guess what? 5344 won't sell. 5344 will not sell. Oh my goodness. And we're up here now, folks, 5402. And here there's only 2 million that have been bought. Here's where we are now, folks. This is where we are, 5402 now. And now the bid is 5399. I'm going to try to buy 5388. 5388. After hours, review order and place it. And I cannot fill at 5388. Cannot fill at 5388. Now I'm going to come in at 5393. 1 penny below the ask price. 1/1000th. 1/1000th below the ask price. And I just filled at 5367. And now the ask is 5368. Nice. And here at 540, at 54, there's already been 2,500,000 bought there. And I don't see any reason for it to stay there. And you got to look down here, folks. 18,000 want to buy here. 18,000. How many want to sell? There's 17,000 that want to buy here. How many want to sell? 258? 17,000 on the bid side and 258 on the ask. And then the next ask is up here, 5399 for 1,800, and then 100 at 5413. Folks, there's 15,000 that want to buy here. Do you understand? There's 15,000 that want to buy here at 5327. And there's only, I don't see anything that wants to sell except 5392. 2,600 shares there. I'm coming in at 5384. 5384 now. I'm coming in. 5384. Review order and place it. And I got 5375. I got 5375 is where I just bought. And this ask is now 5369. But there is way more buyers down here. 17,000 trying to buy down here. And 100 here. And 200 here. There's just way more demand than there is supply here, folks. I'm going to try to buy 5344. 5344. And no, I cannot fill at 5344. 5344 will not fill. I wonder why they're not showing my bid there at 5344. Folks, the next sell is 5380, and there's only 200, and that's gone. That's gone, and there's only 100 here and 200, and holy crap. All right. And how many buyers are down here now? Oh, yeah, they're coming in at 5350 now over me. I tried 5344. That wouldn't fill. Now they're coming in over me at 535. I'll change and come in instead of 5344 at 5351. 5351, I'll try to buy. Review order and place it. And I cannot fill at 5351. I don't know why they're not showing my orders, but the next ask, folks, is only 1,100 shares, and they just raised it from 5379 up to 5390. They just raised their sell order to 5390. $5331. No, I'm trying 5351. Now I'm going to try 5377. 5377. Review order and place it. Going in 5377. And I just bought 5377. I just filled at 5377. And now someone's bidding 5380. Nice. Someone else is bidding 5380. And the ask is 5390, 1,300 shares. But there's 1,400 that want to buy 5380. And now the sell ask is 539. And there's only 1,300 shares. Very interesting, folks. And my last order filled at 5377. That is the ask right now. You can see there's 100 shares at 5377, and that's gone now. Now they jumped up to 5395. 5395, folks. Oh my. And now we're over 54. We're at 5410 for the bid. 5410. Yes. Yes, the stock is MGRX. MGRX. Not MRGX. No, MGRX. MGRX. And I just went green on it. I just went green. Oh, look at her go. Bid now 5439 the bid. Ask is 5440. Nice. Look at the chart, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the chart on this sucker. Look at the chart on this sucker now. MGRX. I told you they couldn't hold it down below that 200. I told you they couldn't do it. I told you it wasn't going to happen. MGRX. MGRX. Just broke over 55 now in the after hours. Where I first bought it was 55 cents or 57. My first buy was 57. MGRX. VNDA, good. DP Barrett. Good call. Thank you very much. Well, I'll be doggone. Just look at that thing rocket now. Man, I feel good, everybody. Don't you feel good? Doesn't that make you feel good to see that? Yeah, baby. I'm sitting on freaking 1,400 shares of that baby now. Holy smokes, golly. Look at that thing go, folks. MGRX. Yeepers, creepers. Look at that thing rocking and rolling, man. Look at it go. All my numbers buttons seem to be working okay. MGRO. And yeah, I still got money to buy it. And my last buys were at 5367, 5351, 5375, 5377, and now we're at 5532. And I see the bid now is at 55. The ask is 5532.